Pass me a gin, don't tell them say what a joy, 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 joy. Babylon, can't sustain credit illusion. Rasta man attack again, it's done fire in my eye. It's done fire in my eye.
gentlemen. No, we don't sound as if we are awake as yet. So let me try that again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing this morning? Everybody feeling good? Everybody had their coffee? Had something to eat? And we're feeling excited to be here. All right, wonderful. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here this morning. My name is Ryan Dixon. I am your MC for today and will be your MC throughout the entire weekend experience. And let me proudly say, welcome to the best wedding expo and conference Jamaica has to offer, the Jamaica Bridal Expo 2023, the 11th staging. Put your hands together for Jamaica Bridal Expo, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'd like to just get to know you real quickly. If you are from the United States, let me hear you make some noise. Wonderful. I heard the DJ last night mention the UK. Anybody here from the UK? Not here yet? All right, am I missing any other country before I say the home country? Any other Caribbean island? All right, now if you're from Jamaica, let me hear you make some noise. Let me just check, what type of Jamaicans are you? If you are a true, authentic Jamaican, then you should be able to complete this. Jamaica. Oh, so you are from Cherry Gardens. Oh, we are from the upper part of St. Andrew. Jamaica. 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 All right, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, this promises to be a wonderful experience, a very informative experience, and a life-changing experience. I am proud to be among some of the best human beings in the world. I'm talking about persons who have the tenacity, the patience, the fortitude to be a wedding planner. If you agree with me, make some noise. If you agree with me, make some noise. Now think about it, you are persons who have to have patience to cope with the frustration and the heartache and the headache and all that comes with being a part of wedding planning. Am I right? But we love it nonetheless because it is one of the most rewarding jobs one can have, don't it? Wonderful, wonderful. So we want to start out by thanking our sponsors for making this year's staging possible. And at the end of the listing, I'm going to ask you to all give them a big round of applause. We start out with the very important Jamaica Tourist Board, Thai Floral Lux, Montego Bay Convention Center, Bliss Bridal Boutique, Sparkles Production, Short Leaf Media, Sandals Resorts, Earl's Fashions, S Hotel Montego Bay, Holiday Inn, Hilton Rose Hall Resort and Spa, Big J Entertainment, Jewel Grand, Jewel Paradise Cove, Frontier Airlines, Casimir Tours and Transfers, and Jamaica Inn. I ask you again to put your hands together for our very special and important sponsors. Now we are just a few minutes behind time, so without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get right to it. And to do the official welcome, I would like you to show some love for our very own Joanne Paxton, our executive producer for Jamaica Bridal Expo Jamaica. Let's make her welcome.
Hello? Okay, sorry. Good morning, everybody. I just want to welcome everybody that's traveled from near and far to attend this event. This is the 11th staging of the Jamaica Bridal Expo. Today we have local and international speakers presenting, both in person as well as via Zoom. We will break for lunch at 12 for an hour and a half. Travel agents will be heading out with their reps, and everybody else needs to be back by, I think, 1 o'clock. So other than that, tomorrow we have the Expo, which starts at 12 noon and goes to 6 p.m. And we have great entertainment lined up for you, fashion shows and live performances. And you get to visit all the booths of the exhibitors that are participating this year. I don't know if anybody has any questions about the Expo, needs to know anything about today. Okay, if not, I just want to say a big thank you again to all our sponsors, all the travel advisors that came for this event. We welcome you and we hope that you enjoy the event. Thank you.
You can bank on it. You can put 100 grand on it. Anything I said, I stand on it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will be inviting our next person to give welcome, but let me just say before I introduce him, when I got up this morning and I picked out my outfit, I was confident I would have been the best dressed male here this morning until I saw the next person I'm about to introduce. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Philip Rose, the Deputy Director, Acting Deputy Director for Jamaica Tourist Board, Jamaica.
If you had done your research, you would have known not to set such high expectations for yourself. It is not my intention to ever fit in. We're not interested in status quo. As part of the Jamaica Tourist Board, we seek to stand out at all times, which is one of the reasons why I can say with the utmost confidence, while I have this esteemed audience in front of me, that I humbly represent the most award-winning tourist board in the world. Those of you who also know the, dare I say, the political nuances of Jamaica, you know that as a proud representative of the Jamaican government, we do not play partisan politics. And as such, while I am wearing the green pants, I'm also wearing an orange watch. So the Jamaicans in the house will understand that. But thank you, Mr. MC. Before I go any further, I should also take the opportunity to acknowledge my counterpart, another of the acting deputy directors of tourism, also a very good friend of mine who is in the house, Mr. Peter Mullins, the back of the crowd. So round of applause for Peter, yeah? And of course, I'm also here with other colleagues, and I shan't start listing names because I'm going to forget one or two names and then I'm going to be enemy number one, so I shan't do that, but except to say welcome. It's ironic that I've been asked to speak about romance because I'm arguably the least romantic person you'll ever meet, despite being born and raised in the one love country, despite having a deep-seated love for my country, despite living in every crevice and corner of Jamaica and being able to share, dare I say, somewhat very romantic stories across the island. But I shan't do that because I understand that this address is being streamed live. And I don't know who is watching it and who is taking notes. But what I do know is the power of partnership. What I do know is the power of travel. What I do know is the fact that the bridal market is one that, as romantic as it is, to some degree is also seeded in some level of, dare I say, unrealistic expectations. And where else to fulfill some of these expectations, as unrealistic as you may think they are, than the country that gave the world one love. You know, I'm going to pause here a little bit and expand on why I say it's somewhat unrealistic. As a Jamaica Tourist Board individual, as someone who understands the power of marriages and destination weddings, I am constantly looking at it through the lens of business lens. And I know that currently we have a sad trend of not just first marriages, but dare I say even second marriages. So if you think about it, the only time when your family is going to be gathered together, dressed nicely, possibly even crying, saying nice things about you, is going to be at your funeral. However, unlike a funeral, a wedding doesn't have to be the one and only time, because 36% of destination weddings are second marriages. And I hope you understand what I'm telling you. There's a massive opportunity that we have here in Jamaica and quite frankly everywhere, but for Jamaica, where everyone can play a part in this global destination wedding business. Not just hotels that are for couples only, because if you're having a second marriage, chances are you can get married at a family resort. Maybe it's the merging of two families, grandma, grandchildren, children, nieces, nephews, everybody going to come down for this marriage. And so it's no surprise that the bridal market globally is such a massive business. And despite what some of our partners may say, love is not all that you need. You need more than that. You need a good florist. You need a good photographer. You need a good location. You need a good transportation provider. You need a good videographer. And thankfully, we have all of those things right here in Jamaica. The last thing I'll say on that is, this is a special message to the potential brides. Do not try to organize your wedding on your own. I did mine. It was terrible. I was stressed. My father was stressed. My then fiance was stressed. We did not go through a travel advisor, and we did not use a wedding planner, and I regret it every single day. So for those of you out there on the virtual space, lean on the partners that the Jamaica Tourist Board has. Lean on Peter Shakir and his database. Contact a travel advisor, contact a wedding planner, and have them curate the perfect experience for you in Jamaica. Jamaica is growing and growing in popularity. We have 140,000 more airline seats coming to the destination this fall. Jamaica is hot right now. We have new hotels coming on stream. Some 8,000 new rooms will be opened up over the next 2 to 5 years. Yeah? To support all of that growth, we're making improvements in other infrastructural areas, such as the airport, such as the roads. And all of these things are designed to make sure that the experience for our visitors, the experience for our locals, the experience for our partners continues to be seamless and simply wonderful. So again, on behalf of the Jamaica Tourist Board, I welcome you to the Bridal Expo. Do some business while you're here. Get out, talk to people, exchange business cards, and most importantly, follow up, and remember that in everything that you do, think of Jamaica first. Thank you. One love.
We up, yeah, free up, yeah. Balenciaga for me structure. Good them car, bush get lit up, yeah. Hey, yeah. Fiesta, forever, party, whenever, when we're together. Yeah, coming from the West Indies, and you know, so we giving them the best indeed. Anywhere we there, we do a flex on street, and the style what we do, no matter red stampede. And no interview, nobody question me, and you try never look in my direction, G. New bank crab and no rejects bandit. Oh, coming from the set concrete, yeah. We up, yeah, free up, yeah. Balenciaga for me structure. Good them car, bush get lit up, yeah. Hey, yeah. Fiesta, forever, party, whenever, when we're together. Yeah, coming from the West Indies, and you know, so we giving them the best indeed. Anywhere we there, we do a flex on street, and the style what we do, no matter red stampede. And no interview, nobody question me, and you try never look in my direction, G. New bank crab and no rejects bandit. Oh, coming from the set concrete, yeah.
right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for our representative from the tourist board, Mr. Rose. Now, can I see the hands of those who are traveling to Jamaica for the first time or are attending, the Jamaica Bridal Expo for the first time?
Recording in progress.
Ooh, quite a few. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up if you don't mind. Just stand for a few minutes. Let me see you. Stand. All right, can everyone else give them a round of applause, please? All right, just take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. I'd just like to get to know you for a quick second. So I'm going to hand you the mic. I want you to stand and tell us your name and your business that you are part of and where you're from so we can appreciate where you've traveled from. So let's start with my beautiful friend right here.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Delphine Wren. My business is Wren Travel. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana.
All right, wonderful.
Hi, my name is June Davis, and I'm with Canary Travel, which is in Cleveland, Ohio.
Good morning. My name is Georgia Hibbert. I am with Traveling with G, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Good morning. My name is Terry Woodridge. I'm with Woodridge Travel LLC, and I'm from Zachary, Louisiana.
Good morning. I'm Sabrina Royal. I'm with NOLA Travel Agency, and I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Happy Saturday, man. My name is Benisa Carter, and I'm from Detroit, Michigan, Motown, and my travel agency is Abundant Travels.
Good morning. My name is Gina Roughton, and I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, Canary Travel.
That's awesome.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Patrick Bailey with Sunrise Travels in Toronto.
Anybody hands over? Let's also hands over here. All right, let me get to know you. Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Sandra Morris, born Jamaican. My travel agency is Event Trail Travel. I got into the travel business because I had my destination wedding here in 2015 at Sandals Royal Caribbean.
Hi, my name is Joan Newton, born Jamaican as well. I live in New York, and my agency is JB Luxury Escapes. My romance business is JB Romantic Journeys, and I specialize in Jamaica. You know, when you're doing the weddings, a lot of people want you to go to their country, but my first place is Jam Down.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Gaylor. My agency is Exquisite Travel Agency. I am from Grand Blanc, Michigan. My first time coming to Jamaica was with a group of people, and I love the country, and it's my first destination I'll always offer.
Good morning, my name is Laree Lee. My travel agency is Lovely Destinations. I'm out of New Jersey. And my main thing that I sell is Jamaica all-inclusive.
Did I see any other hands? First timers? Right here, all right. I love friends like her.
I don't. Good morning, my name is Sylvia Goins. I'm from Baltimore, and BTS Cruise and Tours is who I work with.
Good morning, my name is Danita Brown. I'm with Cruise Planners, and I currently live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Come on, let's give them a warm Jamaican welcome. Lovely. All right, so this is just an impromptu get to know you session while we await the next presenter. All right, so let me ask a question. What is one of the most challenging things you experience as a destination wedding planner?
Customers don't know where they want to go and want you to decide for them. And when you tell them, they have, oh, no, they want you to choose like 3 or 4 different times for them.
So they want you to decide for them where they should go for their destination wedding. They just know they want one, but they need you to decide for them. and then they give you 3 other options that they already had in their head. Who else would like to share?
My biggest challenge is letting them know if they're staying at the all-inclusive, that the wedding is a separate event that costs separately from staying on the resort.
Anybody else experiences that? So they expect when they pay you $10, that should cover everything. The ring, the cake, the flowers, the minister, the licenses if they are requiring one, the room, an upgrade of the room, all of those things. Okay. Who else would like to share one of their most reoccurring challenges over here? Anybody? What are some of the challenges you encounter as a planner? Budgeting. Everybody in here can relate to that. Everybody who's a planner can relate to budgeting being probably the #1 problem you encounter. Right, they expect you to make magic on $5,000. I find it incredibly astonishing how they'll come to you with the biggest and most lavish plans for a wedding, but with the smallest, most impractical budget. I saw a hand over here.
For me, it's the who has the best perks for the bride. So they're looking for the perks. Who's going to give back to them, you know, the money? So now you're going on this search with them, trying to find out which resort is going to give the bride, you know, back perks. And for me, so far, it has been sandals. I ain't trying to be funny. So I've been doing a lot of sandals wedding, but, you know, some of the other hotels just probably need to take a look at their packages because that's what they're going for. And I do like 10 to 12 weddings a year, so that's one of my challenges.
Very, very important to know. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause for that insight. I like that. So when we get to here, yeah, okay. So someone wants to know what are the type of perks you're referring to?
For one, the rooms, accommodations, the upgrades, the packages, meaning like as far as like for 50 people, you want to get this, for 25 persons, you're going to get this. It's all about the money thing with them, how much they're getting back. So if you make them feel like they're winning, then you got a wedding.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, okay. So one of the things I have also experienced over the years is that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I would want 1 or 2 persons to share an experience where they had to save the day. Who would like to share? I see a hand over here.
I travel with all my brides. I never send my bride on their own because that's the most important day of their life. Rooms, accommodations can be a pain. When they get there, they don't want to have to deal with 5 or 6 guests coming up to them. Oh, I didn't get the room that I said I was going to get. Oh, I didn't get this. I travel with them. And so what happened is one bride, she literally, if I had not been there, she would have just got back on a plane and left. I'm not going to call the resort name. They didn't have anything that was supposed to, that she paid for. I literally went out, paid my own money, went to a florist, and bought flowers on. They said I wasn't supposed to do that. I said, well, we're not gonna go there. So I made it right there. Not only did I make it right there with her, I went to guest services. I got the rooms that they were supposed to end up getting. They said that she was gonna get an upgrade. She didn't get an upgrade. I got her an upgrade. So you just gotta be there with your brides. It ain't all about the money for me, it's about the client.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
So my recent experience was when the Royalton decided to take down the white sands. my client was getting married in between both, and so she had a meltdown when she found out that there was going to be construction. So I saved the day by saying, okay, we can go up to the Rose Hall Country Club. So that's where we went and had the wedding.
Round of applause with her as well. And that's what makes us so important to this industry. We are problem solvers. And for that, we are always going to be appreciated and loved. And how many of us can relate to the fact that oftentimes your clients becomes friends and family in the long run? Everybody who can relate to that, put your hands together. Beautiful. All right, well, we are now ready for our next presenter, or first presenter rather, of the day. And our presenter will be speaking on the topic, breaking into destination weddings. Here's what you need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO of Dreamy Weddings in St. Kitts, let's put our hands together for Miss Natalie John.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh, you can. All right, sorry. Good morning, everyone. And how is everybody this morning? Okay, so I'm gonna actually now share my screen. Okay, so I could do that now. 1 second. 1 second. Can everybody see the screen? Yes? Okay, perfect. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Jamaica. I hope everybody has been having an awesome experience thus far. I saw the cocktail photos earlier. So everybody had a good cocktail last night? Okay, awesome. So I'm Natalie John, as the MC indicated. I am speaking on breaking into the destination wedding market, and I've been on for a little bit, so I heard of some of the challenges you were having with doing destination weddings within the Caribbean. So I'm gonna give you not just a Jamaica experience, but an overall Caribbean perspective. And while listening, I understand some of you deal directly with the hotels. I'm also gonna give you a much broader picture where you can actually do weddings at the resorts as well as off properties and be able to connect with local vendors within the wedding space. So why Natalie? Speaking to you today. So I'm the lead planner at Dreamy Weddings. I'm sure maybe some of you who've been maybe seasoned at what you're doing have heard about Dreamy Weddings already. We operate in 13 Caribbean destinations, Jamaica included. I've had 24 years of destination wedding planning, and more recently have also gone into floral designing, especially within our main studio here in St. Kitts. I'm speaking to you out of St. Kitts today. At the Jamaican Wedding Expo and Caribbean Wedding Industry Awards, we also won Caribbean Wedding Planner and Offsite Wedding Planner of the Year. Dreamy Weddings really started, I always say, with a dream and the ability to do one wedding, which worked out really well. It was a vow renewal for a couple. And at the time, I was not in the destination. I was already here in St. Kitts, and having that turn out very successful by utilizing vendors that I had trust in and being able to get the client to give a really good testimonial, and using that to be able to then go on and start the company where today, after 24 years, we are still here doing what we love. So an outline of the presentation today is just understanding the destination wedding market for those of you who are actually new to destination weddings, what sets us apart in the Caribbean. As you know, each year you have more countries that are starting to look into weddings and offer the destination as options to couples. What are some of the challenges that you may have, and how I would suggest solutions to that? Some of the strategies for success, so you could have continued success in your business. A case study where we had a planner actually do a destination wedding, and we'll go into that a bit. And then, of course, looking at questions and answers for you. So moving right along, the destination wedding market is a market that continues to grow. So from 2022 to 2023, we saw an increase of from $21 billion to $28 billion. So it is a very profitable market to be in. The expected growth for 2027 is 78 billion. So it's an industry that if you are in it, it has longevity. I always say to persons, once we continue having relationships, marriages are going to continue to take place, and of course, destination weddings will continue to have their appeal. The average cost of a destination wedding is roughly $35,600, and these are all US currency quoting. 2.1 million couples got married in the US last year. 18% of those were destination weddings. Of that 2.1 million, 73% went on a honeymoon. So I may say these are good stats to be aware of, because it means that apart from doing just a destination wedding, especially if you are a travel advisor or you have a network, you could then earn additional revenue by doing more things for the couple, as well as their guests, who come, and then you could also do activities for them. The average spend for guests is anywhere between $600 and $1,300. The top vendors, I specifically put that in there because I think you ought to know which are the vendors that you need to have relationships with. So apart from the venue, photography is always key. The couples want to capture their wedding day, the catering, their cake, their hair and makeup is an absolute must, and of course the floral design, which complements the entire decor. The Caribbean continues to lead, the Caribbean and Mexico that is, as top wedding destination wedding locations in the world. Of course, our source is always the Knot, and of course Destination Wedding Global Market Report for 2023. What continues to have the Caribbean at number one? And it's really our location, where we located, our ideal weather conditions as well. Number two is our hospitality. We are warm people, and I'm sure you recognize that by those of you who first time to Jamaica. And I also heard of some of the persons in the audience who are from Jamaica, but they live overseas, that you can't beat that West Indian hospitality. Warm people, friendly people, you ask them for information, they will give you more than you actually need, always there to be able to respond and to assist. Our distinct personality is also key. So if you've gone to Jamaica, that's great. You go to another location, we have a completely different personality that is distinct to that location. So selling the Caribbean does not mean that it is one thing to everybody. It depends on the type of client that you're looking for. So knowing the Caribbean thoroughly, you can then give the client the kind of destination wedding that they're actually looking for. Sea, sun, and sand, that continues to be number one. Beach weddings continue to dominate and still be number one requested weddings that persons want. And we also have easy marriage license requirements. So we have, in most of the territories, we have either no residency, we have no blood tests, and so it is actually easy. When you get the marriage certificate, especially for those clients within North America, you could take the physical certificate, go to the courthouse at home, and have it registered. If you have anyone in the audience who's from Europe, It just means that you need to ask for an apostille, which is a government authentication that says, yes, that marriage certificate is true, it's authentic, and it can be used. And then you go back home and you go to your district court to register the marriage. What are some of the challenges? While I heard some of you speak to them, I will actually discuss the challenge and some of the solutions that you could employ in dealing with your destination wedding clients. So client communication is key. Brides normally believe that they are front center, they are number one. They want to have that feeling that there are no other clients. And so I normally say, try to have a 48-hour response time. At Dreamy Weddings, we try to do 24 hours, but 48 hours. And even if you don't have the answer, at least to acknowledge receipt of the correspondence. If it's a phone call, to at least send a return message, or if it's on your DMs, again, to ensure that you have that response time. Lack of knowledge about the destination. If it is a destination that the client is inquiring about and you're new to it, reach out to the tourism authorities, the tourism boards. Most of them, if not all of them within the Caribbean, have websites, they have social media platforms, so you could certainly get a number, connect with them. I am part of a wider group that speaks with travel advisors selling the Caribbean. And again, you find lots of persons asking questions for new destinations that they're not familiar with. The tourism boards do an excellent job at giving you that information. In terms of no knowledge, in terms of what standards are there to follow, because a wedding at home and a destination wedding are two completely different weddings completely. And so attending conferences as the Jamaica Bridal Expo, it gives you insight into Jamaica. The various presentations will give you further insight. And of course, I think attending international conferences can also help you. One of my favorites is Wedding MBA, and it's just weddingmba.com. It happens in Vegas every November, and it really gives you a full-fledged look into the destination wedding market, from florals, DJ, all things that you ought to be expecting from those vendors, and additionally, what's new to destination weddings and weddings on a whole. So when you're interacting with your couples, you could actually then be that expert to give them and give them recommendations. Understanding legal regulations, that's key, because each Caribbean country is governed by a different government. And especially if that country is still a dependency, as a British dependency or French or Dutch, you really need to contact the correct ministry. Again, the tourism authority is always a first connect, or Ministry of Legal Affairs. So for example, the requirements to get somebody married in, say, St. Martin, as opposed to Jamaica, as opposed to Antigua or St. Lucia, they all different. And so you need to be aware, and if you're not, the Ministry of Legal Affairs is the place to actually start. Vendor relationships. And I heard one of the participants say they always travel with their clients, and when they got to the property, they didn't have what was supposedly to be there, and so they got a vendor, they got some flowers, and they sorted it out. So key to that, and I cannot stress that enough, is establishing vendor relationships. And how do you do that? Most of the countries have member organizations. We have Caribbean Wedding and Event Professionals. That's a non-profit organization with members, over 200 members across the Caribbean, of all industry professionals. So that's a good place to get, or again, individually per country. And having that local connection will certainly help you, because while some of you may just sell the resorts, The resorts, most times, the planners, while very helpful, are also doing other events and may not necessarily be devoted strictly to your wedding client. So having a vendor on island that you can refer your issues to certainly helps. Logistics and travel coordination. Again, understanding customs and immigration rules, what you can bring into country. Doing destination weddings requires meticulous planning, especially if you're not also a travel advisor. I normally say work with someone within the industry so they can do the travel and accommodation, and then also work with a local planner so they can help you with the actual wedding, because they are two separate and distinct roles. I also heard a participant saying, the guests are asking for things, and destination weddings can be as little as two to as many as, I think our biggest was 275 persons. So that requires a lot of brain power in ensuring that proper coordination is done. I also heard you speak about budget management, and that's key because so many times clients want the celebrity wedding, but they really can't afford the celebrity wedding. But coming to you to ask you, how is that going to happen? And you have the hotels who certainly advertise and say free weddings, but a lot of the additional enhancements come at a fee. Some hotels have excellent relationships with local vendors and there are no additional costs in dealing with them. So then that's great for you to be able to do that. You also have the various currencies. So in Jamaica, you have the Jamaica dollar. In the Eastern Caribbean, you have the Eastern Caribbean dollar. In Martinique, in Guadeloupe, you have the French franc. And so dealing with multiple currencies and then understanding as well what the exchange rates are. So all that helps if you actually have a local vendor that you're working with who could help you with that overall budget management. Cultural sensitivity and understanding local norms to that. So there are many times, for example, a lot of the islands are still heavily influenced by religion, whether it be Christianity or another faith. And so you have to be mindful of what those sensitivities are within country. And again, I cannot impress upon you making sure that you have that connection with either the hotel planner to ask the do's and don'ts or the local planner. Even, for example, if you're having an off-site wedding and you might be at a national or historic park or location, they may actually have precise rules that you cannot pin, you can't tack things up. Don't wait until you get on location to find those things out. Have a local contact who could give you all of that information so before you get there, you are not disappointed. Even in terms of, for example, customs, many persons say, oh, I don't want to pay this, I could get it cheaper in the US. But then you have to take into consideration their freight charges, and then there are also local custom duty charges. And that also depends on your freight charge. So it might not have cost you much, but it's a heavy item. And the duties are now calculated on the price you bought it, plus the freight charges, which brings that item up to a value that maybe it would have been better off either renting the item or buying it locally instead. Some other challenges, marketing and branding, you don't have the right material to be able to showcase to your clients. Style shoots are an easy way to get that started, and you can either coordinate with the hotel to do that, or again, establishing connections with local vendors and asking them to come in with you to do a particular style shoot. That way you are able to have material that each of you could tag on your respective social media platforms so you could have a lot more engagements. And I always say, how do you get started? One client at a time. And that one client, whatever the outcome, whether it was a very good or an in between, always ask for a post meeting. And that meeting after the client has got back home and they've had, a wonderful time in Jamaica or any of the other Caribbean destinations. How was it? What was your expectation? Did we meet? Did we exceed? Was it under? It's always good to get that insight from the client so it could tell you where you went wrong or what improvements or what it is that you did really well that you must make sure you continue to do for other clients. And most importantly, reviews, because clients always want to know what did somebody else say about you so that they can now determine whether or not they will work with you. Some strategies I'd like to recommend for success: education and certification. And it is not just having a certification by a hotel, but also the destination certifications. So that's an easy way of getting to know the other destinations if you have not yet visited the destination. Most of the tourism authorities have specialist courses that get you up to date with the destination. You could also focus on a niche within destination weddings. So we also have wonderful cruise lines that pass through all the islands. Jamaica has 3 major cruise ports. You have Montego Bay, you have Ocho Rios, and you also have the Falmouth port. In all the other islands, you have ports. So cruise travel is big. Destination cruise weddings are also big. So you've had quite a few destinations who have changed their marriage license requirements from 2 or 3 day residencies to no residencies. So that's an area you could look at. If wherever you're based, you have a huge ethnic group, you could actually now start looking at those ethnic groups to promote destination weddings too as well. So look within your area and see what aspects of the destination wedding market you could establish and focus on a niche. Having an online presence. And then when I say online presence, I mean a true online presence. It's not good enough to have a social media platform, but the last time you posted was 2022 or 2021. And I know, yes, it takes a lot of time, but if you have young persons around you, whether it be your kids, your nephews, nieces, friends, they know social media like none other. And so just providing them with that content is that they're looking for. So utilize them to ensure that you could at least have an online presence where you could probably post. If you can't post every day, at least 2 to 5 times would be good for the week. Timely communication, as I said before, clients are not only coming to you, they're also coming to others as well. And so most times, those who respond early are those who have an actual opportunity in getting that particular client. It's important to network like you're doing here. You'll also make other friends within the industry as well as local persons within Jamaica. Make sure you take those cards, put notes on them, because when you go back and you start your day to day, you may not necessarily remember that I met Paul. That's the person who deals with port issues, or that's the person at that particular hotel that I could call and say, I have a group of 20 persons coming in, look out for them for me if I am not there in person. Mentorship is key. Again, with social media, there's so many things that people are actually saving, they are liking. If you think you want to get better in an area, send an email, send a DM, ask that influencer, are they doing any mentorship programs? Can I be a part of it? Having a good team. So I've heard persons say, okay, I travel with my team, but what if your business starts to grow? Are there other persons that either part-time with you that can come in? You could convert from a part-time to a full-time. So you can have one group going to Jamaica today, and somebody else from your team is taking another group to, say, Barbuda or another Caribbean destination. And of course, patience and persistence. It's, as I said earlier, it's a market that does really, really well. But dealing with brides, and sometimes you do have the groomzillas as well, you have to make sure that you have a dose of patience to deal with them. And I want to go into the case of what I call an unprepared planner. And that planner really rubbed me the wrong way because she went ahead, she came to a destination, she did a destination wedding for a client, and then she went on TikTok and she did 5 steps to planning a destination wedding in country B, and all the information in there was wrong. And why was it wrong? Because there was inadequate research, which led to ineffective planning, which led to unfavorable outcomes. And then now, because of her following on social media, she's misguiding her clients on the following. And so let's just break it down a bit. So if you're gonna come to Jamaica to do a destination wedding, you ought to do research. And research does not lie just in the resort, because sometimes, depending on who you get at the resort, they too want the business. So they may actually overcompensate and say, yes, they will get it done, and possibly that does not work out. Or you also have the situation with that planner who did not know that the items that she wanted, she could have gotten them locally. So she brought in nearly everything. She brought in her florist, she brought in a designer, she came along and she did not know the distance from the hotel to the airport. So that was also an issue for her as well. Then the resort itself that she stayed at was a resort that was not connected. So you had multiple buildings, and where they stayed compared to where the actual location was, that was also another issue for that particular planner. So it's very important that you do your adequate research before you actually get onto the destination, and then you become frustrated because you are unable to get what you want. So she also brought in flowers. Well, she didn't have the right permits, so customs agricultural department did not give permission for some of the flowers to actually enter. So right there, the entire theme of the client's wedding, we are already experiencing problems. But that is because of the lack of adequate planning that was done. Because if she had dealt with a local florist, they would have said to her, you need to apply for a local permit. Then you get from overseas, you get what is called a phyto certificate, which is the overseas certificate telling the local authorities all the checks have been done, there are no diseases, those plants could come in. If she had also checked, she would have also realized that some of the flowers on her list were not flowers that you could import because they were grown locally in that particular destination. So it's very, very important that you need to establish a great amount of connections in the various destinations to ensure that you do not have those issues, and then you are now misguiding your clients as to what a destination wedding looks like in a particular country. So I just wanted to just give that quick note in terms of being unprepared. Testimonials, as I said, are great. For each client that you have, it is super important you do that post-review with your clients and to ensure that you get really good testimonials from your clients, which you could then share. So what are the social media platforms that you need to be on? There are so many of them. What you need to first do is to decide who is your target audience. And so that then determines what platform you want to be on. Because if you're looking at maybe the baby boomers, you probably need to look at having a Facebook account. If you're looking at Gen Z, you probably need to have Snapchat and Instagram, and now you have Threads, so you probably need to be on those platforms. Pinterest is still where all the brides are going to look and see what's trending. So they are gonna send you their mood boards, and that is what then you will use to ask either the resort or the local vendors as to whether or not they are able to do those things. Your websites, make sure your websites are up to date with current information. And I say all the time, treat your website as a storefront. So every so often, change the imagery on there, sometimes change the wordings. If you're doing SEO, which is search engine optimization, your webmaster may guide you in terms of what words you must have. So even when you're rewriting, you ensure that those words are actually in there. Blogging, tell of your experience. And blogging now can be done written or via video with vlogging. Those things go a long way. If you have a YouTube channel as well, that also helps. Paid marketing is also key. So you can certainly use whichever platform that you're on and do ads for that particular area. And you could do that based on either your postal codes you could use to guide you. Collaborations, ensure that you actually work. It's always a win-win if you do something with somebody else within the industry, because again, engagement, you get into their followers and they are able to also access yours, and it's a win-win. Email marketing is also another good way for you to be able to get clients. Partnering with industry professionals, that helps. It also works to cost savings, because then you can either do an event, whether it be a virtual event or an in-person event, that saves money. Partnering with industry professionals as well, it reaches in terms of your reliability, the types of vendors that you're actually working with, that helps. The local expertise all the time, again, I've stressed that so much. You ought to have not just the hotel, but establish the other persons within, the cakes, the florals. And how you could even find that, you might be asking, by just going, searching on those hashtags, florist in Jamaica, cake maker in Jamaica, DJ in Jamaica, or Jamaican DJ, and you will get a whole range, and then you start the relationship building. And of course, they just help in terms of streamlining your process overall. How do you connect with us? For Dreamy Weddings, we have a website, dreamyweddings.com. We have a toll-free number, and we also on the social media platforms. On our nonprofit, which is Caribbean Weddings and Events Professionals, we also have a website and IG, as well as on Facebook. I'll leave that up for a little bit if you want to take. And of course, if you want the presentation, you could always reach out to the folks at the Expo and make the presentation available to them. You could also reach out to me. I think I was supposed to share the sound on the video. I'm not sure if I did that, that you could hear. Yes, me.
Keep the applause going.
Accepted our award for Caribbean Wedding Planner of the Year. So on that note, I say thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I'm open to answering them for you. Thank you.
All right, does anyone have any questions? All right, okay. All right, here is a question for you, Natalie.
Can you please repeat the different social media for the different age group?
Okay, so if you're looking at the baby boomers, I would recommend having a Facebook page. Ensure you have a Facebook page. And if you have a Facebook page, it has to be a business page. So, you know, when you're on Facebook, if you have a personal Facebook account, there's a button that says create a page. So you go there and you create a page for your business. So, for example, I would go and I would create Dreamy Weddings. If you are Jay's Travel, go and do Jay's Travel. Do not at any time use your personal page as your business page. And then if you're doing Gen Z, you ought to have either a Snapchat or an Instagram page. How many of you I mean, I can't see you, but how many of you actually do have social media, active social media pages?
That's about half of the crowd that raised their hands, Natalie.
Okay, excellent. That's a good start. Continue. Even while you're in Jamaica, your stories, you should be sharing on your stories so that your clients could see what it is that you're doing, the beautiful sights, even at evenings or at sunset, if you're out at a cocktail, you know, share those imagery so that they can see that and entice them to asking you questions about Jamaica when you get back home. Any more questions? Anything that I did not cover that you'd want me to touch on as well?
All right, we have another question.
Hi, good morning. Davey Murray here from CDW Events Limited / Bling My Wedding Trinidad. I have a question for you. We would like to also tap into your market in addition to hearing a little more insight as to the conference you attended in Mexico. Could you elaborate a bit, please?
Okay, so essentially what you normally do is when you say my market, just be clear, what market you're speaking to?
Well, we are television producers and we actually produce series in Trinidad. So the market we are looking at is to getting into being partners with the wedding industry in your island, and also again to elaborate a little bit more on the conference that you had in Mexico.
Okay, all right. So, okay, as a television series, I would probably say then, starting off with joining in the association, which is CWEB, then you are able to then start to network with the other professionals within the Caribbean base on a whole, because you do have vendors who actually do have weddings that you may want to actually promote, or probably even build a series on what it's like to experience a destination wedding in Jamaica as opposed to, say, St. Lucia or Antigua. So that is something that you can do within the members itself, within the Caribbean. In terms of the conferences that I have attended, so there have been many. So you do have, for example, you have it at different levels. So you have the Wedding MBA that's attended, that one is actually in Vegas. And that brings a variety, over 5,000 professionals within the industry, where you have networking sessions and you also have sessions of an educational format. You also have, for example, there's Engage Summit, which is more of the luxurious market, and they have those in different places all over, not just the Caribbean or the US. They also promote those in Europe as well. So again, as a TV company, you would need to determine what program you want to actually put out there, and then I could then guide you into which one works best for you. My details are there so that you could contact me if you want.
Keep the applause going. Keep the applause.
All right, thank you. I was just about to say we have your details, so thank you very much. We'll be in touch.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for her one more time. Thank you very much, Natalie.
Thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. Natalie John, CEO of Dreamy Weddings St. Kitts. All right, we are going to go right into our next presenter. And I'm excited to introduce her yet again. She is a reoccurring presenter here at Jamaica Bridal Expo. She is excellent at what she does. And last night I realized that she's also excellent on the dance floor. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak to us on being primed for success, building a 5-star bridal business, I ask that you put your hands together and welcome the sensational Sarah Stanford, the Managing Director for Bliss Bridal Boutique, Jamaica. We got to get it right. That's just how she is. Not just sensational, but also can be sassy when she's ready. And that's why we love her so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make her welcome Mrs. Sarah Stanford.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. I'm every single day. I'm so powerful. Hey, hey, I don't need batteries today. There you go. I'm so confident. All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you so much. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you all for attending this morning. I hope you all are looking forward to a wonderful day with lots of education. We already had a really, really great presentation earlier, so I'm looking forward to speaking to all of you today. So, first of all, I want to start by giving a huge thank you to Peter and Joanne and their team. Year after year, yes, thank you. Year after year, they put all their passion, all their effort into putting on this event, putting on the bridal professional conference, and really I think their passion lies in showcasing to the world and to destination brides and grooms the wonderful island that Jamaica is and all that we have to offer. And for that, we want to give them a big, big round of applause. Oh, I didn't get the clicker. I need my clicker. Thank you. You know, things aren't always perfect, but we make the best of it. Right. So, anyway. Oh. We'll get there. Did everybody have a good time last night? Yes? Wasn't Big J awesome? I love him as a DJ. He just knows how to get it and build a vibe. All right, well, we'll just sit down here and chat. Tell me, where's everybody from? Where are you guys from? Where? Cleveland. Okay. All right. Is it starting to get a little bit cooler now in Cleveland? Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, meanwhile, we're here like sweating bullets, right? All right, now we're ready. Okay, so my name is Sarah E. Stanford. I am an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for about 21, 22 years now, right? I am the owner of Bliss Bridal Boutique. Bliss Bridal Boutique is a brick-and-mortar bridal store located in Kingston, Jamaica, where we transform every woman into the bride that she's always dreamed she could be. So at Bliss Bridal Boutique, we rent and sell wedding gowns. I am also the owner of Sarah E. Bridal, and that is my styling brand. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of tidbit of what bridal styling is. Bridal styling is not just, oh, here's a bride, she needs a wedding dress, let's find some wedding dresses for her. I like to think of a bridal stylist or a good bridal stylist as someone who is like the wedding planner, but for the bridal attire. So I work with the bride on finding her perfect gown. I work with the bride on alterations and customizations on the gown. I work with the bride on finding the right designer for her bridesmaids' dresses or just the right vendor, helping her put together her color scheme and all of that. If the groom needs his tuxes, I had a bride and groom the other day,
Everybody was in Montego Bay. The wedding was in Portland, and they wanted suits from the States. So we had to get all the groomsmen to Kingston to meet with my seamstress to do all the measurements. And then, it's funny, they always say if you don't know how to do something, tell them yes and figure it out after. I have no idea how to translate men's measurements into suit sizes. So I had no idea. So I just had to do the research, and pray to the Lord that I got it right. And I got it right. Little alterations were needed, but I got it right. So those are some of the things that we do. A lot of destination brides will have anxiety as it relates to certain vendors, especially when it comes to hair and makeup, because they haven't been here, they haven't met the vendors, they're only seeing what's on Instagram, and sometimes, you know, feel like Instagram is a liar. You know, you have to make sure you figure out what is what. So my job is to make sure I am like that in between, to bridge the gap between the bride and the groom and the vendors here locally when it comes to the entire bridal party attire. So that's what I do as a bridal stylist. I'm also an author. In 2020, I did write a book. It is available on Amazon. It is the Jamaican Bride's Ultimate Guide to Wedding Planning. I am not a wedding planner, but being a bridal stylist and a boutique owner for 12 years really gave me a great deal of insight, right? And so I was able to go ahead and do that in 2020. I'm a public speaker and a vitiligo advocate. In case anyone hasn't noticed, I have vitiligo. I've had vitiligo since I was 8 years old, so we're going on in October, that'll be 40 years that I have had vitiligo, right? If anybody has any questions about vitiligo, please feel free to ask me. I will never tell you no, because I think it is so important not only to represent, but to also educate. All right? And the last thing about me, I also am the owner of Sarah E Consulting, which is a human resources consulting firm. So what I do there is I assist new job seekers, people who are changing careers, people who are getting back into the workforce with reviewing and revamping their resume, creating new resume, job interview skills, and recruiting. Okay? So that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Okay. So every year, Joanne says to all of the speakers, about a month or so in advance, I need your topic. So all right, I give her my topic. But almost every year, when I start really getting into the nitty-gritty, I'm like, oh, I'm not really feeling that. You know, so, my little sister laughing at me. So I think the title says, Primed for Success. I forget exactly what it says, but I'm changing it up a little bit because not everybody here is in bridal. Not everybody here wants to own a bridal boutique. So today we're going to talk about unlocking the secrets of becoming a 5-star bridal professional. If you're a travel agent and you're not in the bridal industry, just kind of take these tips and relate it to your own personal, your business and your brand. Okay, so the first thing is competence showcases confidence. Good? So we all are hopefully competent in what we do, but do we know how to showcase that to each individual client? How are you coming across to your client? How much do you actually know? Last year I spoke about creating a bridal avatar. I don't know if any of you were here last year, but we spoke about creating a bridal avatar. And that is like a little image of what your ideal bride is. Not just her age, not just where she's from, but we want to know, what does she like to eat? Where does she like to go? What does she do for fun? Because that's really going to help to tell you not only who you're marketing to, but how you market to her, right? And so that is part of the competence, because once you know your bridal avatar and you're advertising to her, and then she comes to patronize your business, then now you are competent in who she is, and then you can relate to her, and then you can be confident. And once you instill your confidence and you exude that, then that gives the bride confidence in you that you're going to not give her a 6 for a 9. You're going to give her what you told her you were going to give her, okay? So just a little example. One of the things I do is I do my BBTs, which are Bliss Bridal Tips, right? And that helps to showcase my confidence and my confidence. And as I keep doing them, I have BBTs on YouTube from 2011, 2012, and to this day, brides will still come to me and speak about that. So I just wanted to show you a little example of that. Yeah.
Bells, it's Sarah Stanford here. And today I want to help you guys figure out if you should rent or buy your gown and the 3 things you need to consider. The first thing you need to consider is your budget. Do you have the budget to purchase a designer wedding gown? Most of these gowns are going to cost $1,000 US or more, so decide if you have the budget for that. Number 2, are you the sentimental kind of girl? Are you the girl that's going to want to keep this wedding dress to pass down to your daughter or maybe wear it on your 25th anniversary? If so, and you have the budget, definitely purchase your gown. And the third thing, are you going to be comfortable wearing a gown that somebody else has already worn? If you don't think you're going to be comfortable with that, then definitely purchase your gown. If those things really aren't big concerns to you, then by all means, go ahead and rent your gown. Trust me, you will not be disappointed.
So if you're not big on being in front of the camera, that's okay. You know, nobody's necessarily looking for a movie star. But if you have the information up here and you want to relate to your clients, and take the opportunity to do it. Sometimes the greatest success comes from stepping out of your comfort zone. Yeah? All right. So today we're going to talk about STAR. It's a little acronym I came up with. Service, tactics and training, my absolute favorite, which is authenticity, accountability, and adaptability. And then the R stands for relate and response. All right? Or sorry, relate and resonate. I keep forgetting I need to go over here. Okay, hold on. Oh, nope. Gotta go back. Okay, I got it. No, let me try. Let me try, and if I can't do it, then you'll do it with me. Okay, here we go. Great. So if I were to ask any of you out here, why do you think your clients came to you or continue to come to you? I think a good majority of you are going to tell, well, service. You know, I give great service, right? Right? Everybody we hope we all are out there giving good service. I went out, well, you know, kind of give average service. You know, if I feel like it, I might give some good service. We all give good service. But my question to you is your service intentional? My question to you is your service customer obsessed or is it self-obsessed? Good? I'm going to give you an example of the difference between customer obsessed and self-obsessed. In the bridal industry, many of us charge a fee for an appointment fee for a consultation. So a customer-obsessed communication via email or whatever would be something to the effect of, in order to ensure we are able to dedicate and you're able to have a one-on-one dedicated appointment with your bridal stylist, we do charge a non-refundable $50 fee. A self-obsessed is going to say, because we don't want you to cancel the appointment on us last minute, we charge you a non-refundable $50 fee to ensure that you're going to show up. Both of them achieve the same result. Both of them are telling you that we charge a fee. But which one is making the bride feel like this fee is going to be worth it? Customer obsessed. Yeah? The next thing is intentional service is built and not found. Test and measure. Even that little email that I'm telling you about, you know, we have to kind of figure out the best way to coach it, the best way to communicate, right? You really need to think about the different things that are going to really create that customer obsessed service and build on that. And in order to do that, you have to be absolutely obsessed with listening and learning. The best salespeople listen, right, before they speak. They do more listening than they do talking. I'm sure all of you have done this at some point in time. It is so easy to talk yourself out of a sale, right? Sometimes you just need to keep it up, but when you're being quiet, there's purpose in that silence, and the purpose is to listen and gather information, right? And sometimes the information you're gathering is negative feedback, but you need to be able to turn that negative feedback into positive results. Sometimes, you know, you might have a client that says something and it kind of, oh, that one kind of hurt, right? So you can either decide that you're going to lap that up, you know, and go home and complain to hubby or whoever that, oh my gosh, I can't believe this bride said this and this bride said that. Okay, she said it, now what? What you gonna do with the information, right? Even if she may not even be 100% correct in her assertion or what she said, what if she was correct? What if she was correct? Let's use a hypothetical, get into a hypothetical mindset. Well, if she was correct, how would I fix it? What would I do? Right? And then you can start to make changes. Negative feedback can foster and drive positive results if you look at it correctly and from a positive space. Okay? All right. Tactics and training. I'm going to stop modeling wedding dresses now. I think I've aged out. Tactics and training. Tactics and training are basically two different things that get you to the same place, okay? Tactics are intentional practices implemented to drive exceptional results. Tactics are intentional practices implemented to drive exceptional results. And training is the intentional education on those practices. So I'm going to tell you about two practices that I have at Bliss Bridal Boutique. A bride can get in contact with us in a few different ways: DM, email, website, phone call. I'm not a fan of WhatsApp, but I'm getting there, right? But those are the four places that a bride can get in contact with us. And when she gets in contact with us and fills out our appointment request form, she gets a standard email. Thank you, confirming your appointment, this is the time, so on and so forth. But for us, one of our intentional practices is a phone call. You're gonna get the email, but we're gonna call you. And there are two reasons for that phone call. First, is to confirm all the information that you gave me is correct. I had a bride the other day said her wedding, this was on the 5th of September, she said her wedding was the 6th of September and she wanted an appointment for the 7th of September. Well, that didn't make any sense. Turns out she meant December. So we call to confirm that all the information is accurate and we know what we're doing. And then we call to begin to build rapport. What kind of dresses you're looking for? Who's coming with you to your appointment? Have you been shopping before? How has that experience been, right? My name is Stacy and I'm gonna be your bridal consultant for the day. And when you tell her, when she says who she's bringing, oh, I'm gonna bring my best friend. Oh, okay, what's her name? Oh, her name is Ashley, okay. So when my girl steps in, you know, hi Stacy, hi Ashley, how are you? I'm your bridal consultant, Sarah, I'll be working with you today, right? So we begin to build rapport from those things, right? Very, very important. And so I find that a phone call, technology is fabulous. I will never knock it, but I still think, and maybe that's the almost 50 in me, I feel that nothing beats a phone call. One of the other tactics I use, and it was something that I developed when I had my courier company, more so when I was dealing with clients that had issues with me. 9 times out of 10 in the bridal industry, when a bride comes in and her entourage, they sit down and the consultant stands up. I don't like that. It creates almost like a power struggle. So I'm over you, I'm gonna tell you what you need, I'm gonna tell you and you're gonna give me your money. It kind of creates that environment, right? Or it can create that environment. So for me at Bliss, we have the sofa area where the bride and her entourage sit, and then we have a chair beside it, right? We kind of got rid of it a little bit during COVID, but we slowly bringing it back, right? So after we do the introduction and stuff and we're getting into the nitty-gritty and we're gonna have a conversation, then we sit and we have a conversation, because now we're trying to create a different energy, a different feeling. We're trying to make sure you and I are friends, right? We're gonna work together, and my goal is to help you become the bride you've always dreamed you could be, right? And I'm not here to try and push you into I want to listen. And when somebody's sitting down with you and looking at you at your level, then it creates a different environment and it allows the bride and her entourage to be a little bit more open to you, okay? So those are some of the tactics. And of course, we educate our team on those tactics. Education doesn't have to be, we're gonna do a formal training seminar, you know, once every quarter and once every week. We don't, that doesn't have to be it. Those things are good and they should happen from time to time. But you might be in your office and you hear one of your consultants having a conversation with the bride, and she said something that made you feel like she was unsure about a particular thing. And you know, at the end of the day, you say, hey, Andrea, I was listening to you talking to Ashley and her mom today, and I heard you said, are you having some challenges with this area? And just do little refreshers, right? I need retraining, you know, all the time, because if you own a business and you think you know everything, then you're going to get a point where you own nothing because everybody's going to go way ahead of you, right? Always be open to listening and learning, as I said. Let me do this right this time. Yeah. All right. So now we've reached the favorite part of my presentation where we're talking about authenticity, accountability, and adaptability. Authenticity, you need to show up in every space as yourself. Good? Nothing grinds my gears more in the bridal industry than bridal boutiques that on their Instagram, on their website, on their Facebook, they have all these fabulous dresses, fabulous designer gowns. Now I know these gowns, and I know they sell for upwards of 10,000, 15,000 US. But I know, that there's no, I know that there's no way that this particular store is going to be able to do that. But they have all these wonderful dresses. But then when you see either pictures of the real brides in the same dress, or when a bride goes to the store, what they're actually getting is a knockoff version of the designer dress that they posted. Right? Bait and switch, right. Authenticity is probably, in my opinion, more than anything I've ever said, one of the most important things that you can have in your business. Whatever your storefront looks like online when the person drives up and walks in, that's what you must look like. I can't tell you how many times I have, just the other day actually, bride was waiting around the front and I walked around and I said, hi. And I said, my name is Sarah. She goes, oh my God, you look exactly like you look on Instagram. And I'm like, thank God, right? Because sometimes I don't feel like it, but I make the effort every day, right? So authenticity is key. Accountability. Listen, we all make mistakes. None of us are perfect, right? In bridal, for me, I've had dresses where there have been shipping delays. I've had dresses where there have been delays because of something with the designer, something with the shipping company, or quite frankly, something with me or my team. Somebody didn't put an order in on time, or whatever it is, it has happened. So my job now is, as soon as I recognize that there is a delay, is to reach out to my client and say, hey, here's the situation. No, I'm not saying she's not going to be frustrated. I'm not saying she's not going to be upset. I'm not saying that her anxiety may not go through the roof. However, what I am saying, because you showcased your competence and your confidence, right? Because you went ahead and was building trust, because you've been authentic from day one all the way now today, when you give her that information, she's going to be like, okay, I don't like this, but I trust Sarah, but I trust Stacy, right? And so I know she's not going to leave me out there. So I'm just going to, and then you continue to update her throughout the process. So accountability is extremely important. You can't just wait and then, last minute, because then at that point in time, you've already lost her. Good? Don't go through all this effort and build all this trust just to knock it down because you didn't make the phone call when you should have made the phone call. Good? And lastly is adaptability. Very important. In the bridal industry, the bridal industry is a very trendy one. Trends come, trends go. There was a point in time that all I saw on Instagram was pampas grass. Is that its name? Pampas grass? Good. And then with wedding dresses, all you see is like uber bling. But then it switched, and it was all after what's your name? Harry wife, Meghan. When Meghan got married in that very simple, no beaded, long sleeve. Listen, the amount of brides that came to me and just wanted simple, simple, simple. Good? And I love a simple dress, but I digress. You need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to recognize the trends. What I don't want you to do, however, is get into what I like to call an analysis paralysis. Good? Where you start to overthink everything, right? And I don't mean to be biased, but I think us women tend to overthink a lot, right? So I don't want you to overthink everything. Let's say you are the wedding planner and you did your bridal avatar, and you know your bridal avatar is boho chic. She's the bride that's going to get married on the beach barefoot with the flowy dress and like a baby's breath headband. That's your bride, right? So she's like the pampas grass bride. But now the trend is, uber luxurious and hydrangeas and flowers and chandeliers, and you say, oh my gosh, but that's what everybody's looking for. So now you're going to start to change your social media to kind of reflect that. You're going to start investing and putting money into getting some of these chandeliers and whatever, whatever, whatever. But guess what? You haven't changed who your bridal avatar is. You're still getting the boho chic bride who wants to get married on the beach with the sand in between her toes, but then you're showing her some 16-foot chandelier and ice sculptures. Good? So you need to be able to adapt to the trends, but don't let them overwhelm you. Don't let them take you over, because the trend is going to come, and baby, it's going to go. And it's going to come back to what you were doing. Listen, I'm digressing. I apologize, but I'm just going to say it. Nothing beats classic. If you keep it classy, you're going to always be in style. Facts? Good stuff. All right. Hey now. All right, so the last one we want to talk about today is relate and resonate. Good? So it's very self-explanatory. Good, we're talking about understanding, exercising empathy. But when you exercise the empathy, please be authentic, right? I don't want you to, come off as not being real, yeah? Because that we can see through that time and time again, yeah? Shared experiences. I think that's one of the most effective ways to relate and resonate with a bride. I got married in Kingston, in Stony Hill, in a place called Boone Hall, right? Boone Hall is a wonderful venue. And when I got married, so that's where I got married. And one of the questions we ask a bride on our registration form is, where's the venue? From IC, a bride said, Boone Hall. Guess what? At some point in time in the conversation, I said, oh my God, that's where, I got married there. It was 12 years ago though. Really? Yeah, man. So you're using the garden in the front or the garden in the back? Oh, I'm using the front garden. I wanted to use that garden in there, but it was too big. But it's really, really pretty. You're going to have a really, really good time. And the service there was really great. Good? And so now you've had a shared experience with her. And again, that allows her to relate to you a little bit more. Okay? Tailoring the experience. So again, we go back to everything that we did. All that is a part of tailoring the experience, right? And then all of that, again, is a part of building trust, right? So we need to do all these things to ensure that we create the perfect experience for our clients. So I feel like third time's a charm. All right, so to recap, good? We need to be what? Thank you. Oh, I love it. Right? And we need to be absolutely obsessed with listening and learning at all times, okay? Always listen and learn, right? Show up in every space as yourself. Very, very important. Now, when I say as yourself or showing up, I'm not just talking about you, and how you present yourself. I'm talking about your brand. I'm talking about your store, your office, when you call a bride, that sort of thing. Good? So if your bridal boutique is in the deep south, right? And there are just things that come along with the deep south, the accent, the yes ma'am, no ma'am, and I absolutely love it, right? And then you have a consultant who comes with this, New York type attitude or New York type vibe. Your brides aren't gonna vibe with them, right? So we need to show up. So not just you showing up, your brand showing up, your team members showing up. Everybody needs to show up as themselves, okay? And whatever that means for your store as well. In bridal, 9 times out of 10, your bridal consultants will wear full black. Does anybody know why? No, when you watch Say Yes to the Dress, all the consultants are in all black. Right. It's not about you, it's about the bride. Good? So you must start that, and that's why they do it that way, right? Now, it depends a little bit because sometimes brides are going to want to see somebody that is kind of fashionable and knows what, but you can do that in all black. Yeah? You're good to go. Good? Good, exactly. And negative feedback gives positive results. We spoke about that. And the analysis paralysis. And the analysis paralysis is not just business advice, it's life advice. Yeah? I mean, like when, let's see if I can find an example of my analysis paralysis. Oh gosh, there's so many. But like even when okay, perfect example. When I was gonna open Bliss back in 2012, When my husband and I told people what the idea was, oh, but people don't buy wedding dress in Jamaica. Everybody gonna fly out and get wedding dress. Who's going to go a wedding bridal store and da 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 da? And it was all this stuff. And then I started saying to myself, are they right? But I think I'm gonna be good at this, and I think there's a market. But then I start to overanalyze, and it was taking me a while until eventually my husband said, "Hey, stop. Yeah, let's figure this thing out and let's move on." And 12 years later, not only am I the largest bridal store in Jamaica, and not only am I the largest bridal trunk show in the Caribbean, right? But they're also, right? But there's also tons of competition. The amount of bridal stores that have opened up in the past, when I started, there were about 4, right? Now, and I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but I think there are at least 35 or 40 all over the place, all over the island, right? So if people weren't going to get wedding dresses in Jamaica, how come we now have 40 bridal stores? Yeah? So don't get caught up in the analysis paralysis. And last, which just brings everything back together, everything that we're doing today really just comes back to building trust. If you build trust in your clients, you can't go wrong. They may not always buy with you, but guarantee you they'll refer somebody if they don't buy with you. You may not have everything they have, but they will refer somebody if they don't buy from you, okay? All right, thank you so much. That is my time today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? You know, every year I come here, I ask that question, and nobody ever have any questions, but it's okay. I'll just assume that means I did a great job. Okay, thank you.
Come on, let's put our hands together one more time for Sarah. All right, so we're going to take a quick breather, just a little break between our next presenter, just to ease our mind a little bit, to relax and unwind. Can I get some volunteers up here, please? And I want the individuals to walk with their phones. Can I have 10 persons, please? Anybody, just come and get up, change your position. 10 persons, walk with your cell phones. I'd like some men. We are few in numbers, so I'd love at least 2 to 3 of our men. Stand up here for me, please. So we got 2. I need 8 more. I'm looking for some of the men in the room to come on up as well. That's 4. 6 more to go. Come the virgin. Pick up your phone and come, man. Ladies, he's the only man sitting among you. Give him his cell phone and tell him to come up here, please. My friend over here from Jamaica Tourist Board, who's looking all around the place, I'm volunteering you to come on up. Come on. From last night, people are targeting you, Virgin. You've been a target from last night. You think I didn't see you on the dance floor with our singer? Cell phone and come. Come on up, come on up. All right, lovely. No, that's good. That makes it the compliment of 10. All right, so we got 6 beautiful ladies and 4 okay-looking men. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. I'm playing. All right, so lovely folks. To be in the wedding planning industry, it requires having a lot of patience, as I said earlier, but it also requires the ability to multitask. Am I right? It requires the ability to take instructions, and as I believe it was Sarah who said it, or it was Natalie, you also have to listen to you have to be able to listen to your clients, to listen and learn what they want of you so that you can execute and do what they require. So this, my lovely friends, is going to be an exercise that tests how well you can take instructions and how well you can multitask to do what is required of you. So this is going to be a simple game, an improvised version of Simon Says. Everybody's familiar with Simon Says? All right, so this one, we won't use the word Simon. We'll substitute the word Simon for the word cell phone. are smart devices which we often have to use to do a lot of our businesses and to communicate with our clients. So let me see everybody's cell phone. Lovely. Now, the only instructions I'm going to give you is that you must keep your eyes on me at all times. And you must also listen keenly to what I say. I will be giving you instructions to which you must follow when I use the word cell phone. If you do something I didn't tell you to do without the use of the word cell phone, then you will be OUT, out, and you'll be asked to take your seat. All right? Hopefully, Peter or Joanne, we can offer a little token to the person who wins this competition. No, I like your ambition. She says she wants to win a 3-night stay at a hotel. S Hotel. Oh, you like it there, don't it? Over there, nice, not true. You take a picture with Bob Marley? All right, so everybody, cell phone in the air. All right, so here we go. This is just a warm-up. Cell phones up, cell phones down. Cell phones up, down. All right, so you see you would be out as well, all right? Cell phones down. Cell phones on your head, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones up, down. You would be out. All right, put your cell phones down. So everybody following what I'm going to do? Are we ready? All right, here we go. Cell phones up, cell phones down. Cell phones on your head, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones up, cell phones down. Up, 1, 2, take a seat. Take a seat, you are out. Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. All right, cell phones up, cell phones on your tummy, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your head, up, cell phones down. All right, gonna clap them for that, that was good. All right. Ready, let's go. Cell phones on your belly, cell phones on your elbow, cell phones up, on your shoulder. Have a seat. Guys, wanna now make we look good as men. The ladies say it all the time, men don't listen to instructions and they're just proving it right. You're our last hope. Cell phones up, cell phones on your shoulders, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your tummy, cell phones on your back, on your tummy, cell phones on your tummy, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your elbow, cell phones on your knee, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your head, up, cell phones down. I like this. All right. Cell phones up, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your knee. Should she be out? You're out. She was stuck here for a minute. Like, cell phones up, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your tummy, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your knee. Cell phones up, cell phones on your head, cell phones on your belly, back on your head. Cell phones up, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones down, on your shoulder. Cell phones up, cell phones down, cell phones on your belly, on your back. Is he out? Is it both of them? Come, cell phones up, on your belly, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your head, cell phones on your back. Cell phones up, cell phones down, on your shoulders. Go sit down. Cell phones up, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your elbow. Cell phones up. Cell phones down. Cell phones on your head. Cell phones on your shoulder. Cell phones on your head. On your back. On your back.
You said on your back.
Right. No, 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 you're good. He's out. Cell phones up. Cell phones up, cell phones down. Cell phones on your shoulder. Cell phones on your belly. Cell phones up. Cell phones on your shoulder. Cell phones on your belly. Cell phones on your back. Cell phones on your shoulder. On your belly. You tried, you tried, you tried. All right, so we got 2 left. Clap our finalists, clap our finalists. Come on over, come on over, come on over. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? All right, let's go. Cell phones up, cell phones down, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your belly, cell phones up, cell phones down, up, cell phones on your shoulder, cell phones on your belly, cell phones on your back, cell phones on your ankle. Our winner, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Come on, quickly, tell us your name.
My name is Laree from Lovely Destination.
Laree?
Yes.
From Lovely Destinations. Give it up for her. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right, so we are ready for our next presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take the stage for this introduction. Now, the next presenter, ladies and gentlemen, is easily one of, if not the most involved vendor in Jamaican weddings, all right, and plays a vital role to the decor, the ambiance, the experience of what each and every client experiences once they step foot in a wedding that is involving our next presenter's business. Talking on the topic, this one moment in time, it gives me pleasure to introduce the one, the only, Dr. Paulette Tai Chung Hussman, the Managing Director for Thai Flower Services Limited, Jamaica. Let's make her welcome as she comes.
Thank you so very much.
Check 1, 2.
Thank you so very much. It's so amazing to be here again. Thank you very much, Peter and Joanne, for having me back. What I'm sure will be an amazing event, as it is always, and I'm so happy to meet you all. I'm going to get right into it because I don't want Joanne to be waving a flag at me this year, and I have so much to share. This has been one of the most amazing years that I've ever had. And thank you. And if you've heard me speak before, for me it's all about moments in time, hence the title. And in looking back on my life, that there are these moments that I know will be changing me forever. And this year has been like that for me and for our company. Never before have I ever been as challenged to deliver on, or given the opportunity even, to deliver on such amazing design and decor. So much so that we have now started what we call our signature events, because this is measured by a lot of things, not how beautiful they are, but also the level of trust that our clients have placed in us to deliver on these beautiful concepts. And also the amount of suffering that has happened to deliver on these beautiful designs, because it is hard work. And it means, multiple teams of persons coming together. We have an excellent team, but we also depend on our support teams. And this year, I want to make absolutely clear that it's not just us. There's so many persons involved in putting together these events. And Jamaica as a country has so much incredible talent here. If you are thinking of having an event, look no further. This is the place to be. We have everything here, and extremely amazing persons involved throughout the industry. And I wanted to quickly start by playing our first video. Take a look at this event.
I am just in awe of the incredible few days that we've had celebrating Tiffany and Dane, and we've been turned up since about Thursday.
When I felt at my worst and I wondered if God had given up on me, He sent me you to remind me that I deserve all that is special and honorable and joyous in this world, because that is what you are.
I like what I see when you two are together.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing, and I think you found a great thing in her.
I want to thank Muriel for giving me Tiffany.
I wish you guys a long marriage filled with happiness, peace, and lots of love.
Thank you for being the knight in shining armor who has come along and swept my best friend off of her feet.
One thing I commend you for is consistency. Consistency wrapped in loyalty and honor and honesty. The most respectful, proud man whose purpose is to provide and protect me and our children. And you fine too, I can't leave that part out.
I hope that everyone here at this wedding will also be there for their marriage.
You may kiss your bride.
Thank you for your calming energy, for your soothing presence, and the tender way that you love Tiffany, and your children.
I vow to now and forever love you, to treat you as a queen, and to always be in your corner, no matter the conditions or situations. You are my person, my best friend. I love you. I love you to the moon and back.
I would like to thank Tiffany and Dane Burkett for sharing this video with us, and also Elite Media Concepts for their amazing videography. So this arch was actually Tiffany's favorite part of the wedding. It took close to 5,000 hydrangeas to get this done. That structure we had to raise to over 15 feet high just to accommodate the scale of the arch. And an interesting, this is at the Cliffs, by the way. I cannot forget them. The Cliff Hotel was absolutely amazing. Beautiful, beautiful location. The flowers surrounding the arch, we actually had to hide a hedge that was all orange Exora flowers. So it took, I'll have to admit that even at the last moment, we were still trying to camouflage those plants because the Cliffs would not allow us to cut not even one stem. So we had to get very creative in how to camouflage that. But this structure took a team of 15 florists to complete. We did garlands at our Negril store all night long just to be able to install this. Of course, the dress was incredible, and so we had to do a beautiful Phalaenopsis orchid bouquet to match. And we, Tiffany really, really wanted to have flowers down the length of the aisle and beautiful gold chairs, so we used chameleon chairs with white flowers and roses included here. So this space took us 4 days to set up, and we had rain on the second day. Thousands of yards of taffeta and fabric to just create that really poofy, soft glow for the tent. And of course, we had to do this 15 feet high. If I could show you pictures of my staff members on ladders and scaffolding just to get this done. And that was because Tiffany wanted to have the crystal curtains over the dance floor, but without any support beams. So we had to literally engineer all of this to be able to hang those crystal curtains overhead. The tables were not wide enough to accommodate the garlands that we made, so our team of carpenters actually had to construct those tables so that we could do that, 14-inch wide garland that went entirely down the length of the table. 14-inch, sorry, wide. The topiaries were so heavy, I think 3 persons had to carry them in. It was a mad scramble at the end because there were so many teams involved in pulling off the setting up of this reception. The arch that you see behind them, we actually had to relocate from the arch that I showed you for the ceremony. So you can imagine that, that was really incredible to get that done in just maybe an hour. There was so much detail and amazing detail of gold in this event. It just made it so beautiful and special. And of course, to cap it off, fireworks. Our second featured event today is at the Trial Hotel, and it was for Miss Alita Isaacs. And this is the 3rd series of events that we have done for Mistress Isaacs. And no one on this planet knows how to throw a party better than Mrs. Isaacs. So we were charged with the celebration of Forever in Paradise because this was an event that they wanted to use to celebrate everything that happened during COVID, all the birthdays, all the anniversaries. You know, they so miss family and friends, so they gathered their dearest and closest and came to Jamaica for a series of 3 events. I just wanted to show you this structure because God bless them. Sparkles took their time to produce this particular structure for us. We actually had to have them keep it very low because that was only one of the tents that we had to set up. So we were charged with setting up 4 events in 4 days using 2 tents. So we had to turn over each tent after the function. So I have to say that 3 weeks prior to this event, I could not sleep because I was just having panic attacks about how we were actually going to be able to execute, you know, 4 functions, turning over tents with full decor. You'll see as I go along. The first event, so that's the tent, low to the ground, and we had to deck it, of course. And then this is a special system that we have, which is a fiber optic lighting system. And it took about 13 staff members 2 days to comb those fibers through that mesh in order to cover the entire 40 by 100 tent completely in fiber optic lights. And I was so nervous about it when they actually raised this tent because they had to keep it very low. And in fact, it was so low, it was really challenging to work with. And when they raised this tent, that was when I felt like, okay, I'm not going to fail at this because now it's up and it's all good because we had never done this before, and this was a very nervous moment for us. Just a view of our carpenters going to work. And then the finished product. And I have to say that the picture doesn't even do it justice. It was just all white is what Miss Lolita wanted, and we, you know, just the fiber optic lights just made it glow. And then we had silver and white table linen for accents with clear chairs. And I also have to give credit to iCut and Print for the amazing work on the floor. So while we were setting up this tent, we also had to set up for the event that would come after. So we wired the tent because it's different chandeliers, different draping, and simultaneously we were also setting up the other tent. So the pool deck, the cocktail reception, all white of course, and then thanks to Montage for the beautiful work with the lighting and structures for the cocktail. So in the meantime, we were setting up the second tent. So needless to say, we did not sleep. So the second tent, that event was the Cotton Club night. So, you know, going back in time, I'll have to say to the entertainment was outstanding. Blowout for the first night, Cedric the entertainer for the first night, and then for the Cotton Club, I'll let you know in a few, because we had to keep a really big secret about who was coming. So our carpenters were fabricating. We draped in, that's the second tent. We had a lot of wind and we had rain, so we kept the support structures on them so that, you know, we wouldn't have an issue on the day off. So needless to say, in black and gold, draped in velvet, And that's the finished product with the cotton club, the black and gold. And again, thanks to Sparkles for being so patient with us because we had to play a little waiting game on this one. And then, of course, the vintage cars. And everyone dressed their part for this party. It was just so amazing to watch. So all the details, the record with the gold inlay, I cut and print as well on that. Gold and black. The Isley Brothers performed. It was just an amazing night. And then the last night, so this was the white tent. And in a night actually, because we were running behind, we transformed it to the pink tent. And this particular tent was for Mrs. Isaacs. She loved this tent, so everything pink, including the flooring, the table linen, the flowers, and we of course installed new chandeliers, and the team worked all through the night to transform this space. So beautiful pink accents on for cocktails again. Even the chair covers were customized with pink velvet. And the beautiful arches by Montage. I want to also give a nod to my photographer, Tiffany Luyen, who is amazing. They were there with us for 4 days, and also Ronaldo Martin for the video you're about to see. I just want you to see very quickly. Oh, that's us. We were so happy to have it completed. This was the brunch. So the black tent, we had to convert overnight for brunch, 10 o'clock the next day. So this was a beautiful brunch. Take a look at how it all came together. I also want to acknowledge Tammy Dickerson and Carlotta Baker from TBG Events, who planned this entire event for Lolita. and also Hammond Entertainment, who brought up that lovely entertainment here to Jamaica. Our third, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Our last event is actually very good friends of mine. Anjali and Manish Kotai had their wedding at the Hilton. And of course, it was an Indian wedding, and so celebrations went on for over 3 days. We love to do these events because of how beautiful everything is, how colorful, the ceremony, the families that come together for these events. And we're so happy to be a part of this. This is at the Hilton, and Montage did the beautiful lighting overhead for the first function. So some shots of the event. We created a hookah lounge for them. And then this was the Lindy event, and lots of color as usual, but with soft pink. Structures overhead, because this is usually early in the morning, so it's very important to create the proper shade and to keep everyone cool. But we absolutely love this design, customized all the cushions, stitched the covers for the sofas, just to get the right color mix for them for this event. The beautiful couple. Then for the ceremony, of course, they chose a golf cart to enter. And as usual, it's just such a beautiful ceremony to witness when, when the groom comes in and the family reaches out to greet him. And then this was the ceremony area, which we had to transform overnight, as usual. And of course, the bride coming in. And of course, my favorite night of all, the Sangeet. I love this one because, the event is not only about the bride and groom, but it's also about families coming together to celebrate and to sometimes meet each other for the first time. So this event is always very happy, lots of music, partying, games. This is the ballroom at the Hilton, and we transformed the ballroom into this with structures and lots of draping, and it was one of the most beautiful events I've ever done. Of course, the dancing is what I love most. We transformed overnight, or maybe I should say in a day, because the Sangeet event was over. No one would leave until about 4 in the morning, and then we had to transform it to an all-white event for 4 p.m. the next day. So so this is the ballroom transformed to white for the reception. And this is the video showing how it all came together.
तू अखियां मिला के तू मेरे नेड़े आजा फिलहाल हिल पाके वे तेरे उत्ते मरता तू गल्ला बड़ी करदा वे करके विखा जा नेड़े नेड़े आ तू आजा सोनिया down down you got me like crazy that you calling me मेरा bum diggy diggy bum bum you got me like crazy that you calling me
Thank you so very much. Video says so much more than images, right? I want to thank Ronaldo Martin for that amazing video that he did, and also the planner for the event, Nitu Vatswani. And for the first event, I also want to make sure that I thank Shakima Hines from Shakima Hines Events and Concierge. She was the planner for Tiffany. Can't leave her out. It was an amazing collaboration, and I want to thank you all very much for having me. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them. It was a celebration. Oh, the first one or the second?
The first one with the entertainer, celebrity entertainer, I think that was Gladys Knight.
Tiffany Burkett.
Tiffany Burkett?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't know that name.
Married name. It was Lolita. Lolita Isaacs.
The Isaacs. Thank you.
We had actually some issues with the black tent because we had very heavy wind that took out a lot of the draping that we did, and we had to actually reinstall. So we should have gotten that tent maybe 3 o'clock the day before, but because of the problems with the black tent, we actually started draping at, I think, about 11 o'clock the night before. So actually nothing was done except that we had pre-wired for chandeliers. So the team, when I got there in the morning at about 8 o'clock, the team had already completed the roof and the flooring was done. And when I saw that, I was like, okay, we're gonna be all right, because we had the furniture on standby. So I think we took maybe 10 hours to set the second function, to turn over that tent. But it wasn't without, a great deal of planning and meetings with the technical teams to see how best we could accomplish. And it was really, truly a group effort, a team effort with all of the parties involved, because we had staging to transform as well. And you know, at a certain point in the day, the band wants to come in to set up. So honestly, sometimes I don't know how we do it, except that we just don't stop, you know? We have a good team, and we're just going to get it done no matter what. Not here. Sometimes I mean, in that particular case, you know, there was no green available in Jamaica, you know, so we had to turn to our suppliers overseas to help us with some of the colors. And because of COVID, you know, there are still things that are lagging, even though we seem to be recovering, but you know, sometimes you can't get the right fabric anymore or the right containers, you know, things are always still a little behind, but it took us a very long time to gather everything together and months of preparation for these events. Yes.
That's a lot of detail, especially for the Indian and the Isaacs. How far in advance do you start the planning?
For Lolita, I think we started a year in advance, just working out the details, and it took the planners, Tammy and Carlotta, several trips to Jamaica to just meet with us to pick out the fabrics and the textures and what colors. So Ms. Lolita was in our office quite a bit to plan all of that detail, because pretty much everything was customized for that wedding, including the plates, the chargers that we use, including the plates that for the service, the wine glasses, everything had to have a certain look. You know, she's very particular, an amazing person. We love her. So we really wanted to make sure that we got every last detail, but it was not easy, not easy to find everything.
And can I ask you, how many sessions would you have completed within the year to make sure you have everything locked down?
Maybe about 8 or 10. We have a purchasing team that's just dedicated to finding the exact thing that's requested. So we have teams that are just concerned with purchasing, and then a lot of that furniture too, you know, was customized by our own upholsterers. Sometimes we make our own furniture, and so I think that's part of our strength as a company, is that we're able to customize for each event. And we also very rarely say no to anything. We figure it out afterwards, you know. Okay. Any other questions?
That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much.
We had one more question.
Morning. When you have to customize things for brides, how often do you find that you end up using back those things again? Or do you have people that use those things again?
We give a lot of consideration to what we purchase. And I always like to sort of stay ahead a little bit. We do a lot of research with what colors are fashionable, you know, the pink for Barbie this year. and so we are careful in what we purchase, and we also try to look at unusual things too that will make us stand out as a business. And then we have an excellent sales team that resells quite a lot of items, and you'll find that, you know, once your clients are able to see some of these things, then they will also request them. And sometimes in the way we design, we try to incorporate what we have. But we love to customize so that everything is a little bit different for each client. So we're very happy to do that too.
Can I hear it from up this side? Can I hear a round of applause once more for Dr. Paulette Tai-Chun Hussman? And that was her presentation on this one moment in time. What the moments were simply amazing. And it's what you would call out of the ordinary. Wouldn't you agree? Now, speaking of out of the ordinary, that leads us to our next presenter. Speaking on the topic, out of the ordinary, South Coast Weddings, is the president for Small Planet Consulting and the vice president for Jubilee Travel Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Judy Karwacki.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Okay, great. I'm just going to go ahead, and I'm sure someone will send me a chat if there's any problem. So it's great to be here, and I'm not in Jamaica at the moment. I've been there several times this year, but at the moment I'm at home in Vancouver. I am, as it says, I'm going to speak about South Coast Weddings. Myself, I am I'm not sure my slide is advancing here. Oh, here we go. Okay, great. Personally, I am also a Jamaica One Love specialist, and we do a lot of destination weddings in Jamaica. I also work in Jamaica a lot in community tourism. I've been working there off and on since 2006. And for the last almost over 11 years, I've been working with the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and the Ministry of Tourism and TPDCO and JTB on various community tourism projects, along with other funding agencies like Conservation International. And so what I want to do is, although I'm very familiar with all the all-inclusives, we do a lot of all-inclusive weddings ourselves, but through my work in Jamaica, I've been able to really come to appreciate all of the other great places that there are that will bring you more into the communities and give you a very different kind of option for doing weddings. So we're going to look at the South Coast, and this map of Jamaica, it's not readable, but it's from JTB, and it really just, that blue circle at the bottom shows you the general area that we're going to be speaking about. And this next map is a bit more of a close-up of it. And as you can see, there's a couple of arrows there. And one is focusing on Bluefields, and the other is Treasure Beach, which is considered to be the home of community tourism. So the South Coast area is really kind of this area from around Bluefields over to Manchester. And you do have some all-inclusives in there. As you can see, Sandals White House is there. But the vast majority of the hotels and in the area are not all-inclusives, and there's some really interesting options that you can choose to have a different sort of wedding. So first of all, we're going to look at Treasure Beach, and it's considered to be the home of community tourism in Jamaica. This is a community that has focused on community tourism. As you can see, that boat on the side says it's a home of community tourism. And the people there really want to give you a personal and up-close kind of experience. It's a 2-hour drive from Montego Bay, 2.5 from Kingston. There is an aerodrome for private flights, chartered flights. And the village itself is laid out on 5 bays. And when you talk to people about why they like Treasure Beach, you always get these comments about being such a laid back and relaxing atmosphere. It's much different than places like Montego Bay or Kingston or Ochi or Negril. So the first place that I'm going to show you is Jake's Resort. And this is a resort that's located right on the water in Treasure Beach. It was started many years ago by the Hensel family. And it started really as kind of a hippie inn, and over time has developed into a very, very nice property. It's got this kind of boho artsy charm to it. And they have a really strong focus on community, and they say that their goals are craft, quality, community, and sustainability. You can get farm to table foods there because they have very close relationships with the agriculture producers, the farmers and the fishers in the area. And Jake's is nice because it's got a variety of types of accommodation. You've got just regular hotel rooms. Then you have some more kind of budget hotel rooms across the street in a sister property they have. They have some lovely oceanfront villas and cottages. And so it's, you know, really a lot of different choices as far as what the kind of accommodation that you can have. At the resort itself, they can accommodate up to 175 guests. And they have this villa called Calabash. It's 4 bedrooms, but it can be used for really quite large weddings. They've done events of up to 200 people there. They also have these beautiful waterfront suites that I mentioned before, Octopussy suites, and these are really ideal for honeymoons. When you are in your suite, you're like right on the water. In fact, you hear the water, it's underneath you. And so it's very, very private. No one can see you. There's no way, you know, unless somebody comes by in a boat, and that doesn't happen because there's rocks and things there. But basically you can be very, very private there. And it's a beautiful, beautiful resort, and just a really strong community atmosphere. The staff are all really friendly. They have some beautiful gardens and so forth. Right almost next door to Jake's is another place that's called Sunset Resort, and this is really more of a Jamaica experience. The resort itself is more of a Jamaican feel, the way that it's set up, and that when they do weddings, it's really more of a Jamaican style hospitality. They can accommodate up to 32 guests for staying at the hotel, and then you could have larger parties than that for the wedding itself. And here's, you can see a few photos of what it looks like. Again, it's right on the water, really nice location. Then moving on to Bluefields, and there are more hotels in the area, by the way, but I'm just showcasing some of the ones that I've stayed at many times myself, that we've done group events at, and that we know are able to provide the kind of service and food and all value that North American markets in particular are looking for. So Bluefields is closer to Jamaica, or to Montego Bay. It's only a 1-hour drive, and it's located on a large marine reserve, and the community is really got a strong focus on sustainability. It's a really fascinating area because there's a lot of history and culture there. The Taino indigenous people occupied it from the 1200 AD. It was one of the first places the Spanish settled. It's one of the oldest Spanish settlements in the New World, as they call it. And it was a haven for pirates, including pirates like Sir Henry Morgan. They used to use that as a place because the bay is really sheltered. So if a hurricane was coming or a big storm, the Spanish ships and the pirate ships would shelter in that bay, and you can kind of get a sense of it with that photo there. It's also what they say, the place where the mountain meets the sea, and you have some stunning views that you can take photos of there. The place that we really like in Bluefields is the Lunacy Inn. It's a tiny little place, as you can see, right on the water, very appealingly set right on that marine reserve. And so it's got Southern hospitality meets Jamaican charm, because the owner, who is a doctor from the US, was from the South. And so the charm there, again, is this sort of Southern hospitality. And they can accommodate up to 100 guests for a wedding. So beyond the wedding venues, what do guests do in that area? There's lots of different things to do. Lover's Leap, and first of all, these first ones that I'm going to focus on are all things that are within an hour of Treasure Beach, beginning with Lover's Leap, which is somewhere where all the romance couples want to go because, of course, with the name Lover's Leap, everybody wants to go there. This has got about a 1,700-foot drop into the ocean, and it's the legend is that there were star-crossed lovers who were on a plantation and the slave owner wanted to separate them. So rather than be separated, they decided to commit suicide. So that's the legend of this place, is that it's got this star-crossed lovers theme to it. Another place that tourists love to go is Pelican Bar. It's called the coolest bar in the world. It's just off the coast of Treasure Beach, and it's on a sandbar. So, you know, it's just constantly changing, and it's made of driftwood. So it's got this really cool vibe to it. And you could actually do the wedding ceremony there if you wanted to, but it would have to be quite a small group because it doesn't hold a lot of people. Another popular attraction for visitors is Appleton Estate. And this is, of course, the famous rum distillery, and they have tours there which allow you to learn about the process of making rum, harvesting the sugar cane, and all of these sorts of things, plus doing tasting and buying rum if you so want to. Another place is YS Falls, which is has got 7 tiers of waterfalls and tropical gardens, and it's just a really fun place to hang out and spend a hot afternoon. A lot of these places, these first few places that I'm talking about, they have often even day tours from Montego Bay and Negril to them. It's a bit far from Montego Bay, but for Negril, these are very popular day tours. There's also the Black River Safari, which has been around for many, many years, and this is where you can learn about crocodiles, other marine life, and birds. But the other side to this area is that there's a lot of sort of more community tourism options. So rather than going on the safari boat, which is more of a mass market kind of experience, there's opportunities to go out with these local fishers and do Black River tours that are very personal, and to do boating and fishing. And by the way, Princess Fergie, this was one of her favorite places, was the Black River. And in fact, she gave funds to a person there so that they could develop a bar that they had. She loved it so much. So it's a really special place. Also, the photo in the middle shows the morass, which is one of the largest morasses in the world and is a designated protected area. There's also lots of little community tourism experiences. Captain Dennis Beach Picnic is very popular. He's just a larger than life personality and takes you out on these beach barbecues that are with lobster or other seafood. There's also a turtle rescue center there, and so you can go and see turtles being born and perhaps even help them get back into the sea. There's scooter tours, and then someone like Red's Hiking and Biking will take you out in the area around Treasure Beach, and you can stop and visit local farms and taste fresh produce and just have a really a real experience where you really get to know the local community. One of my favorite places, and everybody's favorite places, is Smurf's Cafe, and you can just see the lovely smile on Dawn's face on the left here. And she's got quite a story to tell. She grew up with a very, very difficult childhood and has managed to pull herself up by her bootstraps and develop Smurf's Cafe. And this is a place only serves breakfast, although she does have an experience where you can learn how to make Jamaican food and to dance Jamaican, because she loves to make food and dance, and she just loves people in general. But when you go to Smurf's in the morning, it's a mix of every who's who. The celebrities will be there, the locals will be there, the tourists will be there, and it's just a fun place to enjoy every morning. Another special place in Treasure Beach is the Treasure Hunt Craft Shop. This is run by a group of ladies called the Treasure Beach Women's Association. They've been around for about 30 years. They've won many awards, and they do a lot of community work, bringing in dentists, bringing in medical clinics, helping women that have breast cancer, doing initiatives to help the schools. And the way that they raise money for their initiatives is through this craft shop largely. And it's a really important source of funds for them to be able to do these important community initiatives. They also have a nice little activity, a hands-on activity where you can paint your own art treasure. And you can see the Minister of Tourism there, Mr. Edmund Bartlett, actually enjoying this experience himself. So it's a great experience. It involves doing the artwork and also having some local entertainment and eating some local foods. And everybody just loves all the women from this place, and I'm sure you would too. Also in the area, there are many, or a few, I should say, not many, but a few really great events. Calabash, which is a literary festival, is known around the world and draws people from everywhere, and it happens every year. There's an off-road triathlon, and there is a food, rum, and reggae festival, which is actually just coming up here in November. They also have other things like fishing events where people compete for catching the biggest fish and all that sort of thing. In that area, we've got a company called Treasure Tours, which can help you to organize all of these types of activities, and also to provide transportation from Montego Bay or Kingston. They have a fleet of vans and provide really, really good service. Now, moving over to Bluefields Bay, this gives you a better view of the beautiful area that Bluefields Bay is in. And it's the location of the Peter Tosh Museum. At the moment, the museum is closed. I'm not sure when it's going to reopen, but it's really interesting to go see the Peter Tosh Museum. And the family lives in that area. Peter's mom and his brother, they're all living in that area. So that's a really interesting place to go see while you're there. Also, we have a tour operator that's in this area called Raj Tours, who mainly specializes in birding tours and marine tours, but can arrange all kinds of different things to you. And a special community place is Bluefields Organic Farm, where they do have some accommodation and massage and lots of opportunities to eat fresh organic produce. So that's the end of my presentation. And so we can take a few questions if anybody has any. I do hope that you take the chance to look at this area for your weddings. This picture really kind of says it all. This is really the kind of experience when you get there. It's up close and personal, really the chance to meet local people and to feel what the real Jamaica is like, to get under the skin of Jamaica, which you don't do at the all-inclusive resorts. When you're at the all-inclusive resorts, you can be anywhere in the world. You know, I know I stay at Iberostar and Couples and places like that. And, you know, if you stay at Iberostar or Riu, when you wake up, the room can be the same in Mexico or in the Dominican Republic or anywhere, but that's not the case when you look at these special experiences in the south coast of Jamaica. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the floor? All right, there is none. Let's put our hands together once more.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Wow, that was a wonderful and very interesting and informative presentation. Would you all agree? Now, let me just ask honest questions. How many of us Jamaicans who live and reside here on the island were shocked to learn about some of these places? Yes, quite a few hands went up. Thank you very much, Ms. Judy Karwaki. Again, President of Small Planet Consulting and the Vice President for Jubilee Travel in Canada. Let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you so much. Have a great wedding expo.
Thank you, and same to you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our break. we're going to be breaking for lunch at this time. And what I'd like to inform you to do, those that are visiting with us or travel agents that are visiting, we're going to ask you to go with your representatives. All right, so representatives, could you raise your hands, please? All right, so we have one, we have two. So you'll take your respective travel agents for lunch. All others, you are free to go for lunch. We will resume at...
Am I not supposed to be presenting now?
Oh, you're ready? Okay. All right. So we will take you then. I'm sorry. I do apologize. But the information still continues. For break, we will go with our representatives. So right before break, we will have our next presenter who will be speaking on the topic Beyond the Ordinary on Any Budget, Miss Nicola Madden-Gregg, the Group Director of Marketing and Sales at the Courtly Hospitality Group, Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a warm round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. I hope you're hearing me. And I am between you and lunch, so apparently I'm going to have to go a little bit fast this morning. But thank you for allowing me to share with you today. Just going to get started here with my presentation. So just give me a sec to just fix this. Okay, so as said, I'm with the Courtly Hospitality Group, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about Beyond the Ordinary on Any Budget. And I will also be speaking to you about our group and how we can work with you to actually transform and really bring an exciting wedding, no matter what the budget is, whether it's small, medium, or large. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, we really had an occasion where people were rethinking their wedding and honeymoon plans, and travel advisors and wedding planners have been up front and center to reconfigure dream weddings literally on any budget. And destination weddings are also possible with creative solutions. So let's get started. I think we all know that the importance of budgeting, and sometimes this is a question we fail to ask our clients, both us as the in-hotel planners, as well as you as the travel advisors. And what we're definitely trying to do is ensure that we recognize that persons' budgets are different, and knowing that budget upfront, asking that question upfront is essential to ensuring a successful event for everyone. We all have diverse clientele, and talking about money is not an easy matter, but definitely our role as wedding planners for successful weddings is understanding that budget, looking at the average wedding costs, looking at international considerations of costs when you're doing a destination wedding, and helping our clients to set priorities, looking at essential versus optional expenses, finding out who is paying for what, who is the decision maker, because sometimes it's not the bride and groom, it may be the parents, it may be other combinations of factors in terms of the budget, and then sit down to create a wedding vision on that budget. It's important that you continue to build relationships with both your in-house wedding planners as well as your vendors, and that is critical. We like to think that when our team is meeting with you as a travel advisor or with the client directly, that we build a relationship of trust, and we can tell you all of the tips and tricks to make sure that the wedding is a success. Some of the things may include actually downsizing the wedding, if cost is a factor, and we have a solution for you in that. It may become a more intimate affair, and a good planner will recognize that you can still give someone a fantastic wedding experience, but do it in a more intimate style. That may require having a hybrid event where there is in-person as well as an online component. You may even suggest that they pick off-season wedding months. As we know, May, June, July, and December are peak for destination weddings, and that means you're competing for wedding venues at most times, September is a month that most people shy away for, but for our destination, it's a fantastic month. Airfares are good, room rates are good, and there are other deals that can allow you to stretch the budget. It's also, even if you have a large budget, it may allow you to do a lot more in terms of events. Ty Flora presented earlier, and you saw the fantastic work that she does. We work with her as a vendor, and it may allow you to do things that maybe you thought were optional expenses, but choosing the right month may allow you to save in one area so that you can really spend in another area. You can get married on the less popular days of the week, and midweek weddings can save you and also offer you great deals. So let's move on. Outside is in. We, as well as have 3 beautiful hotels, which I'm going to go through and tell you about, but we do a lot of work with non-traditional places to get married, and we cater to these various places. So we're basically a one-stop shop. Another suggestion is to try a cocktail reception instead, and maybe also curtail the start and end times of the reception so that you can limit the level of service or limit the bar in having wine and non-alcoholic beverages only. But if the budget is a big one, then of course, there is always the option to totally customize that wedding experience, from the menus to decor, etc. While we do work with wedding packages, we also offer the opportunity for everything to be totally customized, including our weddings, to ensure that whatever it is the client wants, it is available. You can also review your wedding package deals, learn all the travel hacks, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, if you love flowers, they could also use a combination of non-floral as well as florals arrangements. Another suggestion we would have is to look at buying local souvenirs to shave on shipping costs, as well as we offer very unique local souvenirs, which can really make a wedding stand out. It is just not the cookie cutter made out of China. We have excellent artisans in Jamaica, and we can work with you to ensure that you can get some really attractive and unique souvenirs for your clients. Again, there's another option to repurpose the flowers from the ceremony and use it for the reception. We offer online consultations and virtual site inspections because sometimes it's difficult for persons to travel down to be able to choose and select all the things that they want for their wedding. So we also do that virtually. So that's another way to save, as well as for you to be able to really have the ability to consult well. As I mentioned earlier, we offer smaller packages, or what we call intimate I-dos. And this is really something that came out of COVID, but we continue to offer it. For example, at our property Jamaica Pegasus, we offer a garden ceremony and an indoor reception for 20 persons or less. It includes their hotel stay, it includes their breakfast, it includes all the decor for that ceremony package. And it's really one way of just having almost an all-inclusive package for persons who want a small and intimate wedding. So it includes, as I said, the ceremony decor, the reception package, the basic decor, and everything is at one price, and it's easy for them to be able to see exactly what they want and just pay for it and go. So that's like a little wedding on the go. But we can also think about multi-events. Now, this is one I love because we've had many occasions where we do a numerous set of events for one bride and groom. And you can also do it for budgeted weddings because you can ensure that you can invite guests to different aspects of your wedding, or you can do multiple events and invite everyone to everything. So the wedding ceremony can be virtual or in person. You can look at maybe having the bridal shower, bachelorette and bachelor parties. You can have a brunch for maybe the family only, an evening reception the day before for just your friends. You can have a send-off breakfast prior to departing, or a welcome home reception for those who may not have been able to travel to the destination. So this is what we call spreading the love. Live streaming is still very popular as another way for you to reduce numbers, but also ensure that everyone is sharing the love and being able to enjoy the occasion. And of course, we offer that at all our venues, and this is an easy way to help in the budgeting process. I'm going to talk a little bit about Destination Kingston. You just heard about the South Coast, and yes, we're not necessarily sometimes considered the traditional places for weddings and honeymoons, but we continue to see a great growth in Kingston. And two of our hotels, the Courtly Hotel and Suite and the Jamaica Pegasus, are based in Kingston. And I just want to say that, you know, urban life rocks. So as I said, we have the Courtly Hotel and Suites and the Jamaica Pegasus. And we have been making a lot of destination weddings come true in Kingston. We have a big diaspora base, and there are a lot of Jamaicans who want to come and get married. Their families are based in the eastern side of Jamaica, but we've also seen a lot of international visitors who want an urban experience, who want to experience Kingston and go to some of the unique venues that are in and around Kingston and St. Andrew. So let's look at some of those venues. We have, for example, the Holy Trinity Cathedral, which is just absolutely amazing. It's the largest Catholic cathedral on the island. And this one has been used many occasions for beautiful, large ceremonies that we have worked with the brides and then, of course, doing the reception at our property, the Jamaica Pegasus. We have also a Jewish synagogue, the only one on the island, and this one is based in downtown Kingston. And we also have access to a rabbi, so if you want to ensure that you're planning that. Our hotels are able to do kosher food. We have done many such occasions in the past. And so this is another option for your Jewish brides and grooms who are looking for a different experience but would like to get married in a synagogue in Jamaica. We also have Port Royal, the Pirate City, Fort Charles. This is the Port Royal. And this is where all the pirates, you know, of the Caribbean definitely hung out, in a very unique venue that could be perfect for a ceremony or reception. We have Devon House, which is a mansion located in Kingston, which does fantastic ceremonies as well as receptions. Again, we can bring our fabulous catering service to Devon House and ensure that you can have your ceremony in the mansion and then have the reception on the lawns of Devon House. The University of the West Indies Chapel is also a very popular venue. This one is really beautiful. We see a lot of brides using it. It's a fabulous building and again, lovely area to choose from. We also have the largest botanical gardens in the Caribbean, Hope Botanical Gardens. And this also is another absolutely beautiful venue in Kingston for your ceremony and wedding reception. And again, we can cater to you at that venue. We are also in the backdrop of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the only one in Jamaica, the Blue and Jonquil Mountains. And so this is also an area that is well utilized, as well as Emancipation Park, which is located directly across from the Jamaica Pegasus and the Courtly. Sightseeing tours is something we work with, ensure that pre and post stay and for family and friends attending the wedding can also do some exciting things while they're in Jamaica. And just some really exciting photography that you can get, which is really giving that urban grit, just very unique. Everybody wants something that's unique and different. Sunsea and Sand has been done so many times. So, you know, we can get out and have a different look, a different feel, and definitely create something special. So we're going to get a little bit of a look at our venues and
when I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes. Something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's all right with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. The day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face. When someone else instead of me seems to know the way. Then I look at you, and the world's all right with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seemed impossible to face, and when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you, and the world's all right with me. I just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look.
Thank you for that, everyone. That's just our 3 properties, the Courtney Hotel and Suites, which is 127 rooms, and we have 41 and 2-bedroom luxury suites. The Jamaica Pegasus, which is 300 rooms, we have 13 1-bedroom suites and luxury suites, as well as the Holiday Inn Resort in Montego Bay, which is all-inclusive, 512 rooms, included over 51 and 2-bedroom suites. So really allowing a variety of options for honeymoons and really having a fantastic wedding experience. I just want to go through some of our outdoor venues, particularly at the Jamaica Pegasus. We have the gardens at the Pegasus, which is really nice and can be really transformed and can hold up to 200 persons. That one is very popular, which can be tented and really create an atmosphere that is unique to the hotel. We have these beautiful outdoor venues with swings and just really nice for photography and giving all sorts of options with absolutely amazing views. Of course, we have the top of the world at Jamaica Pegasus, which gives you fantastic panoramic 360 views of the beautiful Blue and Jonquil Mountains, as well as the Caribbean Sea. For the Holiday Inn Resort, we have so many gazebos that you can have the ceremony or the reception on our beautiful private island, Take It Easy, which you saw in the video, which can be set up for a fabulous ceremony as well. So we look at how we transform our spaces. We offer support for bridal showers, bachelor parties, parties. We have spas at our resorts, you know, the cocktails, receptions, engagement, dinner, photo shoots, all options can be done. A sunrise breakfast wedding or even a picnic wedding. As I said, we have lovely gardens throughout the properties. So The services include ceremonial packages, group accommodation rates, ceremonies in the rounds, delivery of welcome bags to our guests, VIP welcome at the airport, planning tours and activities, guest ideas, a renewal of vows, honeymoon packages, first anniversary return vacations, day use rooms for persons who may have vendors or entertainers or family who may be coming in just for the day to help or assist, overnight room for early morning weddings, bridesmaid reveals, exclusive bachelor parties, and photo sessions. We also do a lot of ethnic and theme weddings. We've done some fantastic weddings at the hotels. This is one at the Jamaica Pegasus. I think this was 7 days of festivities and really having different events across the time period. So it's something that we do and do very well, again, on any budget from a small, medium to large budget. We also, I just want to reiterate again, we bring our world-class catering to any venue within our region. So whether it's in Montego Bay or in Kingston, some of those special occasions, if you want to do something at a different venue, we can also cater to that. We also have what we call fittings and fixings, which is for those who want to work with, for example, the bridal shops in Jamaica. And when you come down, you want to have that last fitting. That's something you can do at our properties. We give you beautiful hors d'oeuvres, lovely champagne, and you can come in and really just get that final fitting. And it's photographed, the videography is done so that you can have that memory as well. So why choose us? We have a great, creative, amazing team that can customize the menus and customize anything that you want, flexible spaces and venue to create that unforgettable wedding on any budget. And we have stylish, spacious suites, honeymoons for bridal showers, parties, dressing room. And between our properties, we have over 1,000 deluxe rooms and luxury suites. We have creative packages that cater to your most discerning guests. We understand personalized high-touch service. Our teams are well-trained in protocol. We have done from royalty to dignitaries to any heads of state that you can imagine. We have worked on those functions, and so we can deliver at the highest optimal level. Of course, our wedding package and prices, you can get that online, but we also have in the audience today, 2 of my team members. I am not there with you in Montego Bay, but Celia and Abigail, I'm sure they're in the room, and if they can stand up, and just so that you can speak to them afterwards and get more details on the Courtly Hospitality Group and how we can help you to plan an extraordinary wedding on any budget. Our team is there, and we are at booth 10 and 11. And so we look forward to working with you. And if you have any questions, feel free.
No questions? All right, there is none.
I think they're all ready to go to lunch. So enjoy your lunch, and thank you for fitting me in before your luncheon appointment. And please continue to enjoy Jamaica. And thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. And again, the representatives are here. If you have any questions for them, you can certainly do so. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our break for lunch, and we will resume at 1:30. All right? Enjoy.
Pass me a gin, don't tell them say what a joy, joy, joy. Babylon, can't stand na. Credit illusion. Rasta man attack again, it's done fire in my eye. It's done fire in my eye.
education to make us the fools. We gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy boys.
Hand it over, hand over the dollars. Hand it over, hand over the $5. Hand over the $5. Hand over the $5. taking over. The breeze taking over. The trees taking over. The earth taking over. The wind taking over. The sky taking over. The sky taking over. The firmament 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 sky taking over.
right. We are ready for the second half of our conference. Let me just do a quick room check. Are we still feeling okay? Thank you for the 2 persons who responded. Are we still feeling okay? Did everybody enjoy lunch? Was it good? All right, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. If you're ready and you know it, say yeah. All right, wonderful, wonderful. Now, let me just share a quick story with you. Why it is that we find it very interesting how men and women communicate. Something I realized over time is one of the challenges that we have as men in communicating with women. It's something that women do very well, consistently without fail. And ladies, what I'm speaking of is that you tell us men the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Am I right, ladies? Yes, but on behalf of the men present today, we'd like to let you know sometimes you tell us the truth when the truth is not convenient for us to hear. And for example, what I'm speaking of is of a couple who had gone on their honeymoon and enjoyed themselves at an all-inclusive hotel. For some reason, while they were traveling back home, they had a disagreement and the husband got upset. And because of that, he started speeding on the highway. Unfortunately for him, he was caught by the police in a speed trap. So the police stopped him, went over to him and said, "Sir, do you realize that you were traveling at 75 miles an hour in a 50-mile zone?" To which the gentleman responded, "No, officer, I don't think I was traveling that fast. The fastest I could be driving was 55 miles an hour. But without hesitation, his wife looked at him and said, "Robert, you know you were going 75 miles a while ago, and all I told you, Robert, slow down, Robert, slow down, Robert, slow down. You failed to slow down, and Robert, you will now get a ticket, all because he didn't listen to me." So Robert turned and gave her a dirty look. The officer went further and said, "Today seems to be your unlucky day. I will also have to give you a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt." To which Mr. Robert said, "No, stop right there, police. You know that when you stopped me, I knew you would have needed a license and registration. So that's when I pulled my seatbelt to lean over to the glove compartment to take out the documents and give you." But of course, his wife, Mrs. Robert, had to say something. She said, "Robert, stop the lying. Robert, stop the lying. You know from you drove off, I tell you, Robert, put on your seatbelt. Robert, put on your seatbelt. Robert, put on your seatbelt. And you failed to put it on, Robert. And see, the police will now give you a ticket, all because you won't listen to me." So Robert turned and gave her another dirty look. The officer went further and said, "No, today seems to be your bad lucky day, because I will now have to give you a third ticket for the broken tail light I saw at the back of your vehicle while I was approaching you." Of course, Mr. Robert had something to say. He said, "Officer, stop right there, sir. If I knew I had a broken tail light, I would have fixed it. Officer, more than likely the light just broke, and that is why you come and see it broken." But of course, his wife had something else to say. She said, "Jesus, take the case and give me the pillow. Robert, it's about 3 weeks now I've been telling you about the broken tail light, Robert. I told you, Robert, fix it, Robert, fix it, Robert, fix it. And you failed to fix it. Robert, what's wrong with you?" So by this, Robert couldn't take any more. So Robert, out of frustration, looked at his wife and said, "Woman, why won't you shut your mouth?" The officer was appalled at how he spoke to his wife. So the officer leaned over to her and asked, "Ma'am, is this how your husband speaks to you?" She responded, "No, officer, only when he's drunk." On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce to you a young man, as I would call him, who is the epitome of what we are proud of as Jamaicans. We have a saying in Jamaica that goes, "As an island, we're little, but we're talawa." So ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the business tourism market destination Wed Market JA, one of the directors of the Jamaica Bridal Expo. You would have seen him yesterday evening, and he is here today to speak with us on destination wedding planning and the tools it takes to make this happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Peter Shakira. Come on, put your hands together.
We call him Little. All right, first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming. This is, I think, our 11th year, Joanne? 12? Can't count anymore. And I have to thank Jamaica Tourist Board for always being with us from day one, helping us to push the brand and brand Jamaica. I remember going into their office the first year and telling them about Jamaica Bridal, and it was like, this looks like something that can work, and the rest is history. Every year we have done more and more, trying to find a way to think out of the box so that Jamaica can get more brides, more weddings, and tap into the $300 billion business. Thai Floral Lux, again, thank you very much. You have always been there for us. The beautiful decor for all our events, not just the Jamaica Bridal Expo. Montego Bay Convention Center, I know it's tired of me cussing you, got short, but coming like a bad dog. So I know you're tired of it, but Montego Bay Convention Center has always been with us. They've helped us to be here. It's not easy to be in the convention center. And as you can see, we started in a room and we have taken over the entire convention center. I think we have outgrown our space. Bliss Bridal Boutique, again, thank you. Shortleaf Media, respect. Sandals Resorts, always been with us. Thank you, Sandals. Earl's Fashion, S Hotel, the cocktail party, the welcome reception for the travel agents last night. You can say it was amazing. Every year we try and do better and better for you. We had the rain. Well, let's say everywhere I go, the rain follow me. So I came over here and it stopped raining over there. So I know you enjoyed it. Holiday Inn, thank you. Special room rates always to us. Hilton Rose Hall, Big J Entertainment, Jewel Grand, Jewel Paradise Cove, Frontier Airlines, thank you for coming on board. Casimir Tours and Transfor, Jamaica Inn, I think 11 years I've been trying to get them here, and they finally come. So thank you, Jamaica Inn. And is that Jabu Music? Respect, thank you, sir. So I'm on the executive producers of the Jamaica Bridal Expo, and we do our part to bring as many brides to Jamaica, but also to educate brides of what's available in Jamaica. And what we find is that a lot of people are in the wedding business, but they just don't know how to tap into the market. I get that every day. There's a group of things that we do together trying to market Jamaica, and we do it very quietly. You know, we go under the radar and we take our time, and as you can see behind me, it's called Destination Wed Market with two D's. If you go to that website, you'll see that all the services that we offer. We do marketing for Jamaica. I'm also a Jamaica travel specialist. And I didn't become a travel specialist to sell rooms. I became a travel specialist to learn how to speak the language. I'm a certified wedding planner. I did not do that to do weddings, but I did it to learn how the bride speaks and her language. So we came up with different things. So as Destination Wed Market, we do marketing. We help smaller boutique hotels, smaller wedding business, how to develop their brochures, their websites, because we also have a website management company. Teach them how to tap into the market inside of the business. We arrange fam trips for them through Jamaica Tourist Board with our contacts, and there's a long list of things we do, and we have just added to it, which I guess you'll hear more about, certifying wedding planners across the island, which are now going to be internationally recognized to the world. So that's coming next month. With, you took down my logo. I can do it. Okay, no, that's fine. So let's talk about this first, since it is up. This is Visit Jamaica Villas, and it's the new kid on the block, basically. Travel agents have always booked hotels. That's what they know to do. And I think they spend a lot of money booking hotels, not to make the hotel rich. They need to get business. They need to make something out of it. Nothing from nothing is nothing. So when you book a hotel, you earn money as a travel agent. So it suits you to do your course, become a travel agent, a travel specialist, go through the Jamaica Tourist Board protocols, because you want to sell Jamaica as the best wedding. Well, I would say wedding destination right now. We're there for a lot of things, but weddings is what I'm focusing on. So we found that there was a niche that Jamaica has the most beautiful luxury villas anywhere in the world. I don't know if you know, but if you travel the island, you'll go, wow. What makes Jamaica the best place to stay at a villa, and why guests keep coming back over and over again, is because of the staff. The staff in the villa. The pool guy, the butler, the gardener, the helper, and the list goes on. Those are the people that interact with the guests, and that's why people keep coming back to villas in Jamaica. So we decided to launch a website. It has approximately 200 villas on it. It's a booking engine for anybody. We're not trying to compete with portals, but we have one thing that other portals don't have. Travel agents can book and earn their commissions directly through this villa. So I've given out some of these cards, but there's some at the front. They might be in your bag. You can just scan the code. If you have any questions about it, you can send an email. This villa has a 24-hour support. We have an agent that sits standby. Villas in Jamaica do not just want anybody to book their villa. A guy has a $3 million US villa. He doesn't want anybody just to stay there. So we do the booking, we do the back-end check, we do the background check, and then we give the green light. So that's what this is about, Visit Jamaica Villas. Jamaica Tourist Board has looked at it too, and they support us 100% with it. And it's a platform that agents now can use to book villas and earn. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms sitting down across the island when you can't get a room in a hotel. Many times you can't get a room in a hotel, so villas are available. So I just wanted to introduce that platform for you. You can click on luxury beachfront, family. Anyone you click on will take you directly to the villa that offers that. It'll tell you where the villa is. It tells you how much the villa is per night. It will give you some information on where the villa is on the map. And once you click, you can book directly. You can take the booking directly as the agent, collect your money like you would do for the hotel. We vet you, and then you pay it back over to us less your commission. So we don't touch your commission at all. And then we do the back end. We do the follow-ups. We make sure the booking is done. We make sure the guest is happy and the villa owner is happy. We also have a section in it, if you go back up, that says weddings, go all the way up. I think just click on Visit Jamaica Villas. No, click on Visit Jamaica Villas to the top, right? And if you click on that, come back down, you see a section that says weddings. So we have itemized that these are the properties that are focusing on weddings, and you can also send your brides or whoever you have that is trying to book. So it's called Visit Jamaica Villas, and that's one of the platforms that we have come up with. You can go back to the screenshot at the front for me. So there's a lot of things that we do very quietly. So Jamaica Bridal Expo is a marketing engine for anybody in the wedding industry to market their products to the world, basically, and it's doing very well. A Bride's Expo is a baby 4 years old. When we said we're going to launch it abroad, we were told, how can you do that? You're going into a big pond. How are you going to manage? Well, we did it, and this is our 4th year. We just had it in June, John, and we have outgrown our space. We started at the Bonaventure Hotel in Weston. We had to move to the Embassy Suites in Fort Lauderdale. We have outgrown our space. It took us 4 years to learn how to tap into that market. Anybody that was at this show, it's a destination wedding expo that we own. We have the full support of Jamaica Tourist Board. They're always there helping us to do it and sponsor us. We had over 100 brides attend. It was a sold-out event, and people come from all over the US to come to this event, and it's called a Brides Expo, which you'll find at Destination Wed Market. There's a link that takes you there. So we urge companies to be a part. Sandals is always there. Beaches is always there. A lot of hotels take couples comes there, Bahia, Palladium, and the list goes on. So it's a destination wedding show. We have I Do Jamaica magazine. Now, this is one of the best magazines ever across the island, and I would say even as far as the Caribbean, even as far as the world, because I'll tell you that we have magazines that follow us everywhere with our Brides Expo, and we lay them out, whether it's honeymoons.com or Bridal Guide, or these are top 5 magazines in the world. And we put down Jamaica Bridal Expo magazines, and they're the first magazines to go. If we put down 200, they go. So we know it's a good magazine. What we have found is that the website has gotten a lot of traffic. It is crashing because of the traffic, almost 40,000 hits to the website. Jamaica Tourist Board uses it to send brides there that are asking to find out. I heard someone saying, where do you go to find out what's available in Jamaica? It's idojamaicamagazine.com. There are over 200 vendors on it. It's promoting destination weddings in Jamaica. Brides go to find out what Jamaica has to offer. You can click on it, idojamaicamagazine.com. And we just launched the new and improved website. And I'll tell you why it's new and improved. So until it comes up. What we found is that when we had the website before, if Sandals wanted to go on the website, they would have to contact us and ask us how do we get on the website, and it was a procedure. So what we did, we made it very automated. So you can know where it says sign in on the top, don't bother signing. Where it says sign in on the top, as a vendor, you go and click and you sign in. You put in your username and your password. You now own the back end for yourself. So if it's Sandals, you put that in, you own the back end. You load up all your information. Let's go to directory. And I'm telling you that for the agents, because the agents always want to know what's available in Jamaica for weddings and who does weddings. So say, come down, just go down. So just leave it there. So this is what people would have uploaded. So they upload their own information, their pictures, their website, their email, what their costs are, anything that can help whoever is clicking on it to get there. Before, we would have to do that. Sometimes it wasn't right. So now you have the opportunity to do that on your own. And when you press send, the back end gets it. We then review it to make sure it's not porn or something that does not mix with our site. Well, porn mixed with weddings, but differently. Something that mixed with our site, and we approve it. Once it's approved, you go on the free plan. Free plan allows you to list yourself. You're up there on the site. Everything is great, but you're missing a lot of opportunities. So there are 3 plans. There is, you can click on, go back. And I would say it's very affordable for what to get in. Go to pricing. So you can go down to all the way, you can go down to the free listing, which is dating. You can either go to the premium listing, which is engaged, and I think that is $30, $1 a day to be on it. Or you can go to married, and married, you can go on it for 1 year, and we take off 3 months for you free. And that allows you to do everything. You get your information, you get the back end, you get the date, you get the data, you get to be able to come up on the listing. When a bride clicks on you or anybody clicks on you, you get that email directly, you get all the contact information. We create the back end and we also do the marketing for you. So that's I Do Jamaica magazine. Travel agents use it see what's available in Jamaica. We're going to do something on it shortly, which we have not done yet for travel agents, but stay updated, it will soon be there. You can go back to the main page, please. Just a part of I Do Jamaica. So we have a magazine that is very heavy. It's bulky. What we find is a lot of magazines now are getting thinner and thinner and thinner, especially from COVID. So if you look at Bride's magazine or Bridal Guide magazine, they've gotten thinner. We don't want to get thinner. We want to create the same look, keep heavy, so it's hard to travel with that magazine. Is anybody in here from Jamaica Tourist Board? Oh, sorry. So we have to thank Carlene Shakes in the Miami office. She's amazing. She has helped us to weave and dally through a lot of things. The chairman, John Lynch, he has really helped us a lot to advise us. So, you know, we have to support that as well. But what we did, as you know, Jamaica has rebranded. I still love the heartbeat of the world because we are the heartbeat of the world, but I still use it. But we have rebranded to Come Back. So whether it's Come Back to Loving or Come Back to Romantic, we're now Come Back. So we came up with a brochure. I know a lot of you go to the trade shows that JTB has, and you'll see on the table a lot of stuff, but maybe a one flyer on weddings or a one page. So we feel that we feel personally that we need to tap into the market. So we came up with a brochure, and the brochure tells a bride everything about Jamaica. It has no branding for hotels. It doesn't brand any service providers, but it gives you everything in parish. So all the parishes are here, and it tells you what's available in every parish. So we're hoping that we're able to get this on the table for every trade show across the world at JTB, and we've shared it with Chris and everybody else, and they seem to love it. So we're doing our part very quietly, broke, but very quietly. You can go back to the as soon stop boring. Sorry. Right. So these are some of our brands, as I said, and the last one is Caribbean Wedding Industry Awards. We did this before COVID. It was launched in Jamaica. It was at Rose Hall and then at the Hilton. It was a very successful event. The awards went right across the world. It was a magnificent event that we had. We put it on hold a little bit because of all the things that we're doing, but we're bringing it back again because we think it's the Caribbean that makes up everything, including Jamaica. So the more partners we have is the more business to our island, so they don't have to go to Dubai or Spain or France or, I mean, Florida alone, there was 170,000 weddings for the year. The US, there was 2 million. Nobody in Jamaica, nobody, and I mean nobody, from the minister down can tell me how many weddings took place in Jamaica. Nobody. You can guess, but you can't tell me. The data is not there. A lot of weddings that take place in Jamaica, here man, just go to the register. A lot of the weddings there are vow renewals, so you don't get that data. And but a lot of people, maybe Sandals know it because you're there a long time in the wedding industry. Marsha is very educated in the wedding industry. But about 30% of destination weddings are second marriages. And that's why Beaches is so full. Beaches wasn't created for a joke. Butch wasn't a fool. He knew that there were second marriages that come with baby, uncle, auntie, father, brother-in-law, and you can't put them in a couple's hotel. So it's a very big business as well. So we're doing our part. I'm grateful to be here for a long while, and we have a lot more coming with. So if you want some information, you need to get on any of these platforms, you need to learn about these platforms, just go to destinationwedmarket.com, or you can send me an email at destinationwedmarket@gmail.com. You can find me through Jamaica Bridal Expo as well. And we have a lot coming for 2024, doing our part to build Jamaica as the best destination for weddings and honeymoons. Can't beat it. It's a $70 billion US business for destination weddings. 25% take a destination wedding to a warm country. A warm country. And Jamaica has everything in the world to be the #1 destination, not just in the Caribbean. We have the best, we have the #1 destination in the world. We can be the world. There's nothing stopping us. We have more rooms opening everywhere. When I go into a lot of these hotels, I'm wowed. The amount of money they spend to wow us. So I think, and the tourist board has an amazing team between the director, the deputy directors, the regional directors, the marketing team, the chairman, and the minister is doing an amazing job. He knows the business, and I think if we all come together, we can make the travel agents very rich just selling weddings. It's a very big business. Again, thank you. Thank to all my sponsors. Tomorrow is going to be an amazing show. We're a full ballroom, I think 70 exhibitors. We have over 300 and a while ago 70 registrations for brides registering. So we expect a good show tomorrow. We open our doors at 12 o'clock. Entertainment starts at about 1:30. We'll go right through the day till 6 o'clock, and we urge you all come, have a great time. And we opened at 12 today because it's a busy schedule, people are tired. And usually in the morning on a Sunday, you need to get stuff done, your church, your ackee and saltfish, your Sunday dinner. So we open at 12 o'clock. Thank you everybody for coming. Appreciate your support over the 11 years. I'm here for you. My team is here for you. Joanne Paxton, Kathy Everhart, and we'll do whatever we can do to help you to build the wedding industry in Jamaica. Thank you.
All right, let's give Peter another round of applause, everyone. The next individual I'm presenting to you lives and loves life to the fullest. She brightens every and any room she enters and is one of the most beautiful souls you will ever meet. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the Director of Weddings and Romance for Sandals Resorts International Jamaica. Welcome, Marsha and Donaldson Brown.
On the merry-go-round, and you can't find out why. But I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. And I do it 1,008 times again. And I rise up, I like the waves. I rise up, in spite of the ache. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise
Rise
we
up,
will
rise
take
up,
the world
rise
to
up,
its feet.
rise up. No man, like rise up.
Bring it to
Yes,
its feet.
yes, yes, yes. Because at the end of the day, no matter what has happened in your life, you are here. You're overcomers. For those of you who had the ability to stand, that's a demonstration that you choose to rise up no matter what. So clap yourselves for understanding that your actions is a demonstration of your faith, of your ability to believe in yourself, to believe bigger, to understand that what happened yesterday has nothing to do with where you are today, other than to rise up and rise up again. Right? We're ready? Let's do it. Thank you so very much. Good to be here amongst people that I enjoy. I love your company. I love the energy. And if it is that we know that the best is yet to come right after this or as of now, let me hear you make some noise. We are one decision away from truly fulfilling life that we're called to live. I believe so often that we wait on the ideal circumstance. And I chose today to talk about, if not now, when? When? So let's say that together. If not now, when? Put your hand on your chest. Ask yourself as if you are looking in the mirror and say to yourself, if not now, when? Greetings on behalf of Sandals Resorts International. Let me hear my Sandals people. I have the most incredible job, but not possible without the entire Sandals team. And I'm the director of Weddings and Romance. And for those of you who really know that you want to take your business to the next level, for those of you who are integrated in the world of weddings in one way or another, in one way, shape, or form, or if you just love love, you're in the right place. And so within our world, we really understand the importance of connectivity and connections. But one of the things that I have identified is when we talk about if not now, when, I'm going to challenge you to something. Who knows how many days are left in this year? Nobody thought about that. How many days have already gone for this year? Who knows? You know what that tells me? Can we talk? Are you ready for an uncomfortable conversation? So I think a lot of times we get up each day, we do what we gotta do, we do the checklist, we're getting things done, and that's all right. But could it be that that's just a mode of survival? Could it be that we are just functioning and we're meant to flourish? Could it be that we should be so fulfilled that we wake up with a purpose, knowing full well that the day that we're experiencing is one that we will never experience again? And so if we operate with if not now, when, we would in fact know that there are, maybe it's 242 days that have already passed since this year. And you might say to yourself, there is so much that I wish that I had achieved personally and professionally. But there are two individuals in this room. There's the individual who might say, I'm going to sit and look in the rearview mirror at the number of days that have passed and the number of months that have passed and all the things that I never got done. And then there's another individual in this room, and that individual is saying the 113 remaining days are filled with opportunities, filled with possibilities. And so what has not yet happened is not a point of expiration, but instead, today is a new dawn. So if you're ready to start a new chapter, if not now, when, simply means your statement is now. So are you ready for your now? If you're ready for now, let me hear you say now. No, man. If you really mean business and you're ready for now, let me hear you say now. The power of your conviction is simply in your mind. And the day that we shift our mindset and begin to own for ourselves that the growth that you will have mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, financially, relationally, is dependent upon the choices that you make. It is so easy for us to look at someone else and identify, boy, I don't know how they're doing it. But maybe you're too distracted looking at them. The only person that you need to focus on is yourself. And you need to have this innate desire, this innate drive to no longer say the following: I will do it when I have enough money, when I have enough time, when I retire, when my business is doing better. But what about now? Whatever happened to applying the urgency of now? Because the growth of yourself is dependent upon you choosing to know that now is what you have. And now means letting go off of the things, the limiting beliefs, the mindsets, the fears, the labels of your past, the labels that have been affixed to you either by yourself or someone else. Because the two things we focus on, we talk about how we spend our time, but we don't talk about how we make our choices. Because the choices that you make today and the choices that you've been making all along, who do you choose to spend your time with? What are you watching? How are you growing? How are you gifting yourself of your 24 hours? And so the growth of wherever you want to be is dependent upon that. Can I have the clicker? Every year. Thank you so much. His name is Ron. Give him a round of applause. And action. Today. Now. Now. Can we say now? Did it happen? Third, and sometimes it's a fourth. Because what did the song say? Rise up. It doesn't mean we're not going to fall. But we will rise again. Advance for me. Nope. And so the two things that we have, time and choice. Because if we don't focus on the fact 252 days have already gone, 113 remaining. If we don't focus on the choices that we make, I'm going to say this to you with great discomfort. As long as we're here on the 31st of December, you will be in the same position of neutral. You got to change gears if you want action. And the truth is, taking action is not as difficult as we make it out to be. I'm never saying it's easy, but I will encourage you to stop labeling yourself with what you have not been able to do and focus on what you can do. Small steps, small actionable items. So is that you're focused on growing your business, but you yourself, you're not thriving, what do you think is going to happen? It naturally has a cascading effect. So I actually have learned the hard lesson that some of us will appear to thrive in so many other areas of life. But until the self thrives, until you do your audit of self, until you begin to thrive, then everything else becomes impacted. So like I say, the rear view mirror is this small, 252 days behind us, 113 ahead of us. But I'm not asking you to focus on 113. I'm asking you to focus on today. And with the gift of another day, you give thanks, you focus on that day. So when we talk about if not now, when, I'm going to break down when for you. W-H-E-N. Can we spell that together? Hooked on phonics work for me. When. Let's spell that together. W-H-E-N, when. Let me tell you what I want us to focus on, the when. The only way for you to thrive and thrive properly is identifying for yourself what is your why. Why are you here? What is it that you want to achieve? What do you believe your legacy will be? What is it that you know is your innate gift that the world is waiting on and it's so unique to you? W. Who? Who are you associated with? Because I tell you, I don't know about you, but growing up, they used to say, show me your company and, all right. So be very aware of who you are connected with. Because if everybody isn't thriving and you're the only one trying to thrive, after a while, you're going to get depleted. So, yes, you'll get drained. And so let us identify who you're associated with. And then the other W, what? What are you doing to elevate yourself? What are you watching? What are you reading? What are you listening to? And I never asked you to get another degree. I never asked you to open another arm of your business. I asked you first to do your self-check on your W, right? So you identify that. The H in when. How hungry are you to take action? Let me see the hands of those who feel stuck. And it's okay, we're in a room. Okay, it's just me. Oh, okay, just two. Okay. 2 or 3 people. Have you ever felt stuck? Yeah? Put your hand up. I want to tell you that there is so much admirability when you can speak your truth without fear. There is so much admirability to being vulnerable, because courage never coexists with comfort. So when you take the courage to say, I have felt stuck or I'm feeling a little stuck, it's all right. That's the first step. Then you take the action of becoming unstuck. That's the second step. And so if it is that you know you've got to be hungry to take action, then you need to identify for yourself, how have I held myself back? And that's a question that you need to write down for yourself. Because it's so easy to say, how has someone else held you back? But truth be told, no one at all has command over your life unless you have chosen to give that command to them. And so you need to identify how hungry you are to take action. And then E, the E in when. Wake up today and choose to empower yourselves. An act of empowerment. Give yourselves a round of applause. Honey, if that's how I were to clap myself, I would not be moving. An act of empowerment means you reminding yourself that you got to get excited about the person in the mirror and the life that you want to have, the life that you choose to live. I didn't ask you about the things. The life that you choose to live, how you want to get up, what do you want to be grateful for? It's time to get excited about possibilities and ask yourself how you're going to get there. That's so very important, and that lies with you. The N. Choose to be nimble. Nimble. Haven't heard that word in a long time. Yeah, you have to dissect how you're going to strategically spend your time, how you're going to adjust some things in your life. But know this, that your N is the urgency of now. So let's slip into now, because sometimes we are arrested choices because we say to ourselves, but what if I fall down? But what are you expected to do? Rise again. So will you fall again? Yes. But what will you do? Rise. Right? Will you trip? What will you do? Rise. I think of the analogy of us driving a car and we have a flat tire. Do we park the car and then know that it just can't work again? One flat tire. The car is it over and done with? Okay. What do you do? Do you stand there and watch and hope it will inflate itself? Do you stand and weep and moan and think to yourself, well, what on earth do I do? Do you go into analysis paralysis? Well, if I stay here long enough, that tire ought to fix itself. Or you choose to get help. You either help yourself or you call for help, because you are one decision away. So what do? You change a tire and you get back in the car, and what do you do again? You start moving. Your life has not ended because of the number of flat tires that you have experienced. Change your tires today. Rethread your tires if you must. But it's time for you to start driving again. Start driving. And so you can write about, you can talk about the number of flat tires that you have had. That's a part of your story. Don't deny it. Don't act as if life is perfect. You have had things that the person to the left and right of you that you have had to go through. If they only knew your story. But truth be told, everybody don't deserve to hear your story. Some people will weaponize you with your story. But you also don't need to hide it when it's going to empower you. So the strength of how you grow, personally, professionally, and in every spoke of life is dependent upon the truths that you choose to encourage yourself to own. Don't deny them, because you are stronger today because of them. So how will we spend the next 113 days and those thereafter? Expect that if you are given the gift of another day, it means God has a purpose and a plan for you. Never, ever doubt that. If you're giving a round of applause for knowing that you're here and you've got a gift, you didn't come here by happen chance. But the other thing that I want to talk about is using the now. Can we spell now together? N-O-W. The urgency of now. The urgency of now means that you need to take action now. You need to be able to have these incredible conversations with yourself, because the conversations that you have with yourself is the most important conversation of your life. The ones that you have in your mind, the ones that you speak out aloud. I encourage you, talk to yourself, but be mindful of the conversations. So you are going to start saying things like, with God by my side, with God as my guide, I can do this. I can do anything. Because you're not doing it alone. You are busy looking for an army of people to come alongside you, and you are in an army of one. It's you and God. And there is so much power in that army. And so where do you want to be? Have you written down for yourself, the greatest vision of my life is? Fill that blank in. I didn't ask you what car you want to drive. I didn't ask you what house you want to own. I asked you, what is the greatest vision of your life? And what does that look like to you? Not what it looks like according to everyone else's standards, but what does it look like to you? And you got to own it for yourself. The power of the O. Identify opportunities. They're endless. They're limitless. But the only time that it seems that you're hitting a ceiling or that you're limited, it really is through the lenses that you look. And so perhaps today is a good day to change your lens. It's all right. Give yourself grace. It's okay to have lamented for a while. Weeping may come for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Today's your morning. And so if you fall, you choose to rise again. You rise knowing full well that, like children, when was the last time you looked at a toddler attempting to walk? When was the last time? And if you see them, when they fall, they don't stay down. So you are going to fall again. You can either look at them as lessons or you can lament. It's all about perspective. And I truly believe every single one of us have the ability to fulfill our greatest potential, all simply by changing gears and shifting our mindset. So for your business to grow, ask yourself, what is limiting me? Is it fear? That's always the biggest thing. What is holding me back? And what then do I need to learn from that toddler? How then can I identify that I can be like that toddler? I can creep. I can start taking steps. I can walk and I can run. W. You're not going to waste another day. Because what we know is this: we don't get it back. We don't get it back. Time lost will never ever be regained. But what we do know is this: your power of now and the will. The greatest W is your will. Your will to change and your will to take action. Your greatest W is believing in yourself. Nobody can believe in you as much as you can believe in yourself. And so I think this is an exciting time where what's ahead is propelled by what has been behind you. So we're not wasting any more time. We are going to take our pieces up. We're going to brush our knees off. We're going to look at our battle scars, and again, you will rise. You will rise up and you will take a stance, knowing that you are made for more. You are made for more. Look at your neighbor. Even if it's uncomfortable, tell them you are made for more. Yeah, but you have to say it like you believe it. You're made for more. So your last W is, and you will win. Nobody goes to the Olympics today having not trained to win. A winner's mindset means, I've got to train for this. A winner's mindset means that this life of mine is not a dress rehearsal. And I say it all the time. We take the liberty of assuming when I have enough, when I get the support, when someone believes in me, when the situation is ideal, when the economy is right, when somebody signs my next great film, when? Now. Now is your when. You make your when possible. You take what you desire to do because you never deposited in yourself. If you know full well that God has given you a dream for yourself, for your business, for your family, if you fall asleep on it, what regret will you have? You're a big deal. I want you to know that you're a big deal. Clap yourself if you know that you are ready to take action. Because no one has your DNA. No one has your fingerprints. No one has your gifts and talents like you do. You're in a similar industry. You're in a similar setting. You have co-workers that you work alongside with every day. You have people in your family. And the truth is, a part of your growth and development is contingent on you auditing if you don't have the right people around you. If you are having folks that you know you're holding back, but you're tied to the tenure of always being connected to them, and it's unhealthy for you, you will be in the same spot when we talk again 113 days from now. So, the power of your change will lie in hard conversations, difficult decisions, but no one is more equipped to do it than you are. Thank you so very much.
Smart it. I'm telling you, I'm just loving yourself. I mean,
You're
value
a big
yourself.
deal.
No, you're very important. Hashtag, I'm a big deal.
You're my friend and my VIP. VIP. Ask anybody for it.
I'm a big deal. You're my friend, I'm a big deal. Yeah, we're kinda important. For real. Oh yeah, I'm a big deal. And my friends are some big deals.
Very important. For real.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just had the Marsha and Donaldson Brown experience. Let's give her another round of applause, please. If not now, when? Speaking of when, do you often find yourselves wondering if you have enough time to accomplish all the tasks you have to do? Or, just not sure how to manage your time sometimes? Well, we have some time-saving solutions for you, for the busy business owner. And here to tell us more about how to manage our time is our next presenter, Angela Prophet, founder of GSD Creative USA. Let's give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes. Okay, do you want me to start now? Do you want me to go ahead and start now? Okay, can you let me know if you can see my screen? Let's see. Okay, are we good? All right, here we go. You all can see the screen okay? Awesome. Let's jump into time-saving solutions for the busy business owner. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited, and I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. I've been to Jamaica before. I love working with you guys, and I want to let you know that the slides today that we've prepared are prepared just for you, and I'll give you a QR code at the end, so you can scan that QR code and download the slides. So be present. Be here 100% with me, because it's all about time and living in the present and living in the now. So I want you to think back the first time that you did something, the very first time. Like, when was the very first time that you remember that you had fun? Whatever is fun for you. because we work in the wedding industry and the events industry, so it should be fun. And so think about the first event that you had or the first wedding that you had. Like what was the first time? This is me and Brian. He's my travel husband. We travel all over the world. We work together. We speak. People assume he's my husband. He's not my husband. He's one of my best friends, and we call him my travel husband. But the very first time that we ever met, he did a TikTok with me. And he's like, this is my very first time. I'm a dancer and I love to dance, but I don't ever dance at the weddings that I plan and design. And I don't ever really think about having fun for me. It's all about creating fun for everybody else. And so I want you to think the last time that someone told you, oh, this was my first time, and it was fun for them. And I want you to remember what that was like. And if you're going into a wedding or an event and you don't have that first time feeling, that first time jitter, it may be something telling you it's time for you to do something else, and it's time for you to think about reallocating what you're doing with your time. So that was a recent trip in Egypt where I was speaking and talking about time. And our driver that was taking us around, he had been driving for over 20 years. And I asked him, I said, well, do you want to get out and dance with us? And you can do a TikTok or an Instagram reel. He didn't speak my language, but the translator was trying to tell him, it's okay, get out. And he told the translator, he said, no one's ever asked me to be in a dance or take a picture or be in a picture. Usually the tourists are asking him to take the picture. And I'm like, no, come in and dance with us and be on video. And so he drove us around all day. And at the end of the day, we got out of the car and he told the translator to tell me. And he got tears in his eyes. And he said, please tell her thank you so much. My kids and my wife love to dance. And I haven't danced with them. I haven't danced with my wife in 20 years because I'm always driving people and I forget to go home and to have fun. And so he said, I'm gonna go home and dance with my family tonight. It'll make them so happy. And so just by inviting someone to do something for the first time, it could actually help their family. And he DM'd me on Instagram. We actually still keep in touch. And so Brian and I, whenever we're doing stuff together, we always like to start off and tell people, like, whatever you're doing right now, stand up. I hope that you guys can hear my audio. I don't know if you can hear the audio or not, but if you can't, these videos are also on my Instagram. But there is a song that I always open up with. And the biggest time suck for you could be miscommunication. And so there's a little song, and again, I like to have fun with it when I'm teaching, that we're gonna talk today about stop miscommunicating and asking more questions, and then dropping the assumptions. Ask more questions. When you know the why and you get clarification, you drop the assumptions and assuming that someone wants something or assuming that someone doesn't want something. And if you ask questions, simply ask the question, it saves so much time. And then we're gonna roll out a plan today. So I'm gonna give you a process, give you a plan to roll out reframing. And so instead of jumping to conclusions and miscommunicating and being defensive, because come on, a lot of us are, we're really gonna talk about reframing.
Angela, we can't see your screen.
You can't see the screen?
Okay, no, we're seeing you, but we're not seeing the screen. So we would like you to share your screen.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. As soon as I started, I'm like, can you guys see the screen? Here, let me go back to here. Let's see. Okay, let me start over. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so let me start again. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, we're seeing it.
So just remember.
Okay, could you guys hear the audio?
Or you have two screens up, so just close one and keep one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
There we go.
Is that the right? Okay. How's that?
Okay, no, you should have closed that one. Open the, switch
Oops,
around.
sorry.
Right, close the other one. There you go.
Okay, then I'll do this one. How's that?
Wonderful.
Yay, thank you so much for letting me know. Okay, so let me jump through these. And this is a video.
The blonde waitresses take their trays, spin around and they cross the floor. They've got the moves. Oh.
Yeah, he said that 20 years he's been working here, never danced by the pyramid. First time ever to dance by the pyramid.
He walked like an Egyptian in front of
Yeah,
the
he
pyramid.
walked like an Egyptian. Muhammad.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are. We're going to stop miscommunicating. We're going to drop the assumptions, and we're going to roll out a plan and reframe.
So just remember, if you're on fire, stop, drop, and roll. One more time. Say it with me now.
Stop, drop, and roll. Do that. Do it like pro. Do that.
So if you ever get into a situation and you're like, I think I just need to communicate better, I always try to, again, incorporate fun and think back to stop, drop, and roll. And where I'm from in America, what they teach in elementary school is it means a fire. Fire's about to happen and something crazy is about to happen. And something bad could happen if you don't have the right plan in place. And most of us are planners in the room. So again, just remember to stop, drop, and roll when it comes to communication. If you did stand up and dance, you guys can sit down now. A little background about me and my why. I'm a psychologist. That's what I went to school for. But having a psychology degree and then actually working in a mental hospital and then going into the wedding industry, I had a completely different perspective than a lot of people being in psychology. And so I just want you to remember, again, to ask questions and remember your why and your purpose. And like we were just previously talking about, you really want to think about how you're spending your time because you're never going to get it back. So last year I was in 14 countries, returned to 3 of them, and 5 different places in the States and the US talking about this. And so globally, we have an international impact and an opportunity to really guide each other as leaders in making sure that even our clients and our couples understand that time is very precious. And so putting boundaries in place is really important. So here in the left, the gentleman says, my computer doesn't work, the hard drive crashed, what do I do? And the gentleman is on the phone, so they can't see each other. It's kind of a big computer back in the 90s, reminds me when I was in college. And the person on the phone says, did you back up? And the person says, why? Is it gonna blow? Like the computer's gonna blow. I mean, today in this time, we understand that that means, did you back up? That backing up is in the cloud. And so understanding what we mean and understanding the person listening to you understanding, because that's what's going on today, is people are revealing information to us and we're listening, but are we really understanding? And so that's really what the GSD framework is about today. GSD is get shit done. And so what we do, we help you get happier, healthier, more efficient team members just by understanding how to really understand your own time and understand their time. And it really helps people overcome challenges. There's a lot of gaps out there. It really increases the employee retention, the productivity, it drives growth, and it saves time and money for you guys internally and then externally for your clients as well. And so again, it's just productivity, retention, and results. We're all about getting results for other people. For each of the events that we do, we have a start date and an ending date. But when it comes to business and communication, there's really no start date and end date unless you're like, I'm going to open my business and sell it or close it. And so really thinking about the result. What is the result? If you say yes to something, what is that result going to be for you? Really here at GSD, everything we do is built like this arch here. So everything is led with psychology. We use technology and for communication, and then time. We time block everything. And then we've got our team management, you've got business management, putting out consistent content, focusing on your brand, and then the internal and external processes. It's a lot when it comes to running the business, right? And so today I'm going to give you 4 things. There's 4 things that we look at GSD, and it's people, process, productivity, and profit. Without the 4 Ps, we cannot function to the best that we are without the right people, without following our process. If it's not productive and if it's not profitable, because we are for profit, it doesn't make sense. And so when you go through, should I say yes or should I say no, because I don't have the time, if you run those 4 things through, do I have the right people? Do I need to hire more people? What is my process? Don't let your clients drive the process, because when you don't follow your process, things fall through the cracks. And if you don't have a process, you want to get one real quick. And then if it's not productive, why do it? Again, going back to asking questions. And then sure, from a business perspective, making sure that it's actually profitable, that it's actually going to make sense for your business. Now for us, again, the 4 Ps, just going a little bit deeper. In phase 1, we specifically focus on the people, the right people. And I'm going to give you guys some information to take away in the slides, just to give you a little color coding overview of how we do it. And we really work with the people to understand how to effectively communicate, which means customizing the message the way that they need to hear it. The person you're talking to needs to hear it. For us, the second P is process. Making sure that you have a process that prioritizes your time. For us internally, that means color coding our calendar, and I'll give you guys an example of that in just a moment. Number 3 is productivity. People are happier when they are productive. If someone's not happy doing something, they don't want to be more productive at it. So if someone's not happy in what they're doing, again, it may not be the right time, or it may not just be for them. It doesn't make them a bad person. I don't know if you heard the saying, hire slow, fire fast, but it's so true, especially in what's going on in our world today, just within the hospitality industry post-COVID. Mindset, movement, nutrition, it's very important, because you are what you eat. It's true. And then profit, making sure that what you're doing is sustainable and you're able to help others. And so for us, that step 4 is content creation, creating content and nurturing your audience, nurturing your couples. Make videos. My gosh, with Reels and TikToks, we have so much opportunity. You shouldn't have to repeat yourself from an educational perspective more than once, because you can make a video, put it out there in your video library, have a blog, and drive couples to that blog. If you answer the same question more than 3 times, make a video. It'll save you a lot of time. And that's what makes the 4 Ps go around, is those 4 Ps, the people, process, productivity, and profit. So I'm going to take you a little bit deeper. So in number 1, for people, you have 4 types of people in the world, personalities. And the thing is, we have all 4 of these, but you definitely have a high, a low, a strength, a weakness, a bright, a pale, whatever word or acronym you want to use. But when I'm describing people, especially in a work environment, you typically have the ideas person who has all the big ideas. And then you've got the research person who needs to research to make sure that the idea is actually going to be sustainable, and it's going to be a good idea, and it's actually going to work on paper. I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of ideas, and then I'll go to my accountant and they're like, we're not doing that. And here's why. So having those numbers, those black and white numbers, and understanding your numbers and analytics, it might be a little scary. I was that girl for 10 years. I ran my first business blind. It's not a good thing to do, trust me. And then you have the people that just want community. They just want to be around a part of a team, and they just want to work with other people. And then you've got the planner, the people that are planning, your project managers, and these are 4 different brain types. Again, some of us, especially those of us women, do it really well. We multitask. Those of us who are moms, I'm an aunt, I have a dog, but we still have responsibilities. We still have things that we have to take care of, and we multitask really well. But when you stop and think about yourself and what really makes you happy, being present makes me happy. And being present should make you happy, but we don't know how to do that because there's so much busyness in the world. And so I am certified to teach True Colors. This is an internal program that we use, and we use it in the United States so that we better understand the psychology of how people's brain is wired so that we know how to communicate with them. And so a very quick high-level overview, and again, I'll share these slides with you guys at the end. The oranges, those are the idea people. Usually we tend more to love the design and the experience of what is it going to feel like when someone walks into a room that we design, or what are the logistics going to be? How is that going to go? And those are different brain types. And so in our world in hospitality, the oranges are the ones with the ideas. We're the risk takers. The golds are the project managers. They're bringing us down to earth a little bit and saying, I don't think that we have enough time to do that. And then the blues are the ones that lead with, how is this going to make everyone feel? Is it going to be a good experience? Is it going to be a negative experience? Is it going to trigger something? But they're always putting other people first to make their decisions. And then greens, they're the numbers, the research, the analyst. And so we do a lot of outdoor weddings where I'm from, and it might rain, and so we have tents for backup plans, but then that requires generators for the power, and have great operations team leaders who are very green. They think very green, meaning they know all the right questions to ask. They know to do the research. They make sure that every vendor has every power and cord that they need, right? And so making sure that you have the right colors at the table when you're planning an event, it makes all the difference in the world. We even use it with our couples now, and even with our clients, so that we know how to communicate with them. This is just a high-level overview for you of what oranges, and again, I'll share the slides with you guys, and what golds are, what blues are, and what greens are, and really what drives them and what their overall needs are. These are some of the brands and some of the companies. Some of them are global and international, where I've had the opportunity to go in, and True Colors has been able to go in and work with some of these brands and companies, which has been great. It's really been our foundation of everything that we do. So the second P is process. Have a process. And it's really simple what we do here at GSD. We color code our calendar. That's it. But there's a meaning and there's a purpose. And so I'm going to share that with you. We call them pots, time pots. And the reason we call them pots instead of buckets, because I'm all about, again, fun and metaphorically, and we have all these little pots with really cute succulents left over from a wedding. And I'm like, it's like a time pot, because where you plant a seed, when you plant something, if you water it and make sure it gets the right amount of sunlight, it's going to grow. It's going to really flourish. And so I want you to think about your calendar and your time in 4 different areas. Your personal time, and that's just you, meaning it requires you to do it. No one can help you, and it's you time. That could be working out. It could be taking a walk. It could be doing a dance class, which is something I do that's fun for me, and it's personal, but it's also driving a personal goal. And then you have your meetings. We all have meetings. Even if you're a mom and you don't have work, you still have to go to meetings typically for your kids, or you have meeting dates where you have to show up. And then work, which for me, my work is really called, that means like internal things. So imagine sitting in a meeting for 2 hours. Typically, when you leave that meeting, you're going to have at least 30 minutes of follow-up work to do if it was a productive meeting and there were clear expectations of when you were leaving the meeting. Well, that takes time. And so if you fill your days with meetings and meetings and meetings and meetings, and then we get home and we start working at 9 p.m. at night when our kids go to bed, and then we'll work till 2 or 3 in the morning. And if you have had to do that, like, raise your hand, because you've mastered understanding. You have to multitask and shift your time and shift your focus. But when you take the time and put it on your calendar, it really does something different. So when I look at my week now, I'll give you guys an example in just a moment. The GSD is get shit done, and that's just a to-do list, because most people do not carve out the time to do their to-do list. And over 50% of to-do lists never get done. So if you want something to get done, allocate that time on your calendar. Now, I know this is blurry for confidentiality purposes, but this is just a high-level overview to give you an idea. And for example, in red, my red calendar, those are those meeting times. I have to be there. And we typically block an entire day to work on a project or work with a client. We don't really just allow the distractions to come in. We block things on our calendars. Our clients know that, so that we are not hitting capacity, or that tells you when you need to hire someone, right? And so this really tells a lot of how balanced are you. If you don't have enough of the different colors on each week, then focusing your time elsewhere, or really evaluating what my calendar says this week. Am I going to be happy about it? And how is that going to make me feel? And that's where you really want to get with balance. And so the reds are the meetings, the green is my work, that's to do. It's still revenue generating because we track our time with every project that we do. And by the way, if you don't track your time for your projects, consider doing that, because that will help you understand your numbers and how to run the business, and also what to charge if you know your overhead. That's a different talk, different day. And then the blue, those are for me, that's our GSD time. And again, it's flexible. I like this type of calendar because I can move it around. This is just iCal. It comes on your iPhone, but it looks similar to Google and Teams and Microsoft. And then purple for us is, we actually use that for internal stuff, for more marketing for my team. And so understanding that you've got to have some type of balance. If I used to be all red and green, and there was no personal, which for me is orange, because I went to a college, our colors are orange. So putting meaning behind things and making your calendar fun really matters. The third thing, productivity. Why would you do something if you don't love to do it? Out of commitment? Well, reprioritize those commitments. And so COVID for me was very life-changing. I actually was very sick with COVID this second round, and almost died, actually. And it was because I was really unhealthy. And so I came up with, when I got out of the hospital and I realized I wasn't going to die after making goodbye videos to my family individually, I have to set a goal, and I know that I have to have some type of a pattern in order to get a result. And so this was just my personal roadmap of what I did. Now, productivity for the company, for GSD, used to be about software and automation. And Peter knows this because he's known me for years, and Joanne. And we still do a lot of automation. We still do a lot of that. But I had to take it back to be more simple. And because I understood, because of my own personal journey, that you can't be more productive if you're not happy. You can't be more productive if you're unhealthy. You can't be more productive if you don't have the space. And sitting still and having space is hard for people like us. And so to be more productive, you need to take that time. So this was the pattern that I did. I woke up every morning saying something positive. I write a lot of stuff in my mirror, and also taking accountability, and then making sure I was going to make it time bound. I track it with my Apple Watch. I had more energy. Rest is so important. I'm still trying to master the sleep thing. This is why I have an Oura Ring. It gives me terrible sleep scores pretty much every night, but I'm working towards it. And so what are you doing? We have so much technology around us. What are you doing to better help how you can get more healthy? And actually for me, the very last thing that I focused on was the nutrition. The food was the last thing that I really focused on. And so these statistics, this is in the United States, but I would bet that it's similar to there where you're located in Jamaica. And over 50% of employees miss 1 to 5 hours of work every week because they're so stressed out. So what I have found in my own personal journey is when you move, you're in a better mood. And so, and I'll show you what I'm standing at my treadmill desk and my monitor right there. 25% say a 3-year-long goal remotely for productivity. The study shows that nutrition can boost productivity by 25%. And so there's some companies that have a chef, that have cooks. There's some people that do plant-based, they do keto-based. They don't fill up their kitchens with a bunch of sugar. And being in the wedding industry, it's like people are always off their diets or they're doing something special. And it's just really a lifestyle of not being addicted to sugar. And I still do the cake tastings. It's just I walk another 1,000 steps. And then Glassdoor, which is something in the United States that we pull from. in terms of needing people and needing to get help. But Glassdoor surveyed 1,077 adults, and 66% say that they would be better and more productive if they had more sleep. And the prime ages of this study was 18 to 44. Now, these stats are pretty alarming, and there's one thing that can help fix that, which comes down to my own case study. And so just by moving and having a goal of moving 10,000 steps every day to be productive, going back to our third P, this was just in 90 days. You can just see in my face alone, I lost over 30 pounds. And it's not hard. If your feet and your legs work, you can walk at 1.0, you could do the bike. There's things that you can do if you sit at a desk all day. I know some of us are out on site visits and on wedding weekends, I get 20, 30,000 steps easy in a day, but it's not consistent. And so being consistent with one goal for yourself, for your health, to make you more productive as a leader, and then it will trickle down to everyone else. What's so cool about this is my team, I didn't tell them, no, I didn't say you had to get a treadmill desk and you have to walk. I didn't tell anybody how to do anything. I was doing this for myself. I wasn't looking to make a business out of it or do affiliate agreement. It wasn't about any of that. I was sick and almost died. And it was because in July of 2021, I was over 230 pounds, which is not my normal self. I was a gymnast all my life, and I was pretty fit. I could pretty much eat what I wanted. But when COVID hit and we were all on lockdown, I sat 20-hour days reallocating funds to building another company so that I could keep things going for all of our team members. And so just by walking, you can see just the transformation. And trust me, I'm not the girl of the selfie generation that like stands in front of the mirror and takes pictures, but I do it every Sunday. Every Sunday. I do it every Sunday and weigh once a week, because if you don't keep up with it, poof, like that. I was shocked when I got on a scale in the hospital and I hadn't been able to go out anywhere. All of us were like that, and I couldn't fit any of my clothes. And so just by doing that, I was able to become a lot more healthy, a lot more productive, and it completely shifted our company culture. Almost all of my team members willingly, with their own money, bought their own pop-up desk and treadmill. No one's asked me to pay for it, which we would. And we love being leaders and showing people that it just takes a little effort. You don't have to go to the gym every day and be pumping iron and drinking protein like crazy 2 and 3 hours a day. It's not like that at all. It's consistent little things throughout the day of movement. My back feels better, my knees feel better. And I just want to encourage you in your own culture, even with your couples, if you have these long meetings, that's my timer telling me to wrap it up, then you want to encourage getting up and breathing and moving and being active, because everyone feels better when they're moving. And then I will close it out with the fourth P is profit. And so again, we have a podcast, Business Unveiled. We put out a lot of blog content. We put a little teaser on social media, telling people to come back to our blog, read it, come back and watch our videos. We have an email community, text community. We give away a lot of free information, which internally we call it a lead magnet. But this is what number 4 is all about, is if you're gonna sustain and expand making video content, you can do it for a profit. It's another income stream, but you can get paid for your views. You can get paid for brand deals. There's all types of so many cool ways that you can incorporate things you're already doing every single day. For example, if you do flowers and you use food that you put in the flowers, and it's a mixture of a liquid, and you could be sponsored by that company. There's all kinds of brand collaborations to reach more people, to show them that you have the answer to their problem. And that's what that's about. And so I want to encourage you that this is just a content calendar of what we use to get ideas. People ask us questions all the time, and when people ask us questions, it's like, who asked it? So who is the audience? What's the idea? What do people need to feel? What's the emotion? What am I teaching? It's got to be entertaining. I mean, come on, guys, we're in the entertainment industry, and the CTA is the call to action. So what is your call to action going to be today for you to spend more time on you, focusing on you? This is just an overview of, this is a real estate agent that we worked with, just to give you an overview of what a filled out template could look like. And this is 90 days worth of content because she puts out videos once a week for her audience. From a strategy perspective with Instagram as well as TikTok, I want you to really consider what's going on. What you're putting out is what you're bringing in. And so we color code everything. You wouldn't know as a consumer what's going on here. This is a screenshot of my Instagram grid. And so in blue, it shows me traveling in different places. That's what the blue is, and very specific locations that we have some collaborations with, and it supports a goal of what we sell, is travel. The red is showing me with groups or showing me dancing with groups because we dance with groups. We dance in workshops. And then in the green, there's a little bit of crossover and overlap. That's why this one's circled twice. But there's very specific things in green. And there's also trending music that you can go in and do it. But think about the strategy. I want to encourage you to take the time to plan your content and make a list of what are the videos going to be about. Give yourself a due date, and then get some paper, go to a beautiful place. We went to Cabo to do this one, and we strategized out what are we going to talk about. And again, these are just ideas for you guys. I'm a visual person, so I like to give all that away. And so again, for recap, number one is people. Have the right people. Make sure you know how to communicate with the people. Process. Have a process. If you don't have a process, send me a message or DM me because we can help you. If you don't feel like you're being the most productive that you can feel, look at your health and look at the health of your clients and look at the health of all of your team members. And then how can you extend yourself so that things can be sustainable and you can have more meaningful relationships and connections and still make a profit. And so our top takeaways: stop miscommunicating, drop the assumptions, and roll out reframing. So if you guys want to scan this QR code, you can download the slides. And then there's a few other call to action buttons in there if you want to stay connected. If you have any questions, you can send me a message through this QR code as well. If you have any questions, I'm here to help. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your time today.
Wonderful. Let's hear it for Angela Prophet one more time. Wow. Now, let me ask a question. How many persons in here sets an alarm to get awake in the morning? All right, wonderful. Put your hands on. How many persons set an alarm for the alarm to wake up in the mornings? And can I tell you that we are sometimes confusing? How many of us get upset? Or let me not even ask the question, I'm going to tell you. We are so confusing that we'll get upset if the alarm does what it's supposed to do, and when it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Anybody can relate to that? So we get upset when the alarm works. When it wakes us up in the morning, we get upset at the alarm, don't it? And we also get upset if the alarm does not work, does not come on, and doesn't wake us up in the morning. But thankfully, we have now been given the guides we need, the guidelines, and some very insightful tips on how to have a better time-saving solution. Let's put our hands together one more time for Angela Prophet. All right, so we are going across the sea to one of our neighbor, the Caribbean Sea, that is. And our next presenter will be speaking on distinguishing yourself in your niche, unveiling the path to standing out. Ladies and gentlemen, I present our next speaker, Mrs. Janelle Murray, the Managing Director for Crystal Dream Weddings and Events and Bling My Wedding, coming all the way from Trinidad. Let's make her welcome.
Party mash up again. Hey, hey. Tell them bubbling. Hey, hey. Bring all your friend them. Hey, hey. Everybody drinking. Hey, hey. Who cares what they thinking? Hey, hey. Beer fights, beer fights, beer fights, beer fights, beer fights. Everybody singing. Oh, we don't.
I'm loving I'm loving it. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see, I'm a bit nervous this evening, very nervous until my hands are shaking a bit. But I must say, it's seeing the warm faces and all the smile, and I must say the Jamaican culture is really amazing. From what I've heard to now what I'm witnessing, wow, it's amazing. Keep it up, guys. So, standing here has been a dream of mine for a very long time. So it's really overwhelming, and I must say I'm so excited. I can't believe it. And I'm thanking God for this opportunity and to be here right now to speak to you guys. But I never thought that I would have left my 8 to 4 job to pursue my passion. After I did it, I was like, oh my God, what did I do? But would I ever go back? No. I am absolutely enjoying what I'm doing, and I believe that in some years to come, I'm going to be creating some great things, not only for my country and soon Jamaica, but for the world, right? So I want to tell you guys a little story, a little personal story before I proceed. Allow me to share a personal story. In my younger years, I was known for being very shy. So shy that anyone walks up to me and say hi, I would watch them and be like, not speaking to me, and run off. That's a true story. And my family had invited me to a gathering that would have changed the course of my life. I reluctantly didn't want to attend, but eventually I did. And there I met a very cocky, yet incredibly intelligent individual who would later become my boo. Our journey led to the birth of Crystal Dream Weddings Events Limited. And today, as we stand here as a husband and wife team, I'd like to invite him. Being true to myself, as I sat here today, really being true to myself and taking the advice of Sarah this morning, I want to invite my husband, Dave Imrie, who is a radio personality, TV presenter, TV show producer, and also a private pilot, to take on this presentation.
When I need motivation, my one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, she is always in my corner, right there when I want her. These other girls are pretty, but I'm not leaving your corner. They say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do you think you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. Jamaica, good afternoon. That woman is a remarkable woman, and I had to, no doubt, jump out of the box, as it were, when I met her and had to date her. And it's a true story. We were both invited to a party back home in Trinidad where none of us wanted to go. I didn't want to go. I don't partake in those type of parties in this particular area, but I went with a good friend, and I met this woman standing by herself. Everybody in the village, in the area, zooming around like buzzards. So I gotta come in like Superman there, and I is the only fella not from the area, so it running the risk of being beaten up, I had to stand and say, you know what, let me talk with her. And then people come in to dance. I say, don't worry yourself, girl. I would dance with you and they'll feel like you're a man and the show done. We left that venue holding hands. True story. But I had to find a crafty way to date this woman. This is not the average woman. And you will see why when I continue with the presentation. Then this piece of information will fit the bill. I was pursuing studies in aviation to become a pilot. And in doing that, I was flying a Cessna 172, and I had to think about this. So I remember putting on my uniform one morning and say, I'm taking you out on your first date, or date as it were. So I showed up at her sister's house, and my girl is all dressed. And I came in a pilot's uniform. Back in Trinidad, they thought I was a licensed officer because them people on the road is very similar things. Nonetheless, we went to Piarco International Airport. And when we did that, she was like, what's next? And then I showed her that plane, and I put her in the back seat, and I flew her for 2 hours. And after that, I said, well, let the next man top that. Yeah. I have been married 14 years with 2 children. Now, I told you all that piece of the story that she didn't tell you, because she never wants to talk about. She thinks, you know, you hooked me by flying me in an airplane. Yeah. Somebody was going to carry for pizza. Talk about that. But nevertheless, this remarkable woman deserved the best. And at the time, we were doing 8 to 4. And the thing about it is, she have helped me to appreciate what the true vision of entrepreneurship really is. I'm going to say a few things here this afternoon, and if you agree with me, you will respond by a resounding round of applause. We'll do a dry run. This is a lovely shade of blue in the room. Let me finish. On the walls. You all are a beautiful audience. I did not waste my time flying from Trinidad to Jamaica to bring this product because Jamaica is great. So we understand each other, and we will continue with our presentation. Now, I'm here to speak to you guys on a very, very remarkable point, which is distinguishing yourself in your niche and unveiling a path to standing out. And one of the things that we want to understand, as we are all wedding planners, now by the way, when my wife quit her job, I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Because I was working at a very reputable company back home, TSTT, and she was in Sagicor. We was good-ish. And then she came with this wedding thing, and she wants to leave. So, being the husband, I said, oh, listen, we can afford this, we can afford this, and I hope you're comfortable here, we don't go here. All right? But she's a visionary. She's a calculated risk taker. And that is what every one of you all are in here today. Give yourselves a round of applause. We birthed the company Crystal Dream Weddings, now known CDW Events Limited, off of that wedding, our wedding. We got married, and I was watching the food, and I was like, that is what you ordered, girl? She was like, no, somebody messed up that's not the order. And I remember we going on our honeymoon, and coming back from our honeymoon, she was talking about this thing. We spent 4 days somewhere in Caracas, somewhere we were. Correct? Yeah. I double check. But the thing is, she did not forget that caterer. Came back to Trinidad, went to that caterer, and got back every cent from the woman. Say yeah, yeah? The woman get back all her money and vowed that brides and couples should not have to go through this. And with that being said now, we understand that when it comes to weddings, it's not just events. When we think about it, they are a culmination of dreams, hopes, and vision. Amen? As professionals in the industry, we have the honor and distinct privilege at times to be a part of the inauguration of these people's extraordinary lives. And we have to take pride with what we do. So, however, in the industry that teams with creative talent and innovation, how do we set ourselves apart? How do we ensure that our services are not only memorable, but also indispensable? The answer, my friends, lies in the recognizing opportunities. The world today gravitates to not just traditional TV. We look at television from a different lens. How many of you all watch Love and Hip Hop? Yeah? How much of all it is watch The Kardashians and all them fancy shows in America that projects reality TV? Now, can we have a reality TV show in the world? They probably already did. Because one radio personality back home said to me, you cannot invent the wheel. It has already been invented. So what you can do with the wheel, you can change the color, texture. That's all. It's still a wheel, it's a circle. So it's either rubber, you can make it out of, cut a wheel out of cloth, wood, it's still a wheel. So you find a creative way in which to do this. As wedding planners, that's what we try to do. But then we can only do so much. We can only do so much. And that was another snag that my wife found out when we started planning weddings. So there was a power in problem solving. So let's start with the foundation of our success, identifying problems and offering solutions. Now, every wedding has a unique story, and every couple has distinct desires and challenges. One of the things we do first is listen. So understanding their desires and the uniqueness of their story, out of CDW Events Limited, it gave birth to a fantastic product known as Bling My Wedding. And what I'll do for you now, if you like what you see, round of applause. I'll have him play the first trailer. This premiered in Trinidad back in 2017. This is seasons 1 of Bling My Wedding's trailer. Every week, we travel from coast to coast looking for the right couple. This is Bling My Wedding. That was season 1 of this product, birthing out of being wedding planners, created by that extraordinary woman sitting right there. So you understand why I had to go in an airplane, pull out all these stops to date this woman? Because I couldn't risk another man. taking her away. Somebody say yeah, yeah. Now, we would have grown from strength to strength thereafter. There is another company known as Wedding Wire, which is comprehensive wedding planning tools. You all familiar with that? Yeah, you all are. Now, let's talk about a problem. Planning a wedding often involves numerous tasks, from creating guest lists to finding vendors, which can be overwhelming without a centralized platform to manage everything. Let's talk about the guest list for a minute. I understand in Jamaica, there are some parts where if a wedding is happening, the whole village come in. You had to hide. Same thing in Trinidad. I don't know, it's a Caribbean thing. CARICOM, we like that. We know you getting married, and we bold-faced, you know. We just come by ourselves. We bring a +1, and we +1 bring a +1. And then we reach early and get a seat. So when the authentic, original invitees arrive, they can't find a seat. So that poses a problem. Solution? Well, Wedding Wire, founded by Timothy Chai, provided a solution by offering comprehensive wedding planning tools, including vendor listing, budget tracking, and guest list management. That means we now invite our clients to tell us who's on your list. And we stand by the door. Sometimes we have a big board on an easel with names on it. And when somebody arrives, we checking the name. What that does is prevent any unwanted guests. When they reach the door, oh, they have a name, boy. And then they see everybody coming in. May I have your name, please? And you're checking. That's a solution. So we have to give them a round of applause for that, because that tool enables us to do what we do. Financial success, well, outside of that, there's a need to fulfill, where couples needed an all-in-one platform to simplify wedding planning and connect trusted vendors. And this is what Wedding Wire did when it fulfilled the need to provide a user-friendly online source. So when you utilize these tools, this is you solving your problem. Now, remember, we're unveiling in your own niche, creating that path, something unique to you. I can't speak for you guys in Jamaica. I don't know some of the problems that you all will encounter from time to time. But that's why we are here, because we in Trinidad, we want to bring something to you that we want to share with you guys, and we don't just want to share it as it's coming from our country, but we want you guys to be involved in a big way. So let's continue as we delve into what is known as the art of personalization. Now, just before I go there, let's talk about the financial success. When this Weddings Wire, Timothy Chai, founded it, the platform became immensely popular, attracting couples, wedding vendors, everybody. Now has an estimated net worth of just over $32 million US per year. That is what we are striving for, right? We are striving for that type of success. Now you might be pondering on how you can replicate this strategy in your own business. Remember I said you cannot invent the wheel again. It's already invented. So it's the same thing. Problems already there. How many wedding planners it have? How many Chinese restaurants? How many supermarkets? They all have problems. What you do is identify those problems and find the right way for your company to solving these problems and becoming that all-in-one, encompassing everything. Now, the art of personalization. This one I will summarize with you a little bit. Now, your wedding company can ensure that you are creating a story and memory that resonates with people, the couple, and their loved ones through several key strategies: client consultation, personalization, storytelling, elements of engagement of guests, attention to detail, emotional movements, and quality photography, videography, interactive guest experience, consistent theme and aesthetics, post-wedding reflections, and of course your select Facebook. Now, how many of you all are afraid to get a negative comment? By a raise of hands, you're afraid. Anybody else? You don't want to get a negative comment. Right. Well, we heard this morning, and I had to embrace it, because my wife and I were like that. We did not want to get it. But getting that negative comment gives us the opportunity to grow and change. Let me give you an example. So you go and you did an interview on television. But when you did the interview on television, your hair sticking out badly. And your mic was noisy, so nobody could hear you really. But guess what? Everybody tell you, yeah, and then on top of that, you use green verbs, you mispronounce words. But then everybody tells you, hey, good job. You come off the stage, the producer ain't tell you nothing because they may know you. You come to do an interview to represent your company, and they say, good job, good job. Yeah, man, you did good. How about that? Yeah, you did good. You're going home, your mother ain't want to break your heart. Yeah, girl, you did a good job, you know. And then you get to work, and two of your friends and colleagues in work say, hey, yeah, what's going on? That was the worst. Or you managed to hear them behind your back. You did not do a good job. You know, she said, she mispronounced that word, boy. Enthusiastic. She couldn't even say entrepreneurship well. She said entrepreneurship. Do you not feel bad? Would you have not preferred that they be honest with you up front? Well, that is you wanting persons to be authentic with you. But are you authentic with yourselves? Are you real with yourselves? Do you manage your own expectations? Because we expect when our brides and grooms get upset with us, is because we did not manage their expectation. And that is a problem-solving tool that I encompass and I embrace, and I would implore you all to do the same. You know that you can reach 10 feet high. Do a projection for 8. You can't. You sure you're going to reach 8? And guess what? They want 10, you know, but you are telling them 8, giving them reasons why 8 feet is the best for now. But you will, if you manage to shoot to 10 and they walk in that hall, would they not recommend you to their next friend, colleague? Exactly. But guess what? If when they walk in they reach 8 and they see the 8, they'd agree to that. So they cannot be angry with you. They can't give they got just what they wanted. The conversation ended with you saying the scaffolding will only reach 8 feet. Because you wasn't sure if the company that you're getting could take it to 10. So they stayed with you because of your honesty, your straightforwardness, and you managing their expectations. And this is one of the reasons why our brides and grooms get angry with us, because we shoot for the best. We are yes people. Yes, I can get that done. We get a budget to work with that is unrealistic. And guess what we do? We walk inside complaining with our spouses or our business partners. Well, them have a more budget here and want a champagne taste. What them feel it is, boy, but we go see what we could do. And then you find yourself dipping in your pocket to pull out money to pay for their wedding, because you did not do what you were supposed to do, which is be authentic, true to yourself, honest. Do not be afraid if they go to the next vendor. It gives you the opportunity to perfect your craft for your next client, rather than waste time behind a client that you could not deliver on. So be true to yourselves when it comes to these things. This is how you're going to find that path and create your own niche. You would rather be known for a person that can deliver, or ones that says yes and tries to, but you ain't sure if she go catch it. Think about it. And this is what you do. So along the way, 14 years in the business, we would have learned some very harsh and difficult lessons. I am a radio personality back home. I am also a television presenter. I had created 4 television series, well, 3, because the last one, that was my wife's creation. I just came as a backbone and support, you know, and help her to develop the product, but that was her baby. But guess what? For me to sustain myself on radio and do what I do best back home, I had to take the negative criticism, encompass it with who I am as a personality, and see how best on my next show I can do something to change it. There was a time when I felt being on stage meant that if I have to get a laugh, I need to pick on somebody in the audience. People would laugh, but it was distasteful. But that was my younger years. I would have grown as an MC. I would have learned along the way, And now, whenever we are doing what we do it with style, taste, and classiness. Amen? Yeah, yeah? That's it. So that is what you want to do. There's a reason why a windscreen mirror is this big and the rearview mirror is this small. Because you cannot be driving a car and looking in the rearview mirror constantly. You're going to crash because you keep looking back. Whenever you glance back, it's just a pass there. Okay, who is behind me? That's it. You're not looking back for a direction to go forward. You have to focus on the bigger picture, which is the windscreen, the road, and everything in front of you. And that is what you need to do with your business. Gone are the days where you are reflecting and regurgitating things that went wrong in the past. You know what went wrong? Deal with it and move forward. Yeah? All right. Having said that now, we reached innovation. All right? And when it comes to innovation, this is a vision that extends beyond your personal gain. It encompasses a broader narrative of addressing societal challenges, leaving an indelible impact on your community, country, and the world. So yes, we had to find a way to reinvent, as it were, recreate the wedding industry and do something Caribbean. Because the Americas and the Europeans, they do it all the time. So we had to do something different. You saw the trailer for season 1. It said coming soon. That went. Let's take a look at how we develop the product for season 2. Every week, the search continues for the right couple. This is Bling My Wedding. Would you not like to see Bling My Wedding Jamaica? Would you like to see Bling My Wedding Jamaica? Well, that is what we're going to do here with your help and your active participant in this product. Bling My Wedding will be in Jamaica. The show has aired in 21 countries on Pavilion Plus, which is known as the Netflix of the Caribbean. It has shown on Tempo Television from as far as New Jersey all the way through the Caribbean to back home in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm very pleased to announce that Jamaica will be the first Caribbean country outside of Trinidad that we are going to shoot a season of Bling My Wedding. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you on behalf of my illustrious wife, the CEO, because I'm just a director, the CEO. We want to say thank you so much for having us. And when we go back to Trinidad, we have a lot to tell, and we'll be back for Bling My Wedding, Jamaica.
Hot and groovy in the soca party. She's hot and groovy. Find out with me, baby. Bambi Dambedai.
Come on, give them a round of applause. Big, big round of applause for that presentation. Yeah. No, I'm going to have to learn how to fly a plane. Gotta match that. Talk about sweeping her off her feet. He swept her all the way. All the way. All right, we're running behind time, so I won't delay in introducing our next presenter. She will be speaking to us on alternate ways to say no. Although we're in the business of I do's, there are alternate ways to say no. So here from Refined for Wedding Planners USA, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Amber Anderson.
Let me tell them how the thing goes. How the thing goes. Okay, okay. Chevy make a tamua. Say my pikin go join God. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get it, you the wrong, get enough to drink with a drop cup. Hey, so you see how the thing goes? How the thing goes? Oh, you tell me who blend you? And who? Alright, take it easy, and let's play some behind the waist. Okay. But no, we can't use. Go school, you go the prime tools. And all the parameters that you want to form through. See, even your papa not to save you. For all the cannabis when they pick it done do. Man, all the niggas don't find you. Because that nigga when you play on my don't move. Oh boy, don't move. Ha, hey, come on, let's go. Chevy make a tamua. Say my pikin go join God. Ha, you want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, kitty, you the wrong, get enough to drink with a drop cup. Hey, Jabba, you see how the thing goes. I said, telling me who blends you. And who. Okay.
Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Gilondoloze. Jerusalema, Ikayalami, Gilondoloze, Ambenami, Zungangishilana, Oluwabona. I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times as a juvenile.
So much for joining my session. Today, I would love to speak with you about one of my favorite topics, which is the art of saying no. But in reality, I actually want us to get to a place where we can turn our no's into yeses. So let's talk about some alternative ways that we can say no and get our clients to better understand what they're asking and what the results might be. Again, my name is Amber Anderson, and I have the honor and pleasure of being the owner and face of Refined for Wedding Planners, which means I get to serve wedding planners across the world. It is just so fun. It's such a delight. So I've been in the industry for the last 13 years. I've done social events, corporate events, and I've been an educator for the last 5 years, which I've really, really enjoyed. I've done events while educating as well. So a little bit of overlap in all of those arenas. I am an Enneagram 8 with a Wing 7, which is a personality type that is just a unique combo for being able to identify what we need to say no to, but have a lot of empathy and well-roundedness in our responses. So that 8 is kind of a challenger and zero tolerance for silly things, and then the Wing 7 is just real social and kind of has that party hat and just sees people for who they are and wants to be, in that and with them. So it's a great combination for this topic. I'm also a wife and a mom, and so since I have a 7 and a 9-year-old, I have lots of real life practice at home, having to say no and finding unique ways to do that. So I'm not just the Debbie Downer in my house, the no mom. That's not fun. So I really do try to find alternative ways to say no or bring us to other solutions and other ideas that can work and be fun for everyone. I am known for my wordsmithing superpower. I just really take a unique approach to responding to emails and to situations in real life. And so I want to walk us through some of those ideas together. All right, let's jump in. Today's takeaways include what you've got listed here. And what I want you to understand is this is not an agenda of things that we're going to walk through point by point, so much as all of these things are going to be interconnected throughout everything I say. So we're going to really want to think through mindset. We're going to think through, being prepared to say no, because they can catch us off guard, can't they? Right? So we want to always be prepared. We want to know what and when and how to say no. We want to be able to turn our no's into yeses, and we want to be able to help the client understand. Okay, so I'm going to emphasize these points throughout. You'll hear me say them over and over, but we're going to really hone in on these concepts. As we get started, I want to have a little bit of fun. So I want you to think of an example this year, last year, whatever. What comes to mind most recently as the most ridiculous request you've had? Whether that be from a client, another event professional, someone on your staff. What comes to mind is like, you just want to respond and be like, really? Did you just ask me that? Okay, got it? Come to mind? All right. What if we were to be able to say out loud what we're thinking? Okay, it might look something like this. Can you imagine if we said these things to our clients? There's one of Jocelyn where she says, that's not on brand for me. I loved that one. And last one here. Imagine if we said those things to our clients. That's what we're thinking, right? And sometimes it's so hard to hide it in our face, just like that deadpan humor from Schitt's Creek, a show that I just love and adore. But we can't respond that way, right? So it really does matter how the things that we're going to talk about here are going to help us with our facial expressions. They're going to help us with our filter, and we're going to get to the heart of getting to better solutions. So saying no really does come down to mindset and being prepared. When we say no to one thing, it means saying yes to another. And if you've heard me talk on any topic, I find a way to get this in there because I am such a believer in this concept. When we say no to, the cake table where they want it on the layout, it means that we're saying yes to having a clear flow and pattern of the layout, because if they want the cake table where they want it, then we're going to have a line at the bar and it's going to create congestion, and we know that that's not going to work, right? So when we say no to one thing, we're saying yes to another, and that might mean, even layout aside, it might mean we're saying no to something that would put too much on our plate, and we have to consider our bandwidth, because bandwidth matters. When we as service providers have a servant heart, and we often default to yes. We often default to like, how can I make this work? I'll do it. I'll just figure it out, right? When really we should be defaulting to no, and then asking questions to then make it a yes, right? So that doesn't mean that we're a no person, that we're a no spirit, so much as we understand the wisdom of pausing and asking questions and really determining if something does have value in the yes bucket. Because when we say yes to too many things, we really we stretch our bandwidth, and that creates problems with our sustainability and our longevity, and that's not kind either, because then it creates frustration with clients, and in the long run they're just like, I need you to do your job. And you're like, gosh, I've said yes to too many things and I'm facing burnout, and now there's friction. So there's a lot of mindset going on with this statement, but I want you to really soak this in and give yourself permission to really believe it, okay, and absorb it. Because remember, you're a professional. Right? You're a professional. Despite this being a social service that we're in, a social world that we're in, we are professional. And unfortunately, in our industry, we're not taken as seriously as maybe the medical profession or the legal profession might be, right? But a doctor or a lawyer is not going to say yes to everything, nor should we, right? It's really important that as a professional, you have a backbone. Despite being in a social industry, it's still critical that we have a backbone. It's critical that we're able to have boundaries and able to enforce and implement and deliver those with kindness and with professionalism, and with the idea that sustainability and bandwidth and burnout are real, and we have to protect those things. It is kind to protect our client. It is kind to protect ourselves, right? I'm going to use a Venn diagram here to help us talk about identifying when to say yes and when to say no. And the reason I'm going to use this diagram here is because everything that we say yes or no to in our personal life can affect our professional life. And everything we say yes to in our professional life can affect our personal life or our staff, or all these different categories. And so we want to understand how our bandwidth personally affects our bandwidth professionally, and how that can be physical time, it can be mental headspace, all the things are all interconnected. So as I lead you through some questions that I want you to ask before deciding if something is a yes or a no, think about how your worlds are all interconnected. It's not just an 8 to 5 that we live at work, okay? You might get a call from the school. You might get a call from, an aging parent that you're caring for. There's all kinds of things that come in. Our personal and our professional lives interrupt each other all the time, okay? So think through how they're interconnected. These are some questions that I want you to ask yourself when you are presented with, a client question or a volunteer opportunity in the community, or, whatever it is, both professionally or personally, or even your staff coming to you and say, hey, I'm thinking about this. Can we do that? These are the questions I want you to ask, okay? Is this practical? What are the risks? What's in it for me? Does this give me joy? And here's the thing, with those last two questions, sometimes there is nothing in it for us, and sometimes it does not give us joy. It is a job, and we do have to get our things done. We are moms, and we do have to, there are things that our kids need from us. We're not all moms, pardon me. Those of us, there are things in our personal life that we don't want to do. We have to do those things, okay? It's just part of our responsibility in being an adult. So not everything's going to give us joy, and not everything is going to have something in it for us. But these are still questions that we can ask in the overarching bandwidth of our life. Let's keep going. What time does it start and end? What do I have to bring? How much does it cost? Is it on my way to somewhere I'm already going? Can I build that into my schedule, or do I have to build around it? Does it involve traffic? You see where I'm going with that? Like, maybe it's easy because it's on the way. Maybe if I have to go out of my way, I have to reconsider that. What's parking like? In my town, parking is expensive and it's hard to find. That can take 20 minutes just in and of itself. If I do this, will I have bandwidth for the other things I've said yes to? Can I delegate aspects of it to others? All of those questions help our mindset get to a place where we can determine if something is a yes or a no, and if there are pros and cons and what all is involved. And there's so many more questions that we can ask of ourselves, but that's a good framework. That's a good starting foundation for you. When it comes to saying no to things in our social lives, in our personal worlds, there are some pretty just straightforward ways to do that without over-explaining ourselves. So, with a 7 and 9-year-old, we get lots of birthday invitations, for example, and we physically can't do all of them, nor do we, we're also really intentional about, where we spend our time and who we pour into and whatnot. So if we get an invitation from a peripheral friend that I never hear my kids talk about, or don't know or whatnot, then that's probably one that I'm not going to, spend a Saturday morning attending, right? So my answer is going to be, I hate that I can't make it, but thank you so much for the invite. Thank you so much for including us. Happy birthday. Y'all have so much fun. Responses like that, right? So it's to the point, it's kind, it's clear, and it's, I'm not making excuses. It just isn't going to work out. Now, maybe there's a social invitation that you're getting that could work out, but you need to tweak something about it to make it work or to make it more realistic. So say you get a dinner invitation and your response might initially be like, oh God, that's gonna be hard. I don't know what to do. I need to say no. When maybe it could be a yes, right? Because remember, we're going to try to turn our no's into yeses when we can. So this could be a response you could work with, you can dabble and tweak with. I'd love to. Mind if we go here instead? That would make it so much more doable with the kind of day that we've had. So it might be that the location they picked is hard with your traffic pattern, or it might be hard with the food allergy, or whatever it is. Or you might even say, hey, can we host at our house? That would just allow me to just kind of flow into our day. Let's order pizza and play cards, whatever it is. Okay, so do what you can to make it easy on you. And in relationships, we have to give. So it's not going to always be about making it easy for ourselves. Sometimes we do have to do things that are harder to give back to that relationship. Declining volunteer requests. Let's talk about this one. I love being involved in my community, and I think also too, event professionals are appealing to organizations. The organizations really latch onto us and ask us to volunteer a lot because we're organized. We are committed to the things we do. We get things done right and well, and they really need those skill sets. And so we tend to get asked to do things maybe more than others might be, and maybe that's a projection. I don't know, but we can't say yes to all of those things. And so here's a good framework you can work with. I'm so flattered you would think of me. Thank you so much. After thinking through your needs or looking through my calendar and what that all would entail, I don't think I would be the right fit for this. Okay, again, it's straightforward, it's validating, it's gracious, it's also giving them space to find the right fit. Because here's the deal, a lot of times we say yes because we feel guilty, because they need help and they're such a good organization or whatever it is, whether it's with a friend or with a volunteer opportunity. Sometimes we say yes because we feel guilty and they've done things for us before and we want to give back and maybe we can at some point, but it's just not today or this season. So the person asking, here's what we need to remember. The person asking really needs someone that's able to give their all, right? So don't rob them of the opportunity of finding that right fit. Because when you come in and you say yes to something that ends up being more than you can, do, you're going to be more half-hearted in that. You're not going to give them the right energy, and it's just no one wins in that situation. So make sure that they have the opportunity to find the right fit. Don't feel guilty about that. What are some of the reasons we as event professionals might need to say no? Like real reasons. There are some like hard no's, and then there are some things that we can turn around and give alternative ideas to. Some things that come to mind for me might be layout issues or timeline constraints or budget, limitations. We might have to say, hey, have the priorities shifted? Can we do this instead? But like sometimes we have some real reasons to say no. It doesn't come down to just I don't want to or that's gonna be hard. It's just there are what are those in your mind? Get some of those going, and then let's walk through some of these next steps that we can navigate a client through. Because here's the deal. I think a lot of us believe we've got this lie going on in our head that clients can't handle being told no. So I'm gonna tell you a really quick story. I had an inquiry one time where a client wanted to do a scavenger hunt in this wildlife habitat area that we have in town that you can do events at. And I was explaining to her, hey, this idea sounds so fun. It's snake season, and so we've got some dangers to consider, and what if we looked at these ideas and whatnot. And so she ended up hiring me, and she told me she hired me because I was honest with her about that, because she had some other event professionals that had just tried to work around with that and didn't really provide that information to her. And she said, I would much rather have been told no than to put my guests in danger, right? So in all reality, being told no provides clarity. It provided clarity for her to understand that, in all reality, that's not going to be the best option. And then she was able to let that go rather than linger in resentment and what ifs. And I wonder if that really could have worked and that person just didn't want to do it, right? So we want to provide that clarity so it can be let go. So here's some examples of that. No, that'll burn the venue down. No, that'll create a long line. No, that will cause food poisoning. Okay, so there are some real just like clear no's here, but again, I told you I'm going to emphasize these things over and over and over. We do want to try to turn our no's into yeses. So some ways that we can do that include understanding our delivery, because here's the deal. In a social business, in a social industry, a lot of emotions are attached to this, and there are dollar signs that maybe our clients aren't used to spending on things in their lives. And sure, maybe we've got some corporate events that are up to speed and up to par and expectation on that, but by and large, a lot of us are working with clients that are doing weddings or family reunions and anniversary parties that are just high stake emotion moments for them. So we want to remember that delivery really, really matters here. We want to listen to understand before responding so that we can develop a quality delivery. We can develop a soft landing, and we don't have to sugarcoat and overdo it, but we want to find a way to better understand their pain points, their fears, what's really going on, what are they actually asking? A lot of times I find that clients ask a question when they mean something totally different. So I try to get down to the bottom of what's your actual goal? What are you trying to achieve here so we can find a real answer? I also want to have empathy for them and put myself in their shoes, because like I said, a lot of them have not done this before. And even if they have, maybe this is their second or third child in the family to get married, so they have some, experience with it, it's still big, right? And over the last few years, we as professionals, unfortunately, have become jaded over some things, and it's still new to them. And they're in an environment right now where dollar signs are scary, and so they're going to be asking questions and asking for things that maybe we haven't seen in the past as much, and it's starting to push our buttons a little bit. But we really have to put ourselves in their shoes and step back and remember this is a first for them. Okay, even if it's a second or third, that's still really new, right? So we want to have a lot of empathy in our response. We also want to seek advice and leverage our network. So it might be that someone comes to me with a question and I don't have an answer, or I've not experienced it before or seen it, or in my mind, I can't fathom how it would work. But I can say, you know what? Let me go ask let me go ask a few people. Let me go brainstorm with them and see what we can come up with, okay? So this is really important for you to have a network of people you can draw from, whether that be a Facebook group or an organization like this, or a local, some local peers that you can pull from and say, have y'all ever done this before? This sounds bananas. This is so bizarre. I can't fathom this. This is the train wreck I see coming. Talk me around it, okay? You want to also collaborate and brainstorm with your client. You might be able to say, hey, these are my initial thoughts. This is not a no for me so much as these are my initial thoughts and concerns. Let's brainstorm the different ideas and see and pick holes in them and see what could work the best. And let's try it. Okay, so we're going to brainstorm and collaborate with our client and get them in a place where they see that your attitude is to at least try, right? And in that conversation, we want to provide alternatives and be ready with other options. And there are going to be things that we're thrown that we've never experienced, and we're not going to be prepared with options, but we're going to be prepared with the mindset of being an option person, right? In providing options, we are able to compromise with our client. But the big thing here is that we don't want to compromise quality. We want to make sure that the client understands that. Sure, we can adjust this and we can adjust that, but if we do, this will suffer. Okay? How about we adjust this instead? Then nothing suffers. Okay? So what are the compromises wherein nothing suffers? Or have the priorities shifted and it's okay for this over here to not be as big of a deal anymore. Okay? We want to lead them to the conclusion by asking open-ended questions. Sometimes when I get a bizarre request, I'll just ask some questions and kind of lead them to their own conclusion that, oh wait, that's not going to work. That way I don't have to be the no person. They on their own realize, oh wait, there are a lot of holes in this idea and I see now that that's not going to be realistic. Or maybe we together, again, with the compromising and brainstorming and open-ended questions here, come up with the solution together. But ideally, we get them on their own to understand that a little bit so that they have more buy-in. Because when they just hear from us and they don't totally understand it, then there can be a little bit of friction and resentment along the way. And we've done all we can to avoid that. But the more they understand, the better they're bought in and the easier it is for them to let that go. Kind of like the scavenger hunt story. We want to be concise, avoid over-explaining. So when I gave you those examples of declining invitations in our personal life, I was really straightforward, wasn't I? I didn't go into like, oh, we have this thing on Saturday, so we can't, da 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 da. Because here's what happens. When we over-explain something, it starts to sound a little fake, or it starts to sound a little, desperate for them to understand versus just presenting it with confidence and authority. There's also a psychological impact that happens when we over-explain. A client or a peer or someone in our personal lives can feel a little, there's that psychological impact can show the lack of confidence. For example, it can show there can be like a trauma response kind of in their mind, like, oh, you're like way overthinking this. And it just creates this whole, it can snowball a little bit. So we don't want to over-explain it. We just want to be straightforward. It does come across so much more confident and so much more in control and as someone that can be trusted, okay? We want to ensure clarity because here's what happens. Sometimes we'll have these conversations and because someone's heart was so set on something, maybe that's what their brain remembers as being the plan. I do that all the time. I'm convinced that this is the best idea, and so my brain has just pictured it so much that in my mind that's what we're doing. But in reality, we had a clear conversation. I've just forgotten because my emotions were involved. So we want to wrap it up with a follow-up in writing. And we want to say, hey, here are the things that we talked out. Here's what we concluded. Are we all on the same page? Okay? It's our job to lead a horse to water. So I want to go back a little bit on, making sure that we lead them to the conclusion and help them understand. All we can do is lead them to that, give them that information. We can lead them to that water, but we cannot make them drink. And they are a paying client. So sometimes they will get to override the decisions and they will be the decision maker. And all we can say is, okay, I gave them all the information. It's their choice to make. I'm not going to like it. That doesn't mean that you can't charge more for it if it's going to create work for you or things of that nature. You absolutely can have that boundary, okay? But when it comes to, just things you don't care to do, but it just is what it is, like, it is their decision to make. All you can do is lead the horse to water. But the best way to do that is by knowing their fears in the first place. Again, we talked about pain points towards the beginning. We talked about understanding what they're really trying to achieve in the first place. So once we can understand that, we can use those open-ended questions to get them there. And if we understand their temperament and how they've responded to things in the past, or what we might how we might think that they would respond to something, we can use that to our benefit to know what words might work, what phrases, what timing. Sometimes timing is everything, right? Like, maybe in person versus email and whatnot. So understanding their temperament and how they respond to things is a fantastic leadership skill to have, and being able to get them to the information that you need them to have in the right way, in the right, so that they'll be in the mindset to absorb it. We can do this throughout our entire branding process, okay? We want to guide them with positive reinforcement the entire way. So I want this to be part of your business model as a whole. Anytime a client follows your process, I want you to tell the world about it. I want you to get on social media, I want you to blog, I want you to Instagram story or make a reel or put it in your newsletter. Shout it from the rooftops that someone, followed your expertise and it worked out. Okay, there's humble ways to do this, but incorporate storytelling into your brand at all times, because the more people see that, they're going to have FOMO and they're going to want to fall in line with being a good client. Okay, this is part of molding who your ideal client is and becomes, right? So again, when your guidance works, tell the world about it. Tell these stories, brag on yourself, do it in a humble way again, but again, it's just all about storytelling and making sure that people are led to the water on you being the expert here. And when they do it, thank them. Tell them why it matters. Tell them, it frees you up to do more for them. Because there are times when a client asks me to do something and it's fine, it's practical, it'll work, but I just don't want to, or, maybe I should charge a little bit more for it. But because they've made my life so much easier on other things that, I probably didn't have to do as much work for them and did charge them on it, then sure, I'll say yes to that. I'll go the extra mile, So you give a little, get a little. It works out really well for people. So praise them for it, because praised behavior is continued behavior, typically. Let's talk about words and phrases that can escalate and create friction and tension, because these are some really common phrases that we use that are easy to adjust. So I'm gonna lay those out for you, and then I'm gonna show you some adjustments. Some might include like, that's not an option, or with all due respect, or in my experience. One that I hate seeing is per the contract. It's so abrasive. So what are some ways that we can, get around these words and still communicate with clarity, okay? The formula for that starts with validating, then we present our boundary, and then we redirect, okay? So we're validating that, great idea, or I can see why you have that idea, or whatever it is. And then we present the challenge, the boundary, the why this may not work. And then we redirect to a way it could work, or a compromise, or a solution, or redirect to even a simple, like, I know that's not the answer you're looking for. I really wish I had a better answer. Or redirecting to, the emotions of that closure, okay? Here's an example. I've always loved that idea. We've tried that a couple times in the past, and here's what's happened. Okay, so that's a great way to rephrase the whole "in my experience" thing, because that one just doesn't sit right with people. So the best way to say that is, again, we've tried that in the past, and here's what's happened, and then redirect to some alternative ideas that you've come up with. Right? Another way here, I'm happy to talk out some ideas. Here are my initial thoughts. And then that's when you're going to present the pros, the cons, the costs, the risks, the guest considerations, things of that nature, so that they understand what the ramifications really are, and together as a team, you can come up with the best solutions. So it's not a no, it's just a, yeah, let's talk about it. Here are the things that come to mind that we need to consider. Here's another example. I've been dying to do that myself. Again, that validates, this is a cool idea. This is awesome, okay? Unfortunately, it's against fire code. So what if we did this instead? So see, this is one of those situations where there's a hard no, like, we can't do that. That's against, like, we will get ticketed by fire marshal, or like something, we could have an emergency and people get hurt. So there are real boundaries here, right? But what if we did this instead? Another way here, I can totally see why you want to do this. What I find is that guests expect, whatever it is. Let me talk with some other wedding pros and get back to you with some ideas and feedback. So again, it's not saying no. We've never said no in here. We've presented that there's a potential challenge and what we've seen happen in the past, but we're going to go explore this further before we come up with a conclusion. So let's look at some real life examples. Here are a couple of emails that you might face, and then we'll look at one in-person caught off guard moment, okay? What if they email you and they want to change the design plan again? They've changed it 4 or 5 times and you're just so done. Okay, here's a response. Sure, I'm happy to help. And having completed the service for the design plan as quoted in your current package, here are additional options to consider. Let me know what add-ons you'd like, and we'll get that list started right away. So here's the thing. I find that wedding planners often will think, gosh, if I had just said in my contract that they only get 3 design revisions, I could say no to this. When all reality is, no, you only quoted so much work. You know what that was. So if you've done the work, then tell them. And say, hey, that's above the scope of our services. Here's the added fee. And then let them decide what they want to do with that. Okay. And if they push back, then you can continue the conversation. Let's say that they want to bring 5 people to the final walkthrough, and we all know that that's going to, it's not feasible. It's going to take too much time. They're going to get in the way. It's going to bring up stuff that doesn't matter, all of that, right? So we want to rein that in. First and foremost, we want to prevent half the things that we're saying no to anyway. So if you're a wedding planner specifically, go check out the Refine Shop. I've got the wedding planning process kit, which is my process from A to Z on sales to planning the wedding, execution, and offboarding, and I've got you covered on all these things. We're going to prevent so much of this stuff, and and I have templates in there as well to respond to those hard to answer emails. But here's one, okay? They want to bring everyone to the walkthrough. The answer here, I can't wait to meet everyone, okay? So we're validating that. While this meeting is reserved for 2 planning partners and the wedding professionals to ensure we have time to cover everything, be sure to bring along the questions they might have, okay? So did I say no in that at all? No, I just redirected them. Okay, here's the kind of thing that we can get caught off guard by, right? Like, you can't be prepared for every scenario. You just have to have a mindset preparation of defaulting to no, okay? So this is a real scenario that occurred to someone in Refine recently, okay? Can you help my grandmother get dressed on the wedding day? Was asked to do this, right? Okay, how uncomfortable. There's, that's so intimate. Grandma could fall and get hurt. There's liabilities involved. We don't have time to do that. There's just so much involved here, right? So, here's the answer. I'm not available for that, but I'm happy to track down another family member. Is there anyone you'd like me to grab? Okay, if they push back, reiterate it. I understand she needs help, but it's outside our services and comfort zone. Then restate their options. Stick to it. Stick firm, okay? Yeah, you do. You're empathetic. You know she needs help, but it's not going to be you. Here's some better options. These are phrases that can become your best friends here, okay? So using words like unavailable or the challenge or I'm unable to do this, but what if we tried that? Or one thing mentioned in the contract is such a better way than saying per the contract. So one thing you mentioned in the contract is this, and here's why. So let's look at it from this angle. And what if we could, and start the compromise process, right? Now, ultimately, there are going to be times where we just have to say no, or there is no other solution, and we have to provide closure on that. And I have found one of the better ways to do that is to say, hey, I know this isn't the answer you're hoping for, and I wish that there was a better way. And so I'm glad that we were able to look at the different options, and I'm sorry, I wish that there was a better answer here. And then you're not apologizing for your role, your job here so much. It's just being empathetic, right? Like, I hate that for us. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope that this was helpful and practical and, just full of little action items that you can implement immediately. If you enjoyed this, grab your phone, get this QR code going, and I have some email templates that you can utilize. They're not about saying no so much as just bringing you into that wordsmith world and helping a little bit more with that mindset on hard to answer emails and getting ourselves and our minds exercised and prepared to have these kinds of conversations, okay? So that will lead you to the Refine Shop as well if you want to explore more. Last but not least, I would love for you to follow me on Instagram, Refine for Wedding Planners. Please come get to know me and let's continue the conversation. Thanks again and have a great weekend. Anderson, and I am so thrilled to be with you all this week.
All right, again, let's put our hands together for Amber Anderson, Refine Your Wedding Planners USA. All right, now we're down to our final presenter for the day, and as you know, we save the best for last. And this one is entitled, Mind Your Own Business, How to Successfully Market Your Business. Here is the founder and publisher and lead at WBM TV correspondent, World Bride Magazine USA, Meredith Leon McCormack. Let's make her welcome.
Baby, calm down, calm down.
Go right ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay! I'm excited. Thank you for having me. I just want to say I'm so sorry I could not come to Jamaica. I tried everything humanly possible to get there, and unfortunately didn't happen. Fashion Week is happening and all these other great things, but I am here and I'm honored. And the conversations, the other speakers prior to me, wow, it was a lot of information to take in. And I just want to make sure that everyone doesn't feel overwhelmed by so much information, but know and look at it from the perspective that this is the first step to the last quarter that's going to help you get that little boost that you need. So please, bravo to everyone. Is everyone hearing me clearly, or should I be doing something else? Because I don't really see anyone. I can't see anyone.
Oh, we are seeing you perfectly and hearing you very clearly.
Fantastic. Okay, so forgive me if I keep asking. I don't want to lose you because of the internet situation. So I just want to work a little backwards because I want my story is going to help and inspire everyone in the room in Jamaica. So I want to go back and review because I was taking notes as the speakers were speaking. And what I found to be fascinating was the very points that helped me build my own business. The young lady that has the bridal salon, forgive me for not remembering everyone's names, said that she was one of 5 businesses that started the bridal salon, and now there's over 35. She didn't allow the lack of her type of business that she wanted to stop her and say, oh, it might not work out because there's no one there. And she continues not to allow the fact that there's 35 to stop her from growing her business, or for her to feel intimidated and then not do anything and share her information. So leads me to the second venture person that presented their business, the designer, the florist, the planners. They also are not single island businesses. As wedding planners, and I am certified, I went to school for it, event planning, production, and so on, we do not work alone in the same space. We need a team of people. And as a magazine publisher, I do not run World Bride magazine by myself. I may sometimes have the last word, but I have a team of over 20 people, not only in the US, but in Dubai, in France, in London, in Italy, that are involved. And that means I live in different time zones where I have to make the ultimate major sacrifices to stay up and to absorb anything that goes wrong. But I do not run my business in an island by myself. So a team is absolutely necessary, which I got great points from that. The other people that spoke very highly was locations, hotels, venues. We need venues, we need locations to produce and to run our business. Again, minding your own business is not a one-person project. You require relationships. The relationships that I have built over the years, and that is 30 years I've been in the fashion industry. I started out as a celebrity manicurist doing the nails of Beyonce, J-Lo, Erykah Badu, Kate Hudson, Uma Thurman, Etta James, Eartha Kitt, you name it, working for Vogue, Glamour, Cosmo, Essence. Those opportunities led me to go to Miami Swim, lead shows, work for Vera Wang, backstage, meet celebrities and other things. I use all those opportunities to build my contacts, my network of people, which later on allowed me the opportunity to pivot again as I watched the market to open up a bridal salon, to become an official wedding planner, to now working at Huffington Post, writing for them, taking all that in as class lessons, which helped me to what? Mind my own business. Because I saw myself when I was a celebrity manicurist as the brand. Why was I the brand? Why did I think of that 20 years ago? Because I had an agent, and my agent put me in a position where I was the key people that was leading these shows, working with these phenomenal fashion icons that I used to see in magazines, the Vogues, the Harper's Bazaar, Glamour, Essence. And now I was among the giants that I used to read about. So I pivoted and said, how do I continue to excel and grow and learn from all these people that I dreamed of? I took notes, established those relationships, and developed World Bride magazine. I figured there was an absence in the market that addressed people that look like me. I didn't go, like one of the other speakers said, invent the wheel. The wheel was already there. What I did was, yes, you have InStyle magazine and all publications that I even at some point in my career worked for. InStyle magazine, InStyle weddings, Bridal Guide, Brides magazine, Modern Bride, Elegant Bride. Some are not even here anymore. Those were my classroom sessions. Those were my educational process of learning the business from the outside, but under the radar, the non-traditional way. And I believe my beloved Marsha, who I adore and met at one of our press trips that we attended, spoke highly of that opportunity. Finding your way to get out of your comfort zone, using what you have access to already, and pushing yourself and expanding on it. And that is how World Bride magazine went from 20,000 reach to now 8 million global. I just came back from 2 months being in Europe. Started out 1 month going to Brussels, Holland, Switzerland, Italy, meeting with my editors there, and London, and I thought, what a better way to give authentic, organic content that is different, but still the same information, but with a different spin to the readers that I want to reach. I was very intentional in creating the name World Bride magazine. Who was my target market? Again, minding my own business. Who was my target marketing? Can I compete with those other Condé Nast and Hearst Meredith publication? I could not. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. The only wealth that I had was I came from a wealthy island in my heart, Haiti. I'm born Haitian, and I had 2 phenomenal parents who taught us to dream it, think big, and go after it. No, it was never an option for us. So for me, it was figuring out all the life lessons that I was getting from being a celebrity manicurist and making it shift and work to a industry that I love so much, the fashion industry, and finding the niche that I knew that I can manage on my own so that I can build this and yet serve the need of a market that wanted this. I have spent years, now we're going into our 20th year of literally still telling people that Black wealth exists and Black people want luxury, have luxury, and live for those sort of experiences. I knew I saw it because of my travels. So that saying that says, I can show you better than I can tell you, that is what World Bride Magazine is. So when people try to compare us and say Bridal Guide or, you know, The Knot or, you know, what else, The Brides is there, I don't feel any intimidation. In fact, I want them to exist because there's different ways of telling the story. Again, what does that have to do with minding your own business? Knowing you are enough. There has never been a time that I have read in all my historical research on all the famous, wealthy, successful businesses that still exist today, did any of them say it was easy at all. So for me to have felt that it was going to be easy, I would have been delusional. But what I did know that I was privileged was because I already had 20 years in the fashion world as a celebrity manicurist. So the editors knew me. The ad agency knew me from hiring me, from doing all their campaigns, Chanel, Dior, L'Oreal, Maybelline. I maintained a healthy relationship with these editors, with these producers that would hire me, to the point that now today, some of them, as they lose their jobs because of downsizing, because like the gentleman said, pages are getting thinner and thinner because things have shifted. The great equalizer, as I like to call the internet and social media, has made it, in some cases positive, easy for people to think that they don't need publications to market their businesses or anything. I don't believe that to be the case, or else I wouldn't still be in existence over 20 years. But I use all of those relationships that I built in my past life and my experience from corporate America, because I came from Merrill Lynch, I came from Prudential Securities, I came from the finance world. So I knew about structure and about consistency and about having the power of hierarchy. But I also knew that the power of my team and a well put together team would make my business successful. And that's how I learned to mind my own business. And so with all these years of experience and personal experience, I have been able to pivot and exceed every sort of dreams that I thought I had. I have lived every single dream that I've ever dreamed of as a child. I've worked with the best of the best that I thought of, from Mickey Taylor from Essence Magazine, Beverly Johnson, and I could just go on, Idris Elba, and so on. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. It literally happened because Meredith Leon McCormick built relationships step by step as I pivoted, whether the market was low, the market was crashing, or the market got saturated. I found my place. I created a space for myself, and I continue to stay focused. There's also another saying that says to know what your competitors are doing. I want to know what my competitors are doing because it feeds me, but I don't need to do what my competitors do because there is no competition. The way I tell a story will always be completely different than the way someone else tells a story. So it used to bother me when people would say, well, you should be like Vogue, or you should be like whatever. And I looked at the fact that they wanted to compare me as not a negative thing, but that's all they knew. So how was I going to be different? How was I going to stand out in a sea of information that is provided to us? Because the internet now has overwhelmed us with information to the point that we could keep scrolling and scrolling and still get nothing. So for me, minding your own businesses, knowing your lane, feeding out who's your community. Collaborations are the most important thing. So this platform that was created, I believe it said that it's your 4th year for the Jamaica Bridal Expo. They are bringing together your first community from a global perspective. And every single one of us should now be supporting of each other to grow our businesses. So the opportunities that you get, bless somebody else with it, because another saying, I love sayings, a closed fist, you can't receive anything. So as long as I'm willing to give and pour in to my community, the wedding community, the $70 billion industry, I think there's enough room for all of us. So for me, while America may be a bit overwhelming with wedding planners and publications, I'm comfortable picking up my passport and going to Dubai, going to Qatar. I have got on a plane for 11 hours, 22 hours round trip to go do a speaking engagement for 16 hours. It is not above me to do what I have to do for the success of my business. This is how I mind my own business, which then turns into opening doors to other people. And so for me, the most exquisite way that our industry, the wedding industry, the industry of love that's based on love, family, and everything else is about us creating our own community and being loyal to it as we expand and want to grow our businesses. And so everyone that has spoken to you guys prior to me gave you gems based on their own experiences. You take the information that they have and you see what will work for you to grow your business. And in order to do that, you have to do some self-examination. Where am I in this grand scheme of things, and where do I want to be? And I believe Marsha led us that conversation about knowing how many days of the year is left and how many has passed us. As a publisher, if I want to get some advertisement, literally, I need to be planning a year in advance. So if I wait until 2024 to get some money, I'll be struggling and chasing behind. So what I do is I make sure that I know everyone's calendar date, who's in charge, and every once a month, I send a note. Hello, how are you? Are you working on anything? I have phenomenal relationships with PR and marketing people. Every now and then something fabulous happens. I will write a handwritten note and send it to them and say, hello, just letting you know how we're at the second quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter. There's some editorial things that we're looking to fill. We would love to work with you. Do you have anything you want? That is how I mind my own business. As I mind my own business to keep thriving, I'm also helping my community, my wedding industry community, grow exponentially so that we can continue to thrive. Because World Bride Magazine is just not enough. We need more. We need more presence of people of color that look like me, that look like you. We can't say diversity and just have tokenism anymore. It doesn't work. We can't say diversity and inclusion when they're Muslim, so we can't do that. No, the doors are open now for everyone to take a part of it. It is up to us to take that leap of faith. And like Marsha said, even when you fall down, get back up and ask for help when needed. It is extremely important that we do that. And so for me, this is how I choose to mind my own business, and my network of friends, colleagues, and new associates are the best way that I know how to do this. So I would like to see if I can share the current summer issue to show you guys how we, I'm hoping I'm doing this correctly, and you guys let me know if you see it. Do you guys see my page? Someone can let me know.
Yes,
Do you guys-
yes, we can see it.
Yay, cool. My AP guy tried to teach me in 5 minutes. So here is our summer issue. And we established a phenomenal relationship with, Jamaica, Curacao. And that relationship was nourished a year in advance before they decided to come on as an advertising partner. And because we wanted that business, we put in everything we had in the pot and still fulfilled our other obligation with the brands that we already had, pulled in new ones, and we were able to successfully go to Curacao, shoot, while creating content for Europe. Here are some of the images from it. We have phenomenal relationships. All relationships that didn't come overnight, but relationships that were birthed through 30 years of my career in the fashion industry that I was able to use and go back to and nourish. So this, my publisher's letter, is photos of editors from around the world during my 2 months in Europe and expanding it. And these relationships are what sustains us. And this young lady, Mimi Lombardo, the Italian young lady, used to be an editor at, she's still a freelancer. She used to be the editor at New York Times fashion magazine. She hired me. We maintained our relationship, and 20 years later, she's working, I don't like to say for me, she's working with me, because this is not a single woman project. This is a team effort. We have beautiful features of couples of all diversity, from the Caribbean, from Dubai. Our writers are from Ecuador, they're African American, they're Italian, you name it. We write articles that also cover beauty. Everything that the bride will need, we cover it. We invite professionals to be guest editors. We do contests. We do everything that will make our brides, our paid vendors, our partners, our sponsors feel invited and feel fulfilled. So for us, you can't grow a business. Now, if you want to do a one-woman business, that's fine, because if that's all you feel you're capable of doing or have the capacity for, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. But if you're looking to run a legacy building business, you're going to have to expand. That means I'm going to have to relinquish power. And these are the things that I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to walk away from my business. I want to be able to know that if I want to take a vacation and shut my computer off and not answer calls, that my business would continue to run. And so in order for me to do that, I needed to build a team, a qualified team that can run the business to the same level of expertise and excellence that I wanted, that the whole magazine was built on. And so for me, finding these creative Black people from all over the world was my priority, but it never excluded not one human being on this planet, because the intention was, it is World Bride Magazine, and we were going to live up to the name. So for me, growing this was the most difficult because I was over there more than I was in the moment, but I was running. When after 10 years, I started to slow down and I started to say, you know what? It doesn't have to be a rush process. I can learn to grow slowly. As they say, smell the roses. I wanted to smell the roses because the growth of the magazine is so rewarding. And when we get calls from people from all over the world that are saying, oh my God, I want to write for you. I used your magazine to plan my wedding. I'm talking about someone from Iran, someone from Pakistan, that says, yes, I want to shoot for you. I want to do X, Y, Z. That is my reward. So I had to learn that I am enough, but just because I'm enough doesn't mean I had to be everything. And my team was my backbone, and I needed to trust them. I needed to train them, but I also, like the game that the host did, where, put the phone on your head, your belly, and put the phone up. There was operative words. He gave clear instructions, but were we listening? And so I asked myself, am I listening? I can't always be talking. I have to listen to what my team is saying to me, and I have to listen to what the brides are saying that they were missing. So another story back, World Bride started not only because I was already in the market for the fashion world working with other publications, but as a freelancer, you work 1 week, you'll get paid 30, 60, 90, and 120 days. You can't raise a family like that. So one of us, had to be working, but I knew that if I wasn't in the arts and in the world of fashion, I would have died slow death because I love the industry, but making money was just not enough for me. I needed to be in doing something that I loved. And so we found a way to successfully run a magazine, address the needs of the market of these women, and then started to slowly incorporate other things, lifestyle into it. So again, being intuitive enough to say, there's a black magazine. They only focus on black people, but our world is diverse. Why don't we create World Bride magazine that encourages and incorporates every aspect of the wedding industry? And meaning from the moment the groom pops the question, he doesn't know what to say, what to do, anything about the ring and how much money he needs. If she's never done this before, she doesn't know what else to say. What am I supposed to do first? That's when you need a wedding planner. When do I hire the wedding planner first, or do I go find my place and then bring somebody in, and how much am I supposed to pay? So I learned all of that through the process of surrounding myself with phenomenal experts that were already doing it, and then going to school to learn more, but working with phenomenal editors from my past life of a manicurist and eventually becoming a producer led me with the comfortability to try, not to say that I still don't get afraid, but to try and venture into the publishing industry. And it is important that we have mentors. Find someone that is where you want to be, has been there before, and latch on and say, I would like to be able to call you once a month and talk to you. Can you give me some feedback? Your mom, like the gentleman said in his story, if everybody tells you did everything great and they're afraid to tell you that you made a mistake, you'll never grow. You just won't, because you think you're fine. So then you have the poor option of standing still, being lukewarm, which is not really cool. The water has to either be hot or it has to be cold, but lukewarm is not always appropriate. And so building a team, seeing what's going on in the market, fulfilling a need is absolutely essential. And you don't have to be all things to everyone, but you don't have to go into a space that you know nothing about. I have to know how to do everything, but doesn't mean it is smart for me to do everything. So for me, teamwork is the most operative thing in running a successful business, and you have to be a risk taker. There's absolutely no way that you're going to get to the next level just playing it safe. It's never worked for me. It's never worked for anyone that I have admired in those spaces. So keep learning, keep moving forward, keep asking questions, collaborate and partner with other people. And you can't do all the jobs. It's okay to share it. You know, if you're a wedding planner and you have relationships with other planners. I stopped doing wedding planning, but doesn't mean I've stopped making money from working with wedding planners. So when people still call me and ask me to do production, I take the job, I ask them to answer the questions, I then go into my Rolodex and say, hey, I have a client, a potential client that you might be a suitable planner for them, a suitable florist, a suitable photographer for them. Would you be interested? And then I am still a businesswoman. We have an agreement. We discuss the terms, and I act and operate as an agent, and I take my percentage. And this is how I chose to mind my own business. That way, I'm not bitter when I see you making money without me. That I'm like, oh man, I should have. No, there's no I should have. Do what suits you, but do stuff that's gonna be long-term relationship. Like I said, there's enough for everyone to be successful in this industry. So with that, I would invite you all to please follow us on our website, on social media. We do print, we did for a long time. We started off 4 times a year. The market got, we did it twice, then we stopped, and then we just went digital. And then we went back to printing once a year. And now, because Barnes & Nobles wants us back, we're gonna go back to 4 times a year. So these are the lovely magazines that my team and I have created. And we would love, and we love new businesses, we love young businesses that want to get into the luxury space. That is my niche. I want to show diverse group of people that have been ignored into the luxury space. I love storytelling, and that is my superpower. That's one of my superpowers, and the other one is the power to connect the right people with the right people. So if you guys have any questions, you can find me on World Bride Magazine Instagram, or Meredith Leon McCormick, spelled MYRDITH, Leon McCormick, and my other company, my branding company, MLM Represent. We do work with a local network, and they air our television show at Brick, which then expands it to the rest of the world and wherever the internet goes. I am also a guest editor, contributing editor at Sharp Magazine Middle East, a men's magazine that's based in Dubai. I am also have just been invited to another magazine, which I'm gonna not say right now because I haven't accepted their proposal, to be a travel editor for them. So I have mastered the art of pivoting. And I'm sure you guys are thinking like, well, if you run a magazine, why would you want to work for another magazine? It's 2 different things. Why would Chase and JP Morgan merge? Because it makes sense. So collaborations are your friends. Find people that you can work well with. You don't have to love everyone, but you should respect them before you go into business with anyone. So that saying that I do not like is don't take it personal. It's only business. No, my business is personal. I take it very serious. The integrity of my name and my reputation as a brand, I am the brand. When you hear Oprah, you don't separate her from any of the projects that she has. You see her and everything that she creates. And when someone says you're doing too much, maybe they're not doing enough. Do not be offended. Turn it into something positive. I am here, and I can't wait to come to Jamaica. Marsha, I miss you dearly, and I can't wait to meet my new associates at the Jamaica Bridal Expo. I think that's my time.
Come on, let her hear it, let her hear it, let her hear it. Can you hear the applause? Can you hear the applause? Are you hearing the applause?
I'm sorry, I can't, you're breaking up.
I was asking, can you hear the applause?
Responding.
Let's turn her up. I don't know if she can hear us. Can you hear?
Now I hear you.
Can you hear the applause?
Am I doing what?
Did you hear?
Lost you guys. Sorry.
Hold on. No, don't go. Don't go.
Oh, I'm not going. Trust me. When you tell me to go, I will go.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now, but sometimes it breaks. I only hear every other word.
All right, but you're hearing me now.
Yes, sir.
All right, now tell me if you can hear the applause.
Oh, I didn't, but I love you guys. I love you guys.
Now
I'm here.
We wish you were here as well. But that was an awesome presentation, and we're so proud of the work you're doing and continue to do.
Thank you. It's
Looking
an
forward to
honor.
seeing
It's
you.
an
Come on,
honor.
let's put our hands together for her one more time. Now, there is a saying that goes, all good things must come to an end. But we have not come to the end of the Jamaica Bridal experience. We, however, have come to the end of our conference and now look forward to tomorrow's expo. Is anybody excited for tomorrow? Make some noise! Did you guys enjoy your day? Did anybody learn anything? Okay, let me hear some quick things that you learned that you're taking back with you from today's conference. Anybody? Ways to say no. Who else would like to share something? It is good to collaborate. Indeed it is. Mind your own business. I am my brand. Hold on, my hearing is nearsighted. I can't hear you from all the way back there. If it's not now, when? And what were you saying? It was the same thing? And that's the last thing I'm going to walk away with. Learn how to fly a plane. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure spending the day with you. Again, my name is Ryan Dixon, and on behalf of the entire team for the Jamaica Bridal Expo, we want to thank you for being a part of today's bridal conference. And again, we couldn't make it possible without our sponsors. So again, I want you to give a round of applause to our sponsors: Jamaica Tourist Board, Thai Flora Lux, Montego Bay Convention Center, Bliss Bridal Boutique, Sparkles Productions, Shortleaf Media, Sandals Resorts, Earl's Fashions, S Hotel Montego Bay, Holiday Inn, Hilton Rose Hall Resort and Spa, Big J Entertainment, Jewel Grand, Jewel Paradise Cove, Frontier Airlines, Casimir Tours and Transfers, Jamaica Inn, and our DJ for the day, Jabu Music. Put your hands together for our sponsors. This is my time for today. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for the Expo. Have yourselves a great rest of the day. Be safe, get some rest, and enjoy the sunshine. I am Ryan Dixon.
Energy, I no get time for no enemy. Nothing with person never see. I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say fashi. Money soon expected.
Some point in time, a man just have to be a man, you know what I mean? face up to your emotions. Really check for a woman, make sure you check for her. I'm gonna tell if your friend them gonna laugh, or them gonna say you whipped or whatever.
I know you're gonna dig this.
You're the only one who's gonna be lonely, you understand? Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa. And you let her go. Why did you let her go? Why did you let her go? Staring at an empty glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. See how when you close your eyes, maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely die. Oh, oh. Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Love comes slow and it goes so fast. Oh baby, yeah, you see her when you go to sleep. Never to touch and never to keep. Cause you miss her so much and you dive too deep. Oh yeah, you see. Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go.
I know just how to whisper, and I know just how to cry. I know just where to find the answers, and I know just how to lie. I know just how to fake it, and I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth, and then I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you, and I know just what to prove. I know when to pull you closer, and I know when to let you loose. And I know the night is fading, and I know the time gonna fly. And I never gonna tell you everything I gotta tell you, and I know I gotta give it a try. And I know the road to reach it, and I know the ways to fail. I know all the rules, and I know how to break, and then I always know the name of the game. But I don't know how to leave you, and I never let you fall. And I don't know how you do it, making love out of nothing at all. Out of nothing, 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 out of nothing at all.
One more night, give me just one